Good afternoon. Welcome to the October 14th, 2025 meeting of the Board of Education of Charles County. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Welcome again. And before we begin, allow me to introduce our soon-to-be board member from District 4, Ms. Bridget Patterson, is joining us this afternoon. Welcome. Good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, so starting off, Dr. Navarro, the superintendent's update.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, board members, staff, and others following along with us in person or watching online. I want to first address a few topics circulating in our national news that have the potential to impact our local education. Please note that while the country moves into its third week of the federal government shutdown, Charles County Public Schools does not anticipate major impacts on federally funded programs thus far. This includes Elementary and Secondary Education Act programs such as Title I, II, III, and IV, Individuals with Disabilities Act, also known as IDA, and the Perkins funding. The Maryland State Department of Education has advised that county school systems should continue to submit monthly expense reports, but I will keep you updated. Over the weekend, news began circulating about the shutdown of the Federal Office of Special Education Programs. We right now have not seen impacts to special education services within Charles County Public Schools. Funding for the school year so far appears to be secure, and the school system continues to follow federal and state special education laws, including IDEA and Section 504. MSD has further alerted us that there is a possibility that the federal school meals program funding could be impacted by the shutdown. Nutrition programs are currently funded through this month, and MSD plans to seek support from the state government for any reimbursements for next month if the shutdown continues into November. I continue to ask our families to please complete the application for free and reduced meals. This application is quick, and benefits are available soon after eligibility is confirmed. Please visit our website at ccboe.com and look for the application under our quick links option. Later this week, I am hosting a virtual State of the Schools event on Zoom at 7 p.m. Please mark your calendars to join me for this event, during which I will share updates about the state of the school system and the new Charles County Public Schools strategic plan. I will also provide time for participants to ask questions and provide us some feedback. Please note that you must have an active Zoom account to join. The virtual link is posted on our school system website, and I hope that many of you can join me that evening. Congratulations to Jillian Nanjemoy, a veteran teacher for Charles County Public Schools and the recipient of the 2025 Maryland Elementary Teacher of the Year by SHAPE Maryland, a state organization dedicated to promoting health and wellness among students in kindergarten to grade 12. I believe in my tenure, this is the second time that Charles County has won this award by two of our amazing teachers. Ms. Nanjemoy is currently teaching at T.C. Martin Elementary School and previously taught at John Hanson Middle School and J.P. Ryan Elementary School. She will be recognized by SHAPE Maryland next month at its fall conference. I also want to congratulate all of the 2025 Maryland Teacher of the Year nominees and program finalists. I had the pleasure of attending the State Teacher of the Year Gala last month with our very own Allison Cheney, our Charles County Teacher of the Year finalist for 2025, and her boyfriend, two friends, and her parents. We had a wonderful evening. I look forward to this event each year and getting to know other phenomenal teachers across Maryland. The school system is currently accepting nominations for its Teacher of the Year and Principal of the Year programs for 2026. So please nominate some incredible folks that I know we have. And take a few minutes to review the nomination criteria that is posted under the staff page of our school system website. Speaking of principals, Charles County Public Schools celebrates National Principals Month annually in October. We don't have a huge crowd here today, but I would ask if we can take a moment to send them all a warm applause and celebrate them this month. So if we can take just a moment and send them a big round of applause. Some of you have joined me in the privilege of being a principal, and it is both an extremely demanding position and a very rewarding one. It requires high level of commitment, and I very much appreciate each and every principal who shows up every day to support education and the well-being of all of our students. And our students sitting in the back, be nice to your principal this month. It's Principals Month. So when they say, "Where are you supposed to be?" please just say, I'm getting there. Charles County Public School recognizes Unity Day this year on October 22nd. This annual day is part of the National Bullying and Prevention Month. We recognize Unity Day by wearing shades of orange to visibly represent a supportive and universal message to prevent bullying and in support of kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. Please help us spread our message of unity by wearing orange on October 22nd. Next Thursday, October 23rd, the application window opens for our career and technical education programs. This includes programs open for current 8th graders and high school sophomores. CTE staff continue to host parent and student information nights to share details about available programs students can apply for and pursue in high school. Most CTE programs are housed at Maurice J. McDonough and North Point High Schools and the Robert D. Steedham Educational Centers. Steedham is hosting a CTE open house on Tuesday, October 21st for students interested in applying for programs housed there. North Point is hosting its CTE open house on Wednesday, October 22nd at 6 p.m. and McDonough's CTE open house is Thursday, October 23rd at 6 p.m. I urge students and families who are interested in learning more about CTE programs to attend these important information nights. We have students that work those programs that can talk to other students and their parents about what the programs are all about, so I encourage you to visit. Another date to mark on your calendar is Thursday, October 30th. The school system is hosting an important virtual parent meeting about iReady assessments. During the meeting, our staff will provide updates about the assessment, who takes them, how we use the data, and more importantly, where parents can find the family reports showing the assessment for their child that they took this fall and what they can do. Following the meeting, we will post the video recording and the presentation, in case you missed it, under the academics area of our website. Most students in elementary and middle school take the iReady assessments 3 times a year, with some high school students with IEP learning goals taking them as well. We use the data for these assessments to differentiate instruction for students, so we're targeting individual learning needs, but they also give you a lot of really good information as a parent on if you want to support the math and reading skills of your child, what you can do also at home. Thank you for your continued support of Charles County Public Schools, and that concludes my statements.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Next up, we have our EACC President, Mr. Sean Heil. Welcome, Mr. Heil.
Chairperson Moore-Lee, Vice Chairperson Kramer, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, my Board of Education, CCPS leadership, distinguished guests, and those watching online. Good afternoon. This will be the 3rd consecutive time that I'm addressing the issue of workload. I mentioned that I'd be presenting an admin day, which will be coming up in a future BOE presentation by me. However, the workload demands continue to grow, and I'm here to encourage this board to take the matter seriously and relieve some of the responsibilities from teachers, administrators, and CCPS central staff as well. I would like to start by thanking Dr. Navarro for engaging with our building representatives and board of directors. We'll also extend an invitation to the chair and vice chair to visit the EACC in January for a similar discussion. I'll be sending that shortly. Additionally, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Navarro for forming a committee to address the workload issue. I feel it's important to begin with the official EACC position on collaborative planning. We believe that collaborative planning can be an extremely effective tool in a teacher's toolkit when executed correctly. We support collaborative planning, which is why we forfeited 4 hours of our in-service time to support that initiative. With that said, I'd like to share some data. EACC conducted a survey among our members in our 10-minute building meetings on collaborative planning. The survey had 6 questions, and I will share the results of 2 of the questions, one about the benefits of collaborative planning and the other about concerns regarding it. A total of 243 members answered the poll. These 2 questions were open-ended, allowing members to respond freely as they saw fit. On the positive side, 28% of respondents identified benefits in collaborative planning, with an additional 27% mentioning they appreciated vertical planning and sharing ideas among team members. This results in a total of 55% positive feedback. However, without any prompting, 24% of respondents stated there would be no benefits to collaborative planning, and that's nearly 1 in 4 respondents when asked about the positive impacts of collaborative planning. When asked about their concerns regarding collaborative planning, a variety of issues arose. The main concern was time, cited by 39% of our respondents. Some members are being asked to collaborate without any peers to work with. For example, art teachers may be required to collaborate outside of their content area, which is particularly challenging. Elementary art teachers typically create lesson plans for the entire school and teach every student. Now they're being asked to support core classes at the expense of their own discipline. Another time-related concern is that some teachers do not have the same planning time availability. This forces them to use precious time before or after school to fulfill obligations that they may already be handling. If more context is needed of what could be accomplished in the time before or after school, please refer to my speech from last month. There are also logistical issues with time in middle schools where collaborative planning occurs 5 days a week. This does not mean that the same planning partners, will be consistent from day to day. This complicates the requirement to plan collaboratively, oftentimes with individuals from a different discipline or with teachers who do not teach the same subjects. For example, a local, state, national government or LSN teacher may be expected to team plan with a U.S. history teacher. The negative survey results continue with 13% of respondents indicating that collaborative planning adds to their workload and can feel like micromanagement. The feeling of micromanagement arises because some schools were already engaging in collaborative planning independently, seeking out each other for discussion. The formalization of this process, requiring at least 30 minutes for collaborative planning, raises the question, why couldn't they have documented their existing collaboration in a simpler way? Why not allow some time to see if the old structure would work? By not exploring these initiatives initially, it can lead to perceptions of micromanagement. In some cases, staff are spending more time documenting their collaborative planning efforts than they do actually collaborating, or even more time they spend on their individual planning. This leads to another concern regarding paperwork. Educators are being asked to document their collaborative planning, often in a variety of ways that range from very reasonable to demanding. 13% of respondents expressed concerns about the paperwork involved. When we aggregate the total concerns, it shows that 80% of educators surveyed highlight significant issues with collaborative planning. 6% of respondents reported having no concerns about the current implementation of collaborative planning. I noted that 243 educators participated in the survey, specifically those teachers who are impacted by or currently required to engage in collaborative planning. In regard to the work session presentation this board saw in the last work session, I would like to commend Ryan, Davis, and North Point for their approach to implementing collaborative planning. It's important to highlight that these schools had certain advantages prior to this year. Ryan was designated as a blueprint school, which provided more options for staffing and scheduling than what other elementary schools might have. Both Davis and North Point benefit from block scheduling, giving them scheduling advantages that schools with period day schedules do not possess. However, it's worth mentioning that while Davis conducts collaborative planning 5 days a week, North Point does not. If you think I'm suggesting that North Point should also implement it 5 days a week, then I've not communicated my message effectively here today. So what is the key takeaway from my speech today? The impact of collaborative planning extends beyond just teachers. Principals are being asked to accomplish the impossible, creating a schedule that includes 30 minutes for math and 30 minutes for English, despite the existing scheduling conflicts. Central administration is being forced to push this mandate without considering the logistical challenges it presents. To quote a good friend, they're going to take something we believe in and mess it up. During the first in-service that we agreed to forego for collaborative planning, several schools used that time to address MTSS concerns and not collaborative planning. Collaborative planning is just one cog in a larger system that is at risk of failing. What steps will you take to prevent this from happening?
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Next up, on behalf of AFSCME, Ms. Gertrude Lawson, President. Welcome, Ms. Lawson.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
My name is
afternoon.
Gertrude Lawson. I'm the president for AFSCME Local 2981, representing all supporting staff within Charles County Public School Systems. I would like to share a few important announcements with you. First, I'm sorry I was unable to be here last month to where I was at a leadership conference with 2 other union members. It was a good experience. I learned about the history of AFSCME, gained valuable insights of what it means to be an AFSCME union rep. Also, Governor Westmore spoke, along with AFSCME President Lee Sanders and Council 3 Vice President Patrick Moran, who all spoke about several powerful topics and deeply renovated within us. If you're interested to become a steward, please reach out to me and Tracy via email. And also, Tracy is also hosting a refresher training course with all stewards. It will be November the 5th at 5 o'clock at the FB Gwynn Center before our meeting. We're looking forward to seeing everyone there. And if you can't make it to our to our union meeting, please come and join us online. Thank you so much, and everybody have a good day.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next up, we have Miss Karen Acton, also known as Money Money, and she's wearing her green today. I won't read anything into that, Miss Acton. Ah, that's what it is. Also joining her is Miss Sherry Fisher Davis, our budget manager. So still no on the. Don't spend, oh, so the green is the opposite of what we normally think. Don't spend, okay. So you don't have the extra 20, 30 million? Okay, all right, just checking.
Sherry's looking for it.
She'll find it. You have faith. You have not because you ask not.
That's right. All right, so we have 2 intercategory budget transfer requests for you today for FY 2026. I think we finally moved into only FY 2026.
Okay.
And the reason we have 2 is we separated Pasota and did a separate analysis for them because it got confusing when we tried to put them together. So for CCPS without Pasota, we're asking for a $1.5 million intercategory budget transfer. We have $300,440 in the administration category. Primarily, we had a $254,000 budget transfer last year that should have become a permanent move at the beginning of this year. The request was related to the creation of the Director of IT position, a lead network engineer reclassification, and movement of funds to support the ongoing maintenance of CCPS learning management system. So the funding was provided out of other categories under IT, and we did make that change for last year, but we did not make it permanent, so we need to move it again. We also are requesting to purchase a replacement vehicle for the district attorney. Under mid-level administration, we have $99,892 that we're asking for, which is a replacement for the vehicle for the chief of schools, and purchase furniture for St. Charles High School. We are moving money, $492,373 from instructional supplies and materials. $597,000 is from reading supplies to reading capital assets, and that's due to a GASB pronouncement 34. 1.6 from ESOL supplies for ESOL contracted services, and there's a bunch of other ones, but those are the highlights. We have $112,330.16 that we are asking to increase, which is a request under other instructional costs, sorry about that, a request to purchase reading materials as a bulk purchase under GASB 34, and also to purchase ESOL contracted services, and a few other minor ones from there. And then we are asking to move $863,157 due to community schools from student health services to student personnel services. And we do this every year until the budgets are finalized for community schools. We don't necessarily have the money in the right categories. And then we are asking for $83,267 under student transportation. which is to supply transportation funding for career counseling field trips, and workforce development is $175,000. And we are moving, so the purchases of the vehicles that we mentioned, one for the attorney and one for the chief of schools, is actually coming out of transportation. They have a line item for vehicles, but we have to put the vehicles in the proper place for MSDE reporting. So it's a reduction of $92,000 from student transportation. And under operation of plant, we're asking for $26,442 to increase that. This also has reference to the director of IT position that was previously approved. We need to move that money in there. And also the transfer of overtime previously budgeted in community services under the Office of Teaching and Learning. We're allocating it to operations to assist with maintenance overtime, $130,000 for that. And that you can see the $130,000 coming from community services. About that budget transfer of $1.5 million.
Any questions? Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Ms. Acton. If you wouldn't mind just clarifying one more time, the money that's moving for community schools, the $863,000 plus?
So what happens when we're building the budget, we have our numbers in, and community schools often comes in after the budget's already loaded, and then they say, well, this is how we want to spend the money. So in most of the cases, the community schools are saying they don't need full-time nurses, so we're moving that money from contracted nurses services and we're moving it into student personnel, which is basically where they do all their wraparound services, all their instructional things. So it still stays within community schools. We're just moving it from health services into wraparound services for them.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
And if we had all of that information prior to our final presentation to the board, we wouldn't have to move those, but, it isn't always possible to get those in.
Yes. Ms. Bella Washington?
One question. Can you just clarify the community service where the $130,000 is relevant to?
So the $130,000 is an overtime line, and it's actually sitting in community service. So many, many eons ago, when we would have weekend activities, the maintenance people that would come in and work, their overtime would be coded to that area. Right now, it's being coded to where their normal pay is. So we're just basically saying, take that money that we used to pay them eons ago and just move it into where it's actually being expensed right now.
Okay, thank you.
So in general, these are things that we've already budgeted for. We just need to make sure they're in the correct categories.
Correct.
All right, just to simplify. Yes, Vice Chair Kramer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for the level of detail. I appreciate it. So just a couple of questions. So for the replacement vehicles, how often do we do that?
Mr. Heim?
Call a friend, phone a friend?
Good
Good afternoon.
Some school systems and actual county government, they have a metric, so they'll say a certain number of years or miles. We don't do that. We try to squeeze as much life out of a vehicle as we can. So.
I like that.
So the two vehicles that are gonna be replaced, it'll be a multiplayer trade, but we're gonna replace a 2007 Chevy Impala and a 2007 Ford, Taurus. No, they didn't make Fiestas back in 2007.
Wow.
And those vehicles back then were purchased for $15,000. But so we've gotten almost 18 years out of those vehicles. So we are fortunate to have two quality mechanics on staff. So we don't like to keep vehicles. We don't want to put any staff member at risk with a with a vehicle that is high mileage. But our two mechanics do a great job with the maintenance and preventative maintenance of the vehicles. So we've not established, and it probably in lean budget times as we're heading right now, it's probably best for us not to have a metric, because I had this sheet in front of me which would call for a number of replacement vehicles that are beyond, if you use like a standard 10 years, of which a lot of school systems or public entities will use, we'd be replacing a much larger portion of our fleet. But looking at those two vehicles, 2007s, and the amount of miles that are on them, plus they've also already had some extensive work on it, so we believe we've squeezed as much life out of them as we can.
Understood. Thank you for that. That's really helpful, and I think for the benefit of the public too, to understand that, like, we don't just replace staff vehicles every couple of years. I mean, I think 18 years is probably longer than a lot of folks are able to make their vehicles last.
Right, personal vehicles, yeah.
So, thank
Agreed.
you. That was really helpful, Mr. Heim. And then I had a question on page 2 about the Science Center item. So does the Science Center have their own budget line item, or does that fall under St. Charles because the Science Center is in St. Charles? Just wanted to get clarification.
They have their own line item.
They do? Okay, and then lastly, also on page 2, career counselor computers. Is this for the counselors themselves? Is this new or replacement? Can you give a little more context on that?
Let's see, when you are,
On page
Contracted
2.
services?
where?
Oh, the top, the 197,000. It's the last point at the top of the page.
Okay, to purchase, okay, so that is, that 197, I believe, are computers for the kids to use. I'm not sure if you know of it. Yeah,
Yes, for the for the
Yes.
students.
Okay.
yes.
Okay, and new, not replacement.
I need to
Not sure.
confirm. I need to confirm that, unless you're,
That I have to find out.
okay.
Okay, but for the students' use.
So we
Okay.
confirm.
We've been doing a lot of replacing, so I want to.
I know. That's why I was
Yeah.
curious. Okay, thank you for that. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you. And you have another one for Pasota?
We sure do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for Pasota, we're asking for a $1.2 million intercategory budget transfer request for the FY 2026 budget. So we are asking, the process with Pasota is they submit a preliminary budget before we present to you in February. And then, they're continuing to make changes on that throughout the budget cycle. So when we come back to you in June, we don't necessarily have their final budget. And again, our budgets are approved by category for MSDE. So when the categories change, we have to come back to you with these requests. So this is just aligning her budget with the proper categories. So it's a reduction of admin of $74,971, an increase in mid-level admin $303,000, a decrease in instructional salaries and wages $13,000, a decrease in instructional supplies and materials $772,000, decrease in other instructional costs of $54,000. Special education is a decrease of $199,000. And just as a reminder there, CCPS provides all of the special education services for Pasota. And then an increase of student health services of $4,450, student transportation, a decrease of $111,250, an increase of operation of plant, $187,270, maintenance of plant, an increase of $25,966, and fixed charges, an increase of $704,278.
So I just want to add, so similar to what we were saying with community schools, when the budgets go in, we had, we had Pasota's bottom line dollar amount of what their budget was supposed to be, but we didn't have what Ms. Jackson's spread, what she wanted, how she wanted it spread for Pasota. So we put in basically her bottom line. So once we received her finalized budget, now we're going in, we're spreading it the way she wants it spread.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hancock, I'm not sure who was next after. It's the honor system. Fight it out.
Thank you. So that being said, is there one area in the budget for Pasota that we either greatly over or greatly underfunded?
So I really wouldn't call it underfunded. It's really just the bucketing and the spread of their total budget. So it's really not an underfunding. I'm not sure it's a better way to say.
Yeah, so we had, try to say it a different way, but it is kind of confusing. So that's definitely why we separated, because when it was in here, it was even more confusing. We had the total amount that Pasota needed to budget. but having it broken out necessarily between these MSDE categories, we didn't have the final number of where it was going. Total's right, but it wasn't in any of the right places
Sure.
necessarily.
Yeah,
So,
that's, so it's, I guess, saying over or under probably wasn't the right way to say
No,
that, but
just-
I know what you're saying. Like, we know the total budget. We're obviously doing this to legally show where we're utilizing the money at. So I was just curious if we were off in one particular area more so than another.
No, we did have some, we had some back and forth on, so we are trying to tighten up their budget process so that it is more in line with ours and that we wouldn't have to do this, because I know that this also causes concern when we go to the commissioners. I'm sure there's
Yeah.
going to be lots of concern. I've already gotten questions from the county on this. So we will try to tighten that up. But, in all fairness to Pasota, they are a startup charter,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
So they're working through and they're trying to get their schedules down and knowing how many teachers and what our funding is. So, it's been a little challenging for them to say, this is the budget
Correct.
like we do.
Yeah,
We set the budget and then pretty much we're good to go after that.
yeah.
With a little more experience, I think we'll get closer and better at this.
So that was what I was kind of alluding to, is moving forward, if we would have a better idea of how to distribute the budget
Yes.
moving forward. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Did you all, who was the winner?
Jamila's the winner. Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
I know, right?
Ms. Fisher Perkins just wanted to go, and I think Mr. Lowndes kind of is seeing where my question is going, which is why he invited himself to the table. Special education services.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Special education services. There's a line here, it seems as if we over budgeted about $200K of special education services for Pasota that we're looking to kind of realign. But there's also a line that says special education services are provided by CCPS. So I'd like to better understand, in terms of creating a budget for Pasota, how are they projecting how much money they will need for special education services? And why are we setting aside like a special dollar amount for them? Like, wouldn't they just be eligible for whatever the system can provide relative to services? Just help me understand how that line item comes about.
So, so we provide the services, we meaning central office staff, just like any other school. If they have a special needs kid, we're going to provide the services.
Correct.
But what the difference is, Pasota doesn't necessarily pay for, can we say that? Pay for those services. So therefore, it shouldn't be on their budget line to have to pay for it, because that's sort of like an in-kind service that we're providing to them. So it wouldn't be fair to have a budgeted line item for special ed services when they're never going to incur an actual
Right.
expense to special education.
So that's something that I should have caught when she submitted her budget.
Okay, so going forward, this won't be a line item?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to be
And it
clear.
hasn't been up to this point.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lowndes.
Anytime. Actually, I came up here because I have some answers for you on your computers. So the answers are, it's for our biomed students. The current student computers do not run the new software that we need to run in those programs, and so we need to buy new computers for those students.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Thomas?
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. As Ms. Acton, as you talk about making sure that we do the reallocation, because it has to go back to the budget and accounting lines at MSD that we have to report to, the same is similar for Pasota, that they still are required. Are you requiring them to do the same reporting back to the line items? And this is
Yes.
kind of just like a new evolution for them to get those line items structured?
Correct.
Okay.
So when they submit a budget, they do submit it, basically by all different kinds of GLs, but then they try to roll it up to our categories.
Okay.
And that's what we go from. And they are part of us, so when we report to MSDE, all of their categories roll up to us as well. So we have to consider them and whether we're over budget or need to move money around.
Okay, and so I guess my question was, this is budgeting and auditing is an ongoing evolution. Like, people think audits stop. They never really stop. They're just, cyclical.
Correct.
So as we do this, do you expect that you're going to see more refined line items going forward, or do you think we're at a steady state right now?
I think we're still learning a little bit.
Okay.
Dr. Navarro, would you agree?
I think so. I mean, the other thing you got to remember is Pasota is growing in its numbers. Not a lot. They haven't yet met their numbers, but they're growing. So every single time they'll do some minor adjustments as their budget grows. And you should think of it like we do. Budget reconciliations come forward to you all the time. We are a growing school district. And now, if we were steady, maybe we wouldn't need to, but it all
Yeah.
depends on actuals versus budgeted and expenditures at any point in time.
And
It's definitely
projections,
not,
yeah.
fully stable.
Yeah.
And as Dr. Navarro said, every year the enrollment has changed, so that changes the dynamics of, and of course, their allotment changes every year, so the money that they have to work with changes every year as well. So right now, it's a little bit of a moving target.
And even for us as a district, I know that MSD and had some requirements for us to kind of allocate our money in specific ways in order the money to follow the child, that kind of thing. Do you feel like that's steady now too as well? Like we're getting a more steadier state? Because I know that's also costly, to have to delineate in the line items a little more. That was a nice way to say that, wasn't it? To delineate the line items too. So because I think people keep saying these changes and think, oh, what's going on? But it's kind of like trying to get, the things right in the line items in the system to make sure they're all flowing through, so.
And it also, Sherry can jump in as well, but, as we're moving through the year and our needs change, that can necessitate a change because we still have to live within that budget and we need to move some budget from some place to cover this place over here that, and there's, without, realigning your budget every year for blips, which wouldn't make sense because if you're making permanent changes for a one-time thing, then you're going to have the reverse problem the next year. So it is difficult to make it a perfect science where we don't have to do these things.
Yeah, thank you. I think other people need to understand that too. It's not a perfect science. I think
It
that's the
isn't.
best word.
What do you want to add, Sherry?
Yeah, so I was gonna say, sort of a good example is, let's say we have funding 1 year to do some type of professional development. If that's not an ongoing thing, we've paid for it 1 year, but we don't need it the next year. So we can take that funding and move it to somewhere else, maybe buy some supplies or whatever. But if we have it originally budgeted as professional development, that's a different category than, say, instructional supplies. So I used it one way last year, but I'm not using it that way this year. And if I don't know that at the beginning of the year, then we need to make the change to align with where the expenses are going to be.
And one other thing that I'll add is with the latest GASB pronouncements, that's affecting us greatly because, where we used to be able to prepay for a subscription for 3 years, we have the money this year, we can pay for it for the 3 years. You can't do that anymore. So that's affecting Sherry greatly because now that money that we thought was already accounted for has now got to be broken out for 3 years and added to what they think they're going to spend this year. So it's a very difficult job and position that we're in right now as we adjust to these changes.
Thank you. Ms. Butler-Washington?
Yes, thank you for this. I know when coming out with Pasota that they wasn't on the Oracle. Now that I want to think of us as one team, one fight.
Yes.
So we have placed someone over there that helps with Oracle. So how is that now affecting the budget? How are you getting things and they're entering things in there so you can be able to see it? So how is that working?
It will be much, much better this year if we're able to continue to use Oracle for the majority of their expenses because then, we have the opportunity to really review it. When they're using QuickBooks, it's a manual, they're sending us a report and we may or may not catch something on a manual report versus it's in the system and it's part of Sherry's normal review process. So I'm very hopeful that that's going to make things a lot better.
So one more thing. So are we putting that in the process that everything goes through Oracle? Because if it goes through Oracle, it makes y'all job better and we can predict the money much better.
Yes, we have asked for that, and there's only a couple of exceptions. I haven't yet finished the reconciliation for the first quarter, waiting on some information from Ms. Jackson, but I'm hopeful that that is going to continue to get better.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple of quick things. The first to Dr. Navarro, you mentioned about us being a growing school system. Do we have our official count? Because I think the 30th was the count day, right?
Yes,
How
but
are we looking?
we haven't gotten the official file from MSDE yet. I have not seen it, so I think we just need the official. But we know we were going to be under our projected enrollment. I think we are probably going to be circa maybe 240 kids or so from our projected, what we expected. So we're cooling off. There are some places in the county that had high enrollment. So for example, Thornton Elementary, that feeder pattern area close to the school especially, did come high. Everybody else has come a little low, and including the secondary schools, which I wasn't necessarily expecting to see that. But so we're a little bit cooling off in terms of plateauing.
Thank you. Just to, one question, for the benefit of the public. I know we've discussed this in the past. Because the county commissioners are also listed as stakeholders, what happens now? Assuming the board approves this, then you have to go back to the county commissioners. Can you walk us through the next steps?
We do. So Sherry and I, and sometimes we pull in Dr. Navarro.
Reluctantly, right?
Might have to pull in Mike Heim this time, but we'll see.
Okay.
We go before the county commissioners and we present exactly what we've presented to you, and they have the final approval on it. And they, ask all the questions they want to ask.
Okay, as I know we had talked in the past about, I believe if, and you know me and my sometimers, right? But I believe there was a proposed law that if it was above a certain percentage, that we would have to request approval. Is it 1%, or didn't pass,
didn't
right?
pass.
Okay, so we're still under the
It's
previous.
anything.
Okay,
Any
any
changes
amount.
we make to the categories need to be approved by them.
Okay, thank you. And just one comment also for the public. The Fiscal Management Subcommittee is meeting on October 22nd at 2 p.m. This is open, it is virtual, so you're all welcome to sit in if you want to have a better understanding of the budget process. All right.
The last thing that I want to add for the public, for everybody
Yeah,
that's
please.
listening, is that the county also does these budget transfer
Yes, thank
requests
you.
at every meeting or every other meeting. So it's a
Right.
very normal process.
Right.
They're, under the same constraints that we are.
Right, exactly. And especially given the current
Yeah.
times, right? All right, next up, also, Ms. Acton, and also, thank you, Ms. Fisher Davis. And pulling in Ms. Christina, hope I'm saying that correctly,
Yes.
Warner, the benefits manager,
Yes.
to talk about our health insurance update. Thank you, Ms. Fisher Davis.
Yes. So we did provide on board docs this document, but we don't have a slide necessarily for you. Because if we did, it would probably be all the items that are going up, and that wouldn't be very helpful for this conversation. So yes, I'd like to introduce Ms. Christina Warner. I think you've seen her a couple of times. She's our benefits manager. So what we'd like to talk to you about today is our calendar year 2026 health insurance changes. So I think everybody knows, but just to make sure, the policies that we have with EACC and AFSCME require us, CCPS, to pay 75% and the employees to pay 25%. And as we've looked at these breakouts for the past 3 years, it has not worked out properly. CCPS has paid more than the employees. And it's a moving target because the rates that we set are based on the claims. And you don't necessarily know how much your claim, even though you get a projection from Care First, you don't necessarily know what it's going to go up. So for the next year, we are not proposing to have an increase in our rates that we're charging. We are very close. If we look at our projections for the healthcare costs based on the projections, they may total $76 million. The increase is driven by, all of our individuals with cancer, complex chronic illness, and mental illness. So based on those projected claims, at the current rates, the employees' 25% cost share would be approximately $18.9 million. Based on the current our enrollments, they would only be providing 15.4. So they should provide 18.9. They're only going to provide 15.4. So it's just a little bit below the target of the 18.9. So instead of increasing our rates, We have not had an increase to our co-pays since fiscal year 16. So what we presented to the Health Insurance Committee and what they agreed to is a $5 increase on co-pays, other than emergency room visits, which go from 100 to 175, and diagnostic lab services, which increase from $0 to $10. So that is what we're proposing. And, with that, we believe that will bring us close to that 75%. And it's a very minimal increase to employees, and you also can look at it from the standpoint of those that are using the services are contributing a little bit more versus raising the rates for everybody. But what we provided you is that our current rates for individuals are $227 for the PPO and $163 for the Blue Choice opt-out open access, and $608 for family, and $467 for the Blue Choice access. Are there any questions?
Vice Chair Kramer and Ms. Smith.
Thank you for this. I don't have any questions. I think that the changes are minimal and slight, and I think that it won't be too disruptive, I hope, for families. But I just will say that in this area, my recommendation is always going to be to communicate to make sure that the staff is aware, because nobody likes to be blindsided, even if it is an increase of $5. If I'm used to paying $15 and I bring my, all my 4 kids to the doctor, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? So just want to make sure that families aren't, unaware, and just make sure that we, have some type of, I know you do, some type of communication in place. But just because we don't want our staff to be unaware of the changes when they're made. So, but I don't think it's unreasonable or anything at all.
The other item that I didn't mention is we were going to increase the flex.
Yes, so currently our flexible spending for the healthcare side is only $2,400. The IRS max is $6,600. The proposal is for us to go to $330, and that is because we do have several staff that are actually married to each other. So there's a audit and compliance thing that goes on, so we can't allow them both to elect 6-6 when they go to file their taxes. So we thought it'd be an even, that we would never have to exceed those equal amounts and worry about that, non-compliance part of it.
Okay.
But that will help with employees, if they choose to participate.
Yeah.
Then they have more on their flex card to pay for their deductibles.
The additional.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's great. That's a great point.
It decreases their taxable liability. It decreases our taxable liability.
Yeah, and maybe highlight that as well,
Yeah.
in the communication.
Absolutely.
And I also just wanted to highlight, I saw you put it in small writing, but you should have put it larger with all of the feedback we received over the last year and the changes with the Medicare Advantage, that there's no increase
Correct.
to Medicare Advantage this year. So I hope the retirees are pleased about that.
Absolutely. No increase.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Smith and then Ms.
No, my point was exactly Vice Chair Kramer's in terms of communicating and just ensuring that staff, as well as our retirees, are aware of how things will be changing for them. Exact same point.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas.
Thanks so much. I was going to ask about the flexible healthcare spending, if you were going to up the amounts, because I know that also is a coding challenge in the system. So are you also prepared to do that as well? Okay, because with the change, and the other thing that I would encourage is that sometimes you have people that work more than one job. And so when you have people that work multiple jobs, that also is a challenge, because you can't control the limits in another person's payroll system. And I know that we see that for Social Security takeouts, and we also see that for flexible healthcare, that they'll hit the cap. So I just want to make sure that you also, again, communicate to employees those type of things so that they're aware for their tax liabilities.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just one quick question. Why most of the increases are nominal, but it's pretty significant for emergency room from 100 to 175?
So it's interesting that you ask about that. So we did not propose that, but the Health Insurance Committee did propose that big of an increase. They felt that we needed to drive people to the urgent cares and out of the emergency room. Now, all of that is waived if they get admitted to the hospital from the emergency room. But that is the wish of the committee.
So what we were seeing is a lot of the claims were not emergency related coming to the emergency room. There are obviously going to be emergency room things that can only be handled there. But a lot of people are still using it as their primary care physician.
Yeah.
And, a claim there could be $1,200, where if you went to like a Patient First or another urgent care center, it's only around $600. So it's like half as much.
The committee felt strongly that there should be a deterrent for people to, to not use the emergency room as the urgent healthcare facilities, which we have all around us, for sure.
And I think that also goes back to the communication to the employees. Years ago, we did a huge communication to staff, encouraging them not to use the emergency room, to go to urgent care, and that's what keeps our claims down. And maybe that's just something we get back on board with.
Yeah.
Notifying people where that dollar is being spent and where our premiums come from.
Right.
With many people not realizing we're self-insured, so.
It's such a significant increase in cost.
Yeah, it's almost double, yeah. I appreciate that. Did you have your hand raised, Ms. Bell Washington? No, okay. All right, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Mr. Hancock.
Real quick, and I think, Ms. Acton, I think you answered this question, but the discussion you had just kind of triggered this with me because I've experienced this. Let's say someone goes to urgent care. A lot of times you go to urgent care, they will direct you to the emergency room because they don't have the capabilities to, for whatever. Will there be out-of-pocket expense for both, or how would that work?
I think they are treated as separate visits, so they
Okay.
would still have a copay for each of the
Okay.
services.
Okay.
There is a checklist that we could probably propose someone to look at to make that determination, whether is it really an urgent care situation or is this truly an emergency room visit?
That would be a good idea, and I speak from personal experience more than once with my kids on that, twice in the last year that I can remember, where we assumed we could go to urgent care, and we ended up in the ER anyway. And I know I have my own insurance, I had to pay for both. So I think a checklist would be helpful, just to try to save, because it's minimal numbers, but when you add it up over time, it adds up to real dollars.
And as a parent, I know exactly what you're
Yeah.
saying. It's hard to know, especially with kids and
Yeah.
the sports injuries or whatever that come
exactly.
up. Do you,
Yep.
just bypass the urgent care because they're going to send you right to the emergency room anyway? Or, is it something that can wait until tomorrow and you take them to somebody else? Or,
Yeah.
it's very
And-
difficult
And I
to
think
make
those fears are
decisions.
why you see so many people go directly to the
Yeah.
emergency room. Because
Right.
the fear is, if I go to urgent care, they're going to send me here anyway.
You're just waiting twice.
Yeah, so
Well,
some
and-
kind of checklist of some sort to at least
And
help.
maybe it's a checklist that says urgent care can provide these services, because not everyone knows, like, Patient First can certainly do more than the little Med Star, over here that
Correct.
doesn't have the X-ray. So they're all different too, so I don't know if that would be helpful or not.
Care First husband.
What if you go to emergency rooms at the same time? One emergency room is not really getting to you in 3 hours, so you go to a different emergency room. But that first emergency room still bill you, but they didn't really see you. All they did was took your blood pressure and that was it. Yeah. Yeah, they billed.
You will pay a triage fee. Yes, you will. If anyone touches you at the emergency room, you will pay a triage fee.
And we can't control that, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's not, that's outside of, I was in that situation recently where I was going to leave one, and I thought about that because, my family member had already been triaged, and I was like, I don't want to get into this, so
Have to hang
we
out.
waited. But I do agree about the checklist, though, because sometimes families don't know, and sometimes you're lucky if you go to urgent care and immediately they look at you and they triage and they're like, no, and they'll call, the ambulance for you. But sometimes they have to see you first, like what Mr. Hancock is talking about, and then they're like, I don't know, I think you should probably go to the emergency room, and then you will incur, 2 charges. Yeah.
All right, well, we're ending right on time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Ms. Nikki Majors, our Chief of Human Resources. She will be speaking with us about human capital management, joined by Mr. Kevin Lowndes, the Chief of Teaching and Learning. And I believe you have some special guests. Mr. Kevin Howard, Mr. David Shimizu, Ms. Charlene Ogborn.
Oh, wow.
Oh, we have all the friends today. All right, welcome.
Hello.
Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, and all of our board members with Charles County Board of Education, our in-person audience as well as our viewing public. Good afternoon. My name is Nikki Majors. I have the pleasure of serving as the Chief Human Resources Officer. And today, in collaboration with our Chief of Teaching and Learning, Mr. Lowndes over here, and our offices of HR and offices of professional learning, we're going to provide an update on human capital, which is always an exciting and anticipated topic that we all want to hear about. So joining me at the table today, and in the audience actually, I have an esteemed panel of HR professionals who I will allow to introduce themselves before we jump into our presentation. Starting to my left.
Good afternoon. My name is David Shimizu. I'm the Manager of Compensation Classification and Human Resources Information Systems. That is a lot. Good afternoon. I'm Kevin Howard, Supervisor of Human Resources.
And I'm Charlene Ogburn, Supervisor of Employee Services. That's it.
And my right hand is actually Ms. Colomo, who's my executive assistant, but these are my three primary managers, so they're the other hand. We can't really begin our discussion without talking about some of the challenges that continue to face the teaching profession, and they are pretty significant when you talk about the state of teaching. So we all know that the U.S. faces a growing challenge in terms of the shortage of qualified teachers in the career field, making recruitment for us a pretty significant challenge. And some of you have had the pleasure of coming out on the trail with us in recent years, and so you understand how the classes of teachers at campuses and on colleges and university campuses continue to shrink. And so our schools continue to struggle with recruitment, particularly with attracting licensed educators, individuals who have already gone through an undergraduate program of education, but also career changers. And we are benefiting from what's happening in the government. The political climate does have an impact on school systems as well. But most particularly, I would say in our specialized content areas, there's some pretty severe shortages when we talk about special education, science, mathematics, and you all are familiar with our international teacher pilot. One of the solutions that we launched 2 years ago, we're actually going into our third season of bringing international teachers whose content area was secondary math into the school system to try to fill that gap. So while we do have severe shortages sometimes in these very essential academic areas, we are finding some solutions as we get a little bit more creative and think out of the box. You'll hear a little more about the teaching program later on with our international folks because we're still assessing the success of that program and what we can afford going forward. So that's an ongoing conversation that we have. But retention and working conditions is obviously another area where we're challenged. Teacher attrition impacts student outcomes. And, unfortunately, we do have some teachers that leave the profession entirely. They leave it all together. They may transfer schools. And then working conditions or environments may not be to their liking. And so that turnover does affect us adversely. And I'm happy to say you'll hear later on about our strong mentoring programs and new teacher induction initiatives from professional learning that does help combat some of that, getting teachers off to a good start. And as they journey through their career life cycle, making sure that they have adequate training, professional development opportunities, and support is so critical. But also the leadership investments that we make in the individuals who create those working conditions for our employees is important, and we are proud of some of those investments. But also declining wage competitiveness, that's another challenge for us. When you think about the teaching profession and how it compares to other industry positions, the appeal of teaching, unfortunately, I would say continues to decline for some individuals, despite the fact that in Maryland, we are the 4th district in terms of compensation, leading with first-year teachers. Montgomery County is always number one. Surprisingly, Calvert is number two, then it's St. Mary's, and then it's us. And then you have a couple of other school systems like Baltimore County, Howard County, that are all about Carroll on par with each other in terms of starting teacher pay. But you know, that's just a condition that we have to deal with. We thank the Blueprint for the work that it has done with supporting us in the world of compensation, but teaching still lags behind other career fields, and that's just a reality that we face. You heard Mr. Howell talk about earlier, and he bubbles up many times, teacher workload and burnout. Teachers burn out from that workload, and so that's a significant concern that continues to challenge us. You also have high poverty schools, and you have, you know, students of color. Oftentimes, those populations face, I would say, more significant challenges with staffing. And so what we've tried to do with our recruitment strategy is to tier our schools or prioritize them in a way where we're focused as a priority on Title I, for example, schools where we have higher percentage of free and reduced meal students, so that, you know, those vulnerable, more vulnerable student groups, those disparities are not exacerbated and they don't have limited opportunity. So those are some of the, if you think about just in a nutshell, the state of teaching, I would say some of the challenges that we face every day and try to overcome. So HR really works diligently to make sure that we can staff the schools as best we can. And I would say this year we've probably done the best that we've done in the years that I've been here. Thank you to, again, changes that are happening in the external environment driving, you know, applicants to the system, but also shifting our recruitment strategies where we're doing more of our own internal job fairs and limiting or being more strategic about where we're going on campus. Because as you know, money is in short supply and we want to be responsible and prudent with how we utilize it. So in making investments in marketing platforms that generate more applicants through sourcing means, it has been very helpful for us. So I'm really proud of the work that we've done and the programs that have been implemented to strengthen the workforce. So without further ado, I'm going to turn the presentation over to my panel here, who will talk about some of our demographic data so you can see what our population looks like, and we'll go from there.
All right, good afternoon. All right, before we get started, some things I want to throw out there. These next couple of slides are going to display trend data between 2023 and 2025, with September the 5th being the consistent date on each year on which we have pulled out the data. The other thing I want to point out is when you see 0.00%, it's actually a reflection of less than 0.1%. It's just too small to put on a graph, but there are individuals who fall within that category. The percentage is just so minimum, it's hard to present on a graph. All right, so this graph right here illustrates our new hires, Unit 1 teacher demographics, right? And you can see that there's a slight swing back and forth between those who identify as Black or African American and then our mainstream teachers. You know, one year higher than the other, back and forth. And we'll come back to some of this information a little bit further in the slideshow. But we want to point out that as a whole, our Black and African American teaching community has grown significantly year by year. All right, so here is our Unit 1 teacher demographics for all of our teachers, everyone who falls under Unit 1. Some things I want to point out that nationally, 28.3% of all teachers are represented by a diverse background. According to Maryland State Department of Education, around 34.4% are represented by a diverse background. Charles County, we hover around 44%. Behind Baltimore City, at 64.3, and Prince George is leading the state at 80.9. So outside the seed school, we are number 3 in the state of Maryland when it comes to having a diverse background teachers. Some other things we want to point out in here, just real briefly, is that you can see that between, can we go back one slide? I'm sorry. One thing we want to point out is between 2023 and 2025 that our Black and African American percentage has jumped about 5%, and that seems to be consistent. If we were to go back further years, it was consistently gradually growing at about 2.1% each year. All right. Now, Unit 2. Unit 2 data, this is all of our administrators, our principals, our assistant principals, those individuals who sit on the admin scale, some of them central office. And as you can see, the data pretty much holds consistent. One of the things I did want to point out is that we are trending above the national and state averages for diverse administrators, between 7 and 9%, depending on which data you look at. Some of the national data, has different data points. But here in Charles County, we've stayed consistent and remained consistent over the last 3 years. I'm so sorry. Our support staff, the staff that keeps these buildings running and operating, all right? We take a look at this trend data, and the data points out a few things to us. One, if you just look on the mainstream side, you can see it's dropping from 42 to 37%, and consistently continues to decrease. The biggest decrease in that group would be our instructional assistants, with more and more of our instructional assistants falling in one of our diverse backgrounds. And then you'll hear later on how some of those individuals are now even moving on to the teaching field, which then supports the previous chart you saw where the demographics are growing in those areas.
All right, good afternoon. So some more data to come at you. So if you want to look at this slide right here, so I'm just going to go over a couple of things. Obviously, the numbers are there and you can read them. I just want to show you a pattern. So this is the past 3 years, well, 4 years, but over the past 3 years, you can see the numbers that we were consistently hiring around 230 to give you an average number of what we were doing. This year, as Ms. Majors had mentioned a little bit earlier, we ended up hiring 251 individuals, teachers this year. So we were moving in the right direction. One of the other things that I want to point out is if you look at 2024, we only hired 45 licensed teachers last year. We were able to jump that number to 76 this year. That was very beneficial for us to bring more highly qualified teachers in to put in front of our students on the first day of school. So I just want to make sure that we point that out, that we're trying to continue to trend in the right direction. You also look at the number of conditionals that we hired. We did drop 6 this year, so that is continue our goal to try to seek as many highly qualified educators as we can consistently. Now, this is our total teacher workforce over the past 3 years. Similar trend there, as you can see. In 2024, we had 667 conditionally licensed teachers. And I always want to make sure you understand that number can fluctuate daily. I'll give you an example. We had some folks already who were hired this year, unfortunately, who have left us because they figured that teaching was not the right profession for them after they got into the classroom. So that number can fluctuate. Even though we pulled data on September 5th, I guarantee you by September 7th, we might have hired 2 or 3 new people, 1 or 2 folks may have left us. So that number is always moving, and it depends on how long someone holds that provisional license until they earn their full professional license. So that number of conditionals can fluctuate greatly throughout the course of the year. But if you look at it, we did drop that number significantly this year. We're down to 579, and as a testament to the folks that are going to come up and present after us from the Office of Teaching and Learning to provide that support with our IHE universities that are getting these folks licensed and the support that they provide them as well. This is a trend over the years that we wanted to make sure that we demonstrated. As you can see, back in 2017, we only had 31 provisionally or conditionally licensed folks as new hires going into each year. But if you look at that number, it has increased historically from 17 to 24. 2020 is an outlier. That was a COVID year. Really no need to mention that year. But you can see we're trying to make that number go down again under the leadership of Ms. Majors. Our guide is to find as many certificated or licensed individuals as possible. All right, and this is just an overall school hiring over the past years. We would always separate it out by elementary, middle, high. You can see those things in your appendices. But we wanted to just give you a broad overview of what we've been doing for the last 4 years. A couple things I just want to point out on this slide is if you look at 2022, we only hired 30 special education teachers, and it was pretty consistent. This year, that number jumped to 62. Yes.
And that alone, bravo.
So we've been trying to trend in the right direction to make sure that we're putting folks in front of students day one.
to try to limit the amount of long-term substitutes that we have. Not that long-term substitutes aren't needed. We love them, we need them. They provide a great service to what we're doing, but we want to make sure we have certificated folks in front of students on a daily basis.
International teacher update. Before we jump into that, I just will mention a few things. When you looked at our support staff demographics, it's not a surprise that our diversity numbers are increasing because the county makeup is changing. So that really didn't come as a surprise to us. I didn't know if board members were familiar with the Seed School, because I wasn't when I started, but it's that special school, Mr. Lowndes. It's a special school for special education, right? And that's reported by MSDE. And the other thing I will just mention is that for many years, we had a directive from the board to increase diversity amongst administration, teachers within the school system. So, you know, the guidance that the board gives us and the superintendent directs our activities. And thank you for clapping about special education, because we used to maintain 30+ special ed openings at the all school year. And so this year when we opened our doors, we only had 4. So it really is a huge accomplishment, and we thank the special education department under the leadership of Larry Johnson for collaborating with Human Resources. He and Beth Shook, we meet bi-weekly. And we talk about our vacancies with our 4 specialists, Ms. Crosby, Ms. Hill, Ms. Fortune, and Mr. Campbell. And we really work very hard to make sure we can find good folks in that area, because it is very challenging. Our international teachers, we are now on our 3rd class. And we're at a point where our partner vendor that helps us source for these candidates are coming to us to say, would you like to renew Class 1 for an additional 2 years? So under the J1 visa, they can come over for 3 years, and then we can renew them for 2 for a total of 5, and then they must return to their home country and share, you know, their cultural experience, all of the professional development that they've acquired, and invest that back into their school system. So we're on class number 3. We have a total of 15, Ms. Crosby, secondary math teachers, 7 in middle and 8 in high. And Ms. Crosby, Mr. Campbell, and myself are the International Teacher Recruitment Committee. We are small but mighty. And with Ms. Ogburn down here, we take very good care, as best as we can, of our international teachers. But we do have them from predominantly the continent of Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Cameroon. We have had a teacher from India. We have had one from Dubai by way of Egypt, and Afghanistan, but predominantly they're from the continent of Africa. And with Mr. Lowndes' help, we're going to look at their teaching data over the last 2 years to see how their numbers compare to our licensed teachers versus a conditional teacher versus a long-term sub, to determine if the investments that we're making in the program, if we're getting the return that we're looking for. So that's something that we're going to be working on this fall. But that's our class of international teachers.
Awesome.
All right, good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
So we're going to jump right into our substitute teachers. You can see before you the data of the substitutes that we've recruited. This data goes through October 3rd of this school year. So I won't go through the numbers, but I will share that in September, the number of substitute requests that we had was to the tune of 367, with a fill rate of 76.88% compared to last year's 60.8%. This is a 16.08% increase from last year's fill rate. So these percentages are indicating that we're actually doing better at the beginning of the school year with teacher absences. The numbers on this slide truly reflect our robust substitute teacher program, and the total number of actively serving substitutes that we have serving our students.
And this actually goes back to what Ms. Major shared regarding the critical teacher shortage that we've had. This is why we've had to recruit and hire so many substitute teachers, just because of the national shortage that we're experiencing. So we have 3 categories of substitutes, and I'll just share a little bit about each quickly. Right now, our biggest or most active group are our daily substitutes, and they're able to select job opportunities or teacher vacancies at any school across the school system. And then, as you may be aware, we introduced the dedicated substitute model, where we now have at least one every school. So that person is assigned to a single school, and they have the opportunity to work with them 5 days per week if there is a vacancy or absence at that particular school. These dedicated subs they cover teacher meetings, last-minute call-outs, things of that nature, and then our long-term subs fill vacancies where we have not yet secured a licensed teacher. So we continue to maintain a pool of substitute teachers that bridge the gap of teacher vacancies, whether the coverage is needed for long-term sub absences. For instance, a teacher may be out for maternity leave or for personal illness or caring for a family member. We do have long-term subs that will take those vacancies. Or we have a long-term sub in a classroom where we just haven't been able to secure a licensed teacher. So our long-term subs have supported our students there. So the Office of Human Resources continues to refine our substitute teacher program process to ensure we are attracting the best talent for our students. And I'm happy to report, with all the changes that have happened, as Ms. Major shared earlier, with the federal government, we've actually been able to recruit and hire several retirees, individuals who've taken the early retirement from the federal government. They're degreed, so some of our recruitment staff are stealing our substitutes to become teachers, which is a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have for us. So we're happy that they're actually considering teaching as a second career. All right, our temporary hire. So we typically hire about 500 temporary positions, and this list is not an exhaustive list of all the positions that we hire for, but it does represent the positions we regularly recruit for throughout the school year. They're not permanent positions, but they do serve to critically support and provide support to our students. For example, our temporary IAs. There are students in some of our regionalized programs who need one-on-one support. They may have medical concerns that they need to have an identified person supporting them. So our temporary IAs, we do hire to support in that regard. And then we have our building service floaters as another example, who may be supporting some of our larger schools where a permanent hire is still pending. So again, not an exhaustive list of our temporary hires, but we do typically hire temporary positions throughout the school year.
And before we jump into our some of our recruitment initiatives, I will just share on the substitute side that, coming into the school system as a substitute teacher for some is their way to kind of enter into the public school system and then move from there to get their feet wet. I will also share that the dedicated sub program was a new model. It was something new that we were trying to bring in, a support resource that could provide more value to the school system by working every day immersed in a school setting where they get to know the students as well as their colleague teachers and the administration, and really become a part of the fabric of that particular school. And it's worked out nicely. The principals really appreciate that model and its support. And so we've tried to manage that as effectively as we can. And I do want to thank Ms. Michelle Ezell, who oversees our substitute coordination, and Ms. Tracy Matera, who hires almost 500 temps a year. As Ms. Ogburn said, it's not an exhaustive list, but there's a lot of activity in hiring in the temporary category that people don't realize. So I wanted to share that. Continuously reimagining recruitment initiatives is just par for the course for any school district in this day and age. because of the challenges that we face. And so, as you know, we go out to colleges and universities to recruit and attend their job fairs. The trend that we have seen lately is that because the education classes have shrunk on some university campuses, it's a all majors job fair. It's no longer just an education specific fair. Ms. Thomas went to Bowie State University. Ms. Morley, you've been to Howard University. So you can see those changing trends, which is why we focus more on making investments in platforms like Radiancy to go out and help us with outreach via social media to drive more applicants and potential hires to our own fairs that we're hosting for ourselves. Because we figure if you come to our job fair, then you probably are interested in coming to Charles County Public Schools. And there are a lot of people who live in the county that commute outside of it to work. And so, you know, getting some of those folks back who maybe used to teach, for example, in the school system and left some years ago, and now that the government is going through its shifts, they're coming back to teaching, and we want to be able to capitalize on things like that. And Chevy and Mia do a great job with our external and internal strategic recruitment. Our telephone outreach was something new that Dr. Navarro partnered with me to do, and we loved it. You know, our robocall to try to drive more traffic to those internal job fairs. The International Teacher Program, we've already talked about, Grow Your Own Professional Learning will cover. But one thing we're really proud of, and Ms. Patterson will appreciate this, is our military spouse employment partner, because she happens to be a military spouse. So thank you for your family service. And Ms. Ogburn, our veteran down here, was the leader in getting us inducted into this program. And we have been able to hire, I think, about 3 or 4 military spouses, because military families, they move into an area. Sometimes they're teachers who are looking for jobs in a local school system. Other times they want to work in other capacities, maybe part-time work, for example, food services, some of our other clerical positions to support their families. And that is a new and innovative way, I think, that we're outreaching and doing our part to support the military and their families. So we're excited about that partnership going forward.
Yeah, so what you have in front of you is just an example of what that targeting for our internal job fairs is going to do for us. So if you look at the 2 bar graphs, the bottom one is how many people register events. So that means people saw the ad that went out for the marketing, so we're touching more people. And then the top number, the darker number, is how many attended. So with the platform that we use, Radiancy, this is another way that we can capture data points so we can figure out where are we getting our most return on investment. So if we're spending money in marketing for certain events and it proves to be successful that we are, because a lot of times the folks who may have registered for one event may not have shown for that one, but they may attend the next one coming forward. So the more people we can touch, hopefully the more new hires that we can bring into our system. The next one is, we talked about the government shutdown. We talked about the government employees leaving. This is just an overview of all of our job fairs most recently. But we tried to put on the far right corner, even though we named this the government worker hires, we wanted to point out, as you can see down the far right column, how many we hired. Unfortunately, we have lost a few already, but we are trying to tap into any opportunity that we can to bring our new employees into our workforce. So we are tracking that number of government employees as well.
And to help us with retaining even our government employees, we did introduce the 90-day and 66-month check-in last school year. We're actually getting ready to send out our 90-day survey at the end of November. And this year it's going to go to all of our employees, not just our teachers. Last year it went to just the teachers, so this year it'll be going to all of our employees. I'm happy to report, though, that we did get feedback from the surveys that was overwhelmingly positive. So everybody can brace themselves. It was actually positive feedback from our new teachers, but I will say the biggest challenge that they experienced based on the data was classroom management and student behavior. And if you remember years before in our exit interview data, some of the reasons they left had to do with the leadership in their building. We didn't see any of that on these surveys. So while student behavior and classroom management may be a challenge, it was good to hear that the community, the school leadership is surrounding those new teachers and giving them the supports that they need. And then we continue to review this data from the surveys because, as Ms. Major said and Mr. Shimizu said, we do want to make sure our teachers and new staff get off to a good start and remain with us after the school year ends.
Absolutely.
And with that, as they are, I will bring up our professional learning team, because once we get them here, we want them to stay. So we want to talk about all of the supports that come forward. Come on, Mr. Lowndes, all of the supports that we provide to our new teachers.
I believe joining us, we have Ms. Velvet Gibson, Ms. Cynthia Pryor, Holly Dolan, and Corinne Devers. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Moore Lee, Vice Chair Kramer, Dr. Navarro, and board members. I'm Velvet Gibson, the Coordinator of Professional Learning, and I'm joined by our 3 staff growth and retention specialists who also are in the Office of Professional Learning, and they will introduce themselves in the presentation. As we continue a part of our Grow Your Own efforts, we want to strengthen our educator pipeline and retain our high-quality staff. Through that, we provide supports in various areas, including teacher preparation, licensure support, extended professional learning through national board, and mentoring. Our Grow Your Own initiative of the Instructional Assistant Academy has impacted almost 200 of our IAs since its inception in 2022. Through this program, we had 6% of our participants become teachers this year. And so we are excited that they are moving from support staff to our teaching workforce. They took advantage of these supports, and we offered them help to transition them into that classroom teacher position. You'll hear about other supports that supported them to get there, but the Academy provided the foundation for them. We give them tools to use instructionally, how to support our students with IEPs, as well as classroom management techniques. All of this mirrors a teaching training that we want our educators to have. In terms of retention, we've retained 75% of participants through this program as continuing CCPS employees. And because of this academy, we have seen the need by 5% more registered participants this year, noting that we still need attention to these strategies and techniques, and as well they need the support. Additionally, for our Grow Your Own, we are building that teacher pipeline with our current CCPS students. Our Teacher Academy of Maryland has 160 students currently enrolled this year. With that, we have 7 students who are supporting our Title I schools as educational assistants. So they are receiving some hands-on experiences supporting their learning as future educators. Previous grant funding, we provided scholarships for 2 former CCPS students who are also TAM students, and they are continuing their education at Bowie State University. So they have agreed to return to Charles County as teachers once they graduate. So we are looking forward to having them return to our classrooms based off of that.
Otherwise, we get the money back.
We'll use those vehicles that we're going to offer.
Additionally, we are building this pipeline with our middle school students through the Office of CTE. They are providing programming and curriculum to our Educators Risings program for our middle school students. This helps them to build their interest in teaching as a career, and so they understand what the models and modes of teaching are, but then they can also learn more about how to become a teacher in the TAM program and those opportunities that we offer. Mrs. Holly Dolan will discuss additional Grow Your Own initiatives that we are also implementing at this time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Always makes my teacher heart happy. So, yes, the call and response. I am Holly Dolan, and today I am going to provide an update on the work that the Office of Professional Learning is doing to strengthen our teacher pipeline and advance our Grow Your Own programming. To begin, I'd like to underscore our programs of best fit model. Like our students, we know that our conditional teachers and our support staff come to us with diverse backgrounds. So there is not a one-size-fits-all program that we can offer or that we can design. Rather, I spend much of my time out at schools in one-on-one advising sessions, helping staff select degree or licensure programs that will work best for them based on from a financial, formatting, and timeline standpoint. It is our hope that this personalized support makes our staff feel like valued members of a community that is truly invested in their success. Next, we continue to expand our IHE partnerships, including adding additional collaborations with HBCUs and Hispanic serving institutions. Most recently, we refined a student teaching MOU. Oh, was it on my slide? Sorry. We refined a student teaching MOU with Western Governors University, which is an emerging HSI, and we are in the inquiry phase with Coppin State University regarding their licensure options. By collaborating with a broad range of institutions, we align with the Blueprint's call for equitable recruitment, but more importantly, we also ensure that our workforce reflects the students whom we serve. Over the past year, we've also increased our assessment supports. We know that sometimes teachers struggle with tests like the Praxis or portfolios with EdTPA, but passing them is essential to achieving professional licensure. So to address this, we have expanded Praxis tutoring, we provide print and electronic study resources, and we offer on-demand, high-quality preparation tools such as learning liaisons. In looking ahead, we are aiming to create an innovative partnership with Sophia Learning, which is a platform recommended by the American Council on Education for foundational level coursework. This option offers flexible, affordable courses for support staff who are just beginning their college careers. Finally, CCPS is actively exploring the MSDE Resident Teacher Apprenticeship Program. This is an Earn While You Learn initiative that aligns directly with the Blueprint's call for alternative pathways into the teaching profession. This apprenticeship model blends paid school-based experiences with coursework and mentorship, enabling participants to earn certification as they work. By creating these career-connected learning opportunities, CCPS can attract, prepare, and retain talented individuals who may not have previously thought teaching was an attainable or sustainable career for them. I'm now going to pass it off to Corinne Devers to talk about National Board.
Good afternoon. I'm Corinne Devers. Our National Board Certification Initiative continues to be a key component of the staff growth and retention strategy in Charles County. The goal is to provide meaningful support for teachers as they navigate the rigorous certification process, while also developing accomplished teacher leaders within our school buildings. I'd like to begin by highlighting the progress we've made within our National Board Certification Program. In December of 2024, 24 teachers achieved National Board Certification in Charles County. That is the largest group of teachers we've had certified yet. And 39 are currently awaiting those December scores for their initial certification. So come on, December. These accomplishments represent not only the dedication of the teachers, but also the growing strength of the systems we built to support them throughout this rigorous process. Over the past several years, we've seen consistent and measurable growth, both in the number of National Board certified teachers as well as in the candidates within our schools. During the 23-24 school year, we had 27 National Board certified teachers and 79 candidates. Last school year, that number grew to 40 MBCTs and 128 candidates. And currently, we have 61 National Board certified teachers in Charles County and 125 active candidates. So we're hoping to, get up to the 80s this December. This growth illustrates the deep commitment of our teachers and the continuous improvement of our supports. A key factor in this growth is our National Board Academy, where we host monthly candidate support sessions facilitated by current MBCTs in Charles County, focusing on aligning evidence to standards, rewriting written commentary, and deepening reflection in our teaching practice. And the structures provide authentic, teacher-led professional learning while offering our MBCTs meaningful opportunities for teacher leadership. We've also piloted our first school-based support cohort this year at Benjamin Stoddard Middle School, which is also one of our focus schools for the 25-26 school year. The goal is to bring national board learning directly into the school community, helping candidates to collaborate within their building and embedding that professional learning into their daily practice. This model will inform us as how we will expand future school-based cohorts across the district. We're excited this year to introduce an affinity space, a new initiative designed to support and uplift teachers of color going through the national board process. The space fosters community, encourages collaboration, and ensures equitable access to professional growth opportunities for all educators. Finally, for the second consecutive year, CCPS has secured nearly $50,000 through the MSDE National Board Support Grant, and these funds allow us to provide tangible supports to our candidates, such as stipends for our professional learning facilitators, writing workshops to strengthen candidate commentaries, compensation for trained portfolio reviewers for candidates to receive prior to submission of their components, as well as grant purchase recording devices and study materials, and we've even been able to provide them with one release day to either take their component one assessment or work on their component commentary. So while we're proud of all this work and the expanding supports, several interested educators have definitely expressed concern about the sustainability of the funding for that initial certification process. Currently, it is covered by part of the MSDE fee incentive program. So we really feel that ensuring that these supports and incentives remain stable will be essential to maintaining momentum and continuing to attract teachers to this rigorous professional learning opportunity. At this time, Ms. Cindy Pryor will discuss our teacher mentorship within Charles County.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to speak with you today and highlight our office's achievements through mentorship. We are supporting early educators and teacher leaders through our mentorship. Nationally, the data shows that we are able to increase the retention of teachers that are assigned a mentor in their first year. And as you can see through our data that I will be sharing with you, we are making a difference in this county. Also this year, we're also pleased to announce that we're expanding our mentor program by introducing 3 cohorts of mentors. These cohorts allow us to support educators across a broad spectrum of experience and deepen their understanding of adult learning and mentoring strategies. Ultimately, this will increase the impact on our new teachers. As shown on this slide, you can see that we have been busy at work making an impact. Over the last year, we were able to complete 781 opportunities for new teachers to observe master teachers in action. Our team consists of 65 anchor mentors, 17 new teacher mentors who are our retired teachers who have come back to pour into today's educators, along with 4 lead anchor mentors that support anchors in their schools and new teachers, especially in our Title I schools. Together, not only are we able to facilitate classroom observations where best practices can be observed, but we're also able to help teachers develop the next steps plans that will enable them to have a large impact on the students that they serve daily. Our team has continued to collaborate with our district specialists and exemplary classroom teachers. These teachers are met meet novice teachers where they are, and they build their skills and help them grow in a safe environment. And all of this is done to help improve student achievement. In closing, we all know it, mentorship matters, and we in our office are continuing to think, inspire, and grow teachers and students, and hopefully our data reflects that. We also wanted to share with you a little clip. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
So one of the updates I want to provide is that, COMAR does require us to provide support for first year, second year, and third year teachers. The mentorship program has grown over the last couple of years, and these women here always take the feedback from the folks that are participating in the programs and enhance it. And one of the things they enhanced was the anchor teacher a couple of years when they realized they wanted more help and more support from other teachers within their building that are teaching their content. All of the money for the mentor-mentee programs are coming out of Title II grant. And that's one of the grants that will be no longer funded. And so we are going to have to figure out a way, and I'm just letting the board know now, to continue because of COMAR requiring us to provide these programs for year 1, year 2, year 3.
Don't tell us,
to
tell
figure
Ms.
out a
Acton.
way. See the piece they gave me to talk about? They wanted all the fun. And I got to talk about the budget. So at this time, they're going to show highlights of their programs, and it's a great video.
But just pretend.
We'll sing do 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 do. As you can see, this is our National Board celebration. It is our mix and mingle where we connect our new teachers with our university partners. It is our anchor trainings where we are pouring into our anchors so they can support conditional and novice teachers. It's our government workers who are coming to our district. It is our NEO where we are starting to lay the foundation for our teachers, and all the supports that our small but mighty office provides for our teachers.
And our institutions of higher education do come in the evenings to our new teacher academy, which is one of the great partnerships because our teachers actually get to talk to the representatives from the school, learn more about their programs, and we're excited that they continue to partner with us during this time because teachers sometimes don't have the time to go out and find their programs after talking to Holly.
One of the highlights is really, with the special education IAs becoming teachers. So one of the best academy that I attended this year was with our Achieve teacher, who couldn't speak enough about all the support he got when he was an IA, and that's really what made him want to go into teaching, and now he's having a successful year. And I think one of the highlights of having our IAs go into these programs is that they already understand what they're getting into. And I think you heard earlier today where we had some people leave because they didn't quite understand sometimes some of the behaviors that are a part of some of the programs that we have within our school system. So at this time, we have some questions for HR or for us.
Starting down here, anything? You still thinking? Go ahead.
I'm just going to say this is all good news, and I'm glad that we are having a safe space for our teachers, beginning teachers, to making sure they understand their roles, and also to make them feel that, hey, I don't know it all. I got someone to lean on. So that's very enlightening to know about. And for Ms. Major, your team is doing great. I just want to know when you get ready to do your tours, Howard, Townsend, Coppin, Bowie, and Morgan, just let me know, okay? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you. Great presentation. Mr. Lowndes, back when you were talking about the grant for the mentor program, what was the name of that grant again?
It's the Title II grant.
Title II. When is that sunsetting? 27. And how much?
So we got about 800,000 this year.
800,000. Okay. All right.
And it does a lot of professional learning for us.
Yeah.
It is the professional
Professional
learning
learning.
grant.
For-
So, yes, that's what it's for.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Miss, not sure. You won last time. I'll let the vice chair have it.
I was like, I have to last. Thank you, Ms. Smith and Madam Chair. I appreciate that. This is really a great presentation. When I first looked at it, I was like, oh, this is a lot. When I saw 34 slides, I'm like, what is going on here? But then I realized there's a lot going on here, right? You all are working, like you are really trying to leave no stone unturned for our staff, and from everything from recruiting to retention to professional development. So really kudos to you guys for all the work that you're doing. It's obviously this is only a small portion, but from what we can see alone here, I mean, you're not sleeping, clearly.
Right.
So I just want to say kudos to you all for sure, for all of this. And I just want to highlight a couple of things that while, we are hiring, it looks like around 70% conditional teachers now, that the overall makeup in the workforce look like only about 30%. So just, for the benefit of the public, that while yes, there's an increasing number of conditional teachers being hired, we are still retaining a significant amount of certified and qualified teachers. So I just thought that was important to highlight. And I do love the continuous tailoring of supports for educators, because it's something I've heard as feedback from educators, like, okay, well, what I need in my first year or my second year may not be what I need, down the line. And so I really do appreciate the varying levels of support that's being provided. And I'm just hoping that continues, is going to help us to continue to, retain and provide those necessary supports tailored to the educator's needs. But I just want to make sure too that while obviously we know the urgent needs in those first few years, and we want to make sure we show them that we're supporting them, that we don't forget about our teachers who have been here a little bit longer, because I don't want them to feel like, well, after 3 years, nobody's going to care, what I'm doing or what I think or what supports I need. So I just want to make sure that if there's not something already in place, whether it's the surveys or just opportunities for I don't know what we would consider them, maybe adolescent, educators at that point, that they're able to have supports that are tailored to them as well. So just want to make sure that I highlighted that as well. And then I did have a question about substitutes. So can anyone talk about what changes that have been made to the substitute program? Because I have heard that some schools lost some dedicated positions, and there's been some movement when it comes to substitutes. So I just wanted to ask for clarification on that.
Sure. Sure. So the dedicated substitute model that was introduced initially was based on school enrollment and the number of staff members in the building. This year, we made the mistake of allowing principals to kind of customize what they thought they needed. And so we had to meet with Ms. Acton. Money.
It all comes down to that, right?
Yes, it came down to money. And so we did shrink the purse strings, or pull the purse strings in a little bit. But we did ensure every school had at least one dedicated sub.
Okay.
And the challenge that we experienced at the beginning of the school year, which was a good problem for us, was that there were not very many absences. So there was not work available for a lot of the dedicated subs or daily subs. And so that's kind of where some of the confusion, we received calls, is Red Rover broken? I don't see any absences. And I said, no, teachers are at work.
Right.
So that was a good problem for us to have.
So the principals were expecting to, I guess, have the same number of dedicated subs that they had last year, and then that was reduced.
Yes. It was reined in. And there were a lot of other variables associated with it that we won't bore you all with, but we did have to kind of look at the model and make sure that we were not going to overspend our budget for substitutes again for this school year.
Okay, understood. That clarification is helpful. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you all again.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yes, I want to echo the kudos of my colleagues. Amazing work, well done. Want to harp on, one, seeing the tea leaves in terms of what was happening with the government and pulling up very quickly to try to attract some of that high-quality talent that was hitting the pipeline in terms of those folks that were either RIF'd or were looking to retire and seeking a second career. Well done. Just some great talent that's floating out there that's looking for a home, and Charles County absolutely should be their home. That's one. Two, in terms of the recruitment innovations that you all have put in place, top notch. From the international teachers going into their third year, the military spouses, well thought of. Enhancements to the, maybe that's teaching and training, I can't read my own handwriting. But as someone who has hired a number of people and trained folks over the course of my career, there definitely is a causation between hiring the right people and training them properly and getting them to stay. So ensuring that those who are coming into the profession in their first to third year, have that support, have that catch-all, have that net where they're able to work with a series of teachers. So great work putting those mentoring positions in place to be able to support those teachers. And definitely hear my colleague of ensuring that those folks who are beyond their 3 years still get some supports as well. I liken it to what we heard last board meeting from Davis, where there was a novice teacher that was speaking about the collaborative teacher planning and how much that meant to him as a novice teacher, being able to have that dedicated time to deepen his practice in real time on the job. Just well done. I think CCPS is coming together with a variety of just really great and innovative strategies, and it's all coming together for us, and I just love and appreciate all the work that you all are doing. I do have 2 questions. The first one is, can you speak a little bit about the uptick that you all have seen? I can understand in terms of recruiting, wanting to be strategic and making sure that we're stretching our dollar. But in terms of those kind of cold emails to institutes of higher education to make them aware of vacancies that we may have or virtual job fairs we may have, are you seeing any uptick there?
Would you guys say we're seeing uptick? I don't think so. I will say with the institutions of higher ed, we're having a harder time, recruiting through their job fairs. And interestingly, we always collect feedback. Ms. Hill is very good about making sure people fill out their surveys when they come back from on campus. And sometimes, people just aren't interested in leaving the area in which they live or the state in which they hail from. And we've also seen incentives being offered. That's where we really need help from the Maryland State Department of Education. We see states offering incentives to teachers to keep them in state. I'm trying to remember, David, North Carolina, was it how many thousands of dollars to stay in state?
In North Carolina, they pay for the whole undergrad.
They pay for their undergrad.
You owe them 3 years.
And they owe them 3 years back teaching because they've paid for their bachelor's degree. So the state has to look at some programs to help the 24 school systems as well. They say they have a digital recruitment campaign, but we don't really see a lot of that. I will say when I drive to Ocean City, I always see the Charles County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Berry has a billboard, and I see it, even in Ocean City. So, with a small amount of money, we have to be thoughtful about how we spend it, but it would help if our own state education department did more marketing to get folks to Maryland.
Perhaps
and
we can partner
interested
with the
in
sheriff's
teaching.
office. We are safe and we value education.
Have a safe summer.
I mean, the reason I raise it is I'm thinking about our tribally controlled colleges and universities, because I did see that we were very low on being able to attract educators who are from indigenous or Indian backgrounds. And so wanting to be thoughtful about where they may be educated and how we can kind of get them into our system or our pipeline as well.
And we do look at that data. So Ms. Hill. If we've had success with actually securing talent from those schools in the previous recruitment season. So she has a couple of meetings that she leads with us to look at where we want to go each season, fall and spring. And we also have to look at the registration fees, because some of the colleges and universities, their registration fees to attend the job fair can be prohibitively expensive.
I'm sure.
And so we have to balance a lot of different factors when we decide where we're going to go.
My last question is just around special education, specifically with conditional teachers and subs. Is there any additional training or support those new educators may receive as they step into supporting students with disabilities in contained classrooms?
It is actually added additional classes this year in that they're offering after school. But they're also offering some, because we have substitutes this year, We are going to be providing some substitutes and having some come out actually during the day, as well as offering the IA trainings during the half days. So there are opportunities. They have increased the amount of trainings that they're providing our staff, and the types of trainings as well.
Just wanted to be thoughtful about how we're thinking about some of our more vulnerable students. They're all important, obviously, but some of those vulnerable populations that may be nonverbal, that maybe have some other difficulties, and those educators who are newly stepping into the profession and may not fully understand, whether it be the paperwork or the expectation of the job, and just what additional supports they may be receiving. So appreciate the
But I
response.
agree. I mean, part of it is there's a lot that comes out of a new special ed teacher. I mean, there's a lot that comes out of all new teachers, but then with your special ed teacher, you have the whole law thing that comes at you with the IEP, and you got to write the goals, and if you don't write the goals correctly, and so I think, people don't realize the amount of the more training that's needed for someone who's teaching our students that have IEPs.
Absolutely. Well said. Thank you.
Ms. Thomas.
Thank you. Oh, Ms. Majors, this is my jam. As an HR professional for over 20-something years, I was very happy to see the innovation that you have going on in recruiting. When I first came to the board, I had lots of conversations about let's try this and let's try this. And I'm very pleased to see that you've done a lot of that. I'm also pleased to see that the analysis is important, right? You don't just throw money at recruiting fairs or just go anywhere. You really have to be strategic. We've seen the decrease in student and teacher programs. You're asking kids to teach, and they're like, why would I do that? I didn't even like my teachers. I don't want to teach. Or for a variety of reasons that people aren't wanting to go into teaching. So I do like the fact that we're also trying to appeal to people to see the value of wanting to teach and the collaboration that's going on. When you get here, we don't leave you high and dry. We also have professional development. So I really think that's great because in the HR world, we understand that employee engagement is how you keep people, and you can't do any work without the people. So, it's really the human capital strategies that matter. So I do have one question on slide 18. You talked about using surveys. Are you using the Oracle survey functionality to do your surveys? Because we know that 6 months, 90 days, that's all great, but there's a functionality in the Oracle HCM product that you can continuously survey your employees, not survey them to death. We know people don't like that, but just the ability to be able to use those surveys periodically for certain groups of people. You can customize the surveys. I think that would be a great idea to gather that data that you need. And you can do it based on, people's skills and all. It's in there. So if you have questions, you can ask. Because you can do the pulse surveys and the general surveys. So I just think that would be a really good idea to leverage that functionality.
Absolutely.
And then the other thing on slide 9, there was some data about we're hiring teachers, they're provisional, they're licensed and certificated. I would really like to see the conversion path. Like, how long is it taking for people to get there? I know they only have a certain amount of time, but who's the people that are getting there faster, and who are the people that's taking a little longer, or who are the people that are dropping out and why? I think it would be really good to know. Not that you guys aren't doing a lot of the work to help people, but why is somebody dropping out? I think would be really good.
Okay.
I think that deep dive and that analysis could just be very informative. The other thing that, this is to Dr. Navarro. So Dr. Navarro, you remember last year in May, I cornered Dr. Wright and I was like, hey, we still have some gaps in education. We know that people don't always go into education as their first choice. I started out as a teaching major and I was like, then I went to something else and something, right? But we have the CTE programs. They're very important. And we know we still have that struggle of people who come from industry, who would be amazing in academia. But that conversion of, now I got to go get a certificate to be a teacher. We asked Dr. Wright if she was willing to talk at the state level about how we can relax some of those rules. If we have a Food and Drug Administration scientist, if we have some IT professionals, how do we help them come to be teachers because they have industry knowledge, they have not worked in academia, but they can't, I really think that's our other group of workforce that we need to try to find a way to get to. Because I think given the salaries that we can offer to people in comparison to what they may earn in academia, in industry, But if this is their second career, finding a way to convert them, I really think we should dig into that a little bit to see how do we convert an IT professional has 20 years of experience. This is their second career. They want to come, but then we have this come learn to teach. Come be a teacher in your expertise area, and oh, by the way, get your teaching degree. It's a bit much. And so if we could just figure out a way to partner with Dr. Wright to ask that question, I think that would be great, because our staff is doing the hard work and our students need some more industry experience. And that also gives us another pipeline of folks that we could look for recruiting, because there are people who are retiring in 20 years, retiring in 25 years, and they could come and really, give us some experience for industry and help our students.
Thank you. We'll follow up on that. I'm looking at Kevin Howard a little bit, because there have been some flexibilities in requirements for certain things, so that also could be a direct question. And I'm also thinking about some follow-ups that we can also do about what would be proposed COMAR changes. I think that's what Ms. Thomas is queuing up. What are the proposed COMAR tweaks that would allow for that to happen beyond being set in a conditional status, which is, right now, they would just be, you have a biology degree or chemistry or physics or engineering, you would come in as a conditional, but conditional means, the whole table right in front of us literally picks you up and guides you through becoming licensed. And I think what we're trying to, I think there's a little bit of a piece around that we were also talking about is the flexibility of like having adjunct faculty model in the public school system, which is what we're trying to think about. It's not, also some people that don't have to leave their full-time job and want to potentially teach part-time for us and do their full-time job. And as you mentioned in CTE, it could be in a whole bunch of other field careers.
Yeah, and I think that would be an awesome opportunity. For English teachers, math teachers, I'm not coming for you. If you are a math teacher, because I was not a good math student, please come teach the students math. We appreciate you. But there are some careers, maybe their language, for our dual language program we're going to talk about later, two-way immersion. There's some IT, there's some science, consulting, there's business classes. I really do think those people that we see coming into the pipeline, which could be a recruiting gold mine for us, we just have to figure out a way for some flexibility. I do think that adjunct model, I know people are looking at it like it may be weird, but we do need to find some ways and still keep our traditional students. It's traditional teachers, they're important. Anybody who decides to teach and wants to do well, I applaud them, and I think they have a place here too, but just to give us a little jolt so that those teachers can have more time to do other things.
Very good feedback.
Thank you.
And if I could piggyback on that, earlier this year, Mr. Lowndes and I went to Tokyo to visit Bunkyo. And I will die on this hill that I think it's a brilliant idea that everyone that graduates for them from their universities is automatically, would love for them to work for us, but they automatically have a teaching certificate.
Oh, yes.
So at any time, they could go into teaching and already have those qualifications. And I thought it was a simple and yet potentially very effective way to automatically, God knows how many, exponentially expand our workforce.
Absolutely.
So speaking of COMAR regulations, that perhaps that's something that we could look, probably a long-term project, but I'm up for the challenge. Also want to point out that as we always make sure that we indicate how this ties in overall to why are we presenting this? Why is this important? In addition to data, this also ties into our strategic plan, which Ms. Samisha Thomas and the subcommittee will present on later, just for the benefit of the public. And just a general question, obviously we've talked a lot about this, but just simply put, why should people care? What is the significance of having a diverse, outside of obviously the blueprint requirement, having the diverse teacher workforce? How does that benefit CCPS for anyone? Because for some people, candidly, hearing that word, it's a trigger for them. And they feel like it's reducing in some areas or eliminating, especially as you see the workforce changing. So I'd love to.
So I can say there is research behind that. When people see someone that looks like them teach to them, they do better, and they are more motivated.
And more likely to go to college.
Correct.
Thank you.
And
I know
so-
we've talked about that, but it always bears repeating, candidly.
Yes.
For someone that may be seeing this for the first time,
Yeah.
there is a definite tie, especially the teaching profession in general is dominated by women. And so
Yes.
even just growing the number of men we have,
Yes.
then ultimately determines, the success for more men in the future.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Were you going to add something, Dr.? Yeah.
The research is very clear on this. We are a predominantly black and brown district, so we should mirror the demographics of our students. The research is also clear that teachers of color tend to be able to more correctly pinpoint kids of color needed for acceleration and tend to have less disciplinary impact on students of color. So it is necessary that we have the teaching force mirroring our student demographics. And the research is clear on that.
I appreciate that input, Dr. Navarro. Thank you. Also, and look, I'm going to adhere to my own. I have like literally a page full of questions. I'm reining myself in. I know, it's like picking your favorite child. What do you ask? Okay, well, to Vice Chair Kramer's point, which is one that I had as well, about offering opportunities for teachers beyond year 3. I just had a thought. A question too about the definition of a master teacher, and I'm imagining that is the benefit for the more seasoned teachers, is serving as anchors. Forgive me, I'm forgetting the
Teacher
terminology.
leaders,
Thank you. Yes,
yeah.
you know what I mean. And so, if you could explain a little bit about the master teachers,
wanna talk
and
about
also I
that?
thought that maybe that's where I know the collaborative planning. In theory is supported. We have, admittedly, we got some feedback from EACC that there are some kinks to work out, but I would imagine that is another huge benefit as well for the more seasoned teachers to keep on top of your game.
So
Yes,
I
Ms.
will
Pryor.
say that our mentoring model has our retired teacher mentors who come back, as I spoke of, but we also want to continue to pour into our experienced teachers and give them opportunities for leadership as well.
Right.
A lot of our veteran or experienced teachers are already doing the work. They're already supporting teachers. They've been doing it for their entire careers. But now this is a way to acknowledge and give them the tools that they need to do it effectively. So we offer training for our mentors. So it's another level of professional learning to help equip them in today's educational landscape to really build up their leadership and prepare them to facilitate. We use our anchor mentors in a lot of different ways, whether they're facilitating a session at BEST or supporting our team in those areas as well. So it's one way for us to show our experienced teachers that we see them and we value what they bring to the table and continuing to build on them. That's another reason that we have our 3 cohort model this year, because we wanted to recognize that teachers have a wide range of experiences. So we want to give them what they need and continue to help them grow.
And that professional learning that we offer also helps them as they are helping adults. So just because you're a teacher doesn't mean that you know how to help teachers learn, right? And so understanding the components of mentoring, understanding how to relate to an adult, how an adult learns, and those adult learning theories and practices, we have to train them in that too. So not only are our master teachers learning that, they are providing that to our novice educators as well. And to the point of what happens after a third-year teacher, we offer a variety of professional learning for all of our staff. So whether it is their content-based and what they want or need to learn more in math or new strategies in their content area, or if it's something behaviorally that they are looking for another chance to understand what it means to have an inclusion class, or how do I support the students in this class. We offer those throughout the year, and so they can take those professional learnings as well.
All right, well, thank you all very much. Obviously, this is one of the topics we could talk about all day, but we are running behind. So I'm willing to blame everyone except for me.
Thank you. It was great seeing you all.
Appreciate you. Mr. Lowndes, don't go far, sir.
Yes.
The dual lottery, the dual language lottery program is up next. I know, we're getting closer to a break. Don't worry. I have not forgotten. I know, right? These next two should be relatively quick.
I imagine so.
Hello. So joining Mr. Lowndes is Miss Autumn Hoffman, the Content Specialist for English Language Development and Bilingual. Yes. Welcome, Ms. Hoffman.
Can you see the clicker? See if it works. It's right there.
I got all excited until I saw this is basically.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Navarro. Today we're here to talk about the dual language program. When we brought this forward a couple years ago, one of the questions was asked was, will this be available for all families throughout the county? And at that time, Middleton was bursting at the seams with students. So we weren't able to offer it to any more students other than the students that were currently at Middleton. With the opening of Thornton, it has, and the redistricting of our students in the area, it has actually opened up some seats at Middleton next year for incoming kindergartners. So here today, Autumn's going to talk about how parents can apply to a lottery and to try to get into one of the 25 seats that will be available for our county-wide program at Middleton.
So like Mr. Lowndes was just sharing, this is going to be, we are working on an application process for this current school year to enroll students for next August 2026. There are going to be seats for kindergarten, first and second grade, with kindergarten being the primary grade that we're enrolling for. So like he was just sharing, 25 seats, approximately one class worth of students enrolling in kindergarten at AMES. First and second grade students, there will be a lottery available, but how many students are accepted is going to depend on the current enrollment at Middleton before we'll know how many seats are available to fill. We would love to give as much opportunity to the program, to the citizens of Charles County in the program as possible, so we definitely don't want seats in the program sitting open when they could be filled by parents students whose parents want them in there. Second grade students will have to meet a Spanish proficiency requirement. This has been the case for the program since the beginning of the planning. And this is based on research that tells us students who start after first semester of first grade have a very hard time catching up in Spanish language development and Spanish language literacy, and they are less likely to be successful. So this is a common practice in Maryland. First semester of first grade will be the cutoff, or in some districts, they actually have end of kindergarten being the cutoff. So for us, if they are trying to enroll in second grade in the lottery, they will have to be screened for language proficiency in order to be finally enrolled. And that is only so the students can be successful. Public and non-public students will be eligible. We are working with the Office of Accountability on the application process to make sure that even if they are not currently a student, they still will have access to the application so that it's equitable for all citizens. And there's going to be two categories for the lottery. So a parent is going to have to, by the end of the application, say, I would like to be considered as an English-speaking family student or other, or a Spanish-speaking student. And the reason for that is because we do have to manage the proportion of language speakers in the program. Research shows us that we can't have more than a 70-30 difference. So our minority language is Spanish, and so we have to have a minimum of 30% Spanish speakers in order for the program to fulfill its potential. So some logistical information about it. There will be a parent information night tomorrow. It's going to be at Middleton from 5 to 6 p.m. It will be hybrid, so it's in person if parents want to attend, or it will be on Zoom. We have advertised this through the Office of Communications. A press release went out last week, and we've shared the flyers with all principals so they can share it to their community as well. Since we submitted this presentation, we've actually also added a second parent night so that parents have more than one chance. So please consider that there's also a night next Tuesday, the 21st, that is going to be virtual only. So both of those dates have been shared with the community. Once we have done both of those parent nights, we will put at least one of those recordings on the CCBOE website for parents to access at other times, and also on the Middleton website so that it's available as much as possible. Between now and January, we're going to do as much advertising of the program application as possible so that as many people who are interested can apply. And then the lottery application window will open on January 5th and it will close on February 8th. So it is approximately 4 weeks that it will stay open, and we will continue advertising during the window as well. The lottery itself will take place on February 11th. And then we will notify parents by email on or before the 20th of February if they were accepted or if they were placed on a wait list. And then also at that time, if they're accepted, they will hear about next steps that they'll need to take. Like I was just sharing, they will be placed on a wait list. If they are not, I think I actually covered all this information except for the bottom bullet, which is that parents will have to provide transportation. So that is going to provide a little like limitations, but that is what we're able to offer at this time. And then here you can see a timeline of what, how this process will go. So of course now we are advertising and sharing with you. In January, we will open the lottery window. We will run it on the 20th of February. In March and April, parents will be completing some required steps. Those steps include actually enrolling the kindergarten students if they're not already in pre-K. So they'll have until the end of April to complete their registration. We are going to advertise and provide support at the early learning launch so that we will have support to do a registration for any kindergartners that are going to be enrolling at that time. And we will have interpreters for families who need additional support with the registration process. And then in May through August, we will just fill seats from the wait list as needed. And then in August, they will start in the program. And that is the update that I have for you.
Fantastic. Questions or comments? Yes, Ms. Obanai.
So just to make sure I understood, so the dual language immersion program, it's basically, is it like two students, like a native English speaker and Spanish speaker in the same classroom?
So
right?
yes, so
okay.
Ideally approximately half of the students would be speakers of each of those languages.
Mm-hmm.
It can go as different as 30-70%.
Oh, okay.
But they learn in Spanish and they learn in English. And so they might learn their reading in Spanish in first grade and then their math in English.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I just wanted to make sure you understood that they also learn the both languages at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool because I know that like as younger students, that's like kind of the best time for them to start learning like other languages and other cultures because you can like cling to it easier. So I thought that was really good. That was all.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Smith and then Ms. Thomas?
Well, one, I'd like to advocate for this presentation in the future to be in another language. I think the board needs to get a taste of what our students will be experiencing at this wonderful elementary school. But also just to note, we've said this before, but like bilingualism actually has profound impacts on brain science and brain function. So to allow these young kids to have this as early as possible, to our SMOBs, our student board members' point, is absolutely fabulous. My excitement is only tempered that my children are beyond elementary school. I would love to have had my children have this opportunity, so I'm just ecstatic about it. And any one of us who's been fortunate enough to travel internationally knows that dual languages is commonplace globally. Globally. This is not a new thing. This is nothing special. To have people speak more than one language is commonplace. So I'm just excited that we're able to bring it here to Charles County. In my profession, I've seen a number of dual language schools across the country for a variety of reasons, Title I, Title III, whatever it may have been that I was doing professionally at the time. Not new, but I'm so appreciative that we're now bringing it here. My next question will be, and I know this is probably several years out, would love to see this move to the middle school level, to be able to keep this going for these kindergartners as they progress, that at some point we have a middle school that offers this opportunity and we kind of keep this going. So no real questions, just a point of thinking about middle school at some point way in the future.
I actually can share that we already have started considering middle school options. The natural middle school that these students would attend would be Benjamin Stoddard, and I've spoken with Ms. Peavy, with Principal Peavy, and she has already started prioritizing bilingual staff members in her hiring whenever possible. And it is feasible that we could have what's called a strand program, so they would be a cohort inside of their grade, taking specific classes. So what that looks like, we will have to flesh out several years in the future, but I definitely want to continue providing the opportunity for the students that still want to participate in the program.
Absolutely. All of us campaigned in some way or another to ensure that we are always increasing access and opportunities for students. And I feel this is absolutely making good on the promises that we all stood up here to make. So very excited. Thank you.
Thanks so much to Miss Point. This weekend I was talking to a friend who moved to Finland. He got married to a Finnish citizen and moved to Finland. And I was talking to his wife and she said, we start to learn English when we're 7. And so everybody, most people in Finland speak Sweden, Finnish, and English. And I was like, wow. And she's like, so it's no, but he only speaks English, so he's now learning Finnish. And I was like, how is it going? And I was very interested to hear his adult self saying it's so difficult to try to go backwards. And so I'm very pleased that we are doing this because I think it's really, really helpful. And it's the globalization of our students, right? So they can, be able to understand culturally and be able to adapt and adopt in other places, which I think is awesome. So I'm very pleased to see this. And I'm very glad to see that we have created options and alternatives for students who are just not in a district. I think many times we hear a lot of parents say, only this is in this area, and if I didn't live here, then I don't have that opportunity. So thank you for having the vision to open it up when we could so other students could be able to attend. So thank you so much.
Vice Chair Kramer.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, no questions. I just wanted to say again, this is great. I'm so excited to see this, like Ms. Smith, and I think everyone here is, and I really think this is a wonderful opportunity for the county overall. I know there's only going to be a small number of slots, but hopefully in time those will grow, and we will expand it even more. But I just think this is a great opportunity for the public. So if you're listening, all of our wonderful viewers, yes, this opportunity is opening up, and so please apply. I don't think you're going to have any issues filling all of those seats and probably have a very extensive wait list. So I'm looking forward to hearing about the progress. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. My one regret is my youngest customer is an old man at 4th grade. So unfortunately, otherwise he surely would be applying whether he knew it or not. But I love this. And I love to hear that, you're always thinking ahead, that you are looking at expanding. And Ms. Smith is absolutely correct. This is the way of the world. As you travel, most people speak 2, 3. Our own superintendent is a polyglot, 4 or more languages. And I love this for us, that this will become our new norm. And many children that are now in kindergarten, they'll never know any different. So I think this is incredibly exciting. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you. All right, Dr. Navarro, proposed charter school amendment. Yes. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Mr. Lance. I apologize. Yes, Mr.
I forgot to add this earlier. Thank you.
Oh, sure.
But I was just saying that this would also be great for when students are entering high school and they have to take a language. Normally students have trouble acclimating to that, but if you've done this program, it'll be a lot easier. So I thought that was a worthwhile point to point out.
Yes.
And then also, I think this would be really beneficial too because it would narrow that achievement gap between the students because they'd be all working together and they'd be able to achieve in the same level. So I thought that was just what I wanted to add because I forgot to say that earlier.
Great insight.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Excellent point.
That's one of the foundational points of the program, so I'm glad you noticed.
And more seal of biliteracy recipients
Yes,
as well.
exactly.
Yes, Dr. Navarro. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. No, well, we're still a little bit behind. Oh, no, actually, you're right. No, actually, we're early. I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong thing. Yeah, the break. Yeah, no. Yeah, I guess I anticipate a lot of questions. Oh, we're actually early. Oh, okay. No, not at all. It's a longer break.
So good afternoon, everybody. Chris Miller is helping me pull up the PASOTA PowerPoint. Unfortunately, Ms. Jackson was supposed to be here today, but she was ill, and she allowed me to come forward to the board to present this request. So what I'm here to do is to talk a little bit about a charter agreement request that the operator, Ms. Jackson, is requesting from the board. Just as a reminder, you have a charter, which is also known as a contract with the operator on how the day-to-day sort of operations overall function for PSOTA. And so this request actually has to be approved through you, and that's why it's coming forward. Can we, oh, here, I think I can do this. There you go. So currently, you see here the current language regarding sibling preference for PSOTA. And what PSOTA is requesting is an amendment to section 6.4 of the charter agreement that would extend sibling preference to families whose children have graduated through 8th grade from PSOTA, so that their siblings would be able to come forward. And so the proposed language that you see below would say siblings of students already submitted to or then currently attending or have previously attended the charter school and completed the charter school program through 8th grade, their siblings would be able to be able to attend the school. Whoops. Automated seems so easy. Okay. And an important piece for the PSOTA community, why this really matters, you can see here that there is, you heard before from families that are sort of founding families of PSOTA that believe very much in the mission and the vision of PSOTA and why it came into existence, why the charter was developed and created. And so what they wanted to do is be able to continue that continuum so that families that really believe in the mission of the school are able to have all of their children go through that school. And so that would be the sibling preference, that if you have a child that maybe moves on to one of our high schools and has a younger child that's still in elementary, that at some point that younger child from that family could also continue and also attend PSOTA. You see here a little bit about supporting the family continuity, as I mentioned, maintaining sort of a stable enrollment. It is easier to look kind of down the line and see what the potential is for families that are interested and have multiple children. As an operator, I would imagine it's easier to be able to say, here are my future customers that are walking through the door, right? Like, these are kids that are going to come to PSOTA in a few years. And that helps in planning. PSOTA is not a very large, comprehensive, typical middle school. So every single kid enrolled in PSOTA matters. And so it's important to just be able to get that view and long-range view for that program. There is the idea that the overall principles of the charter can still withhold, because really we're not talking about copious numbers at any point. And so that the charter principles that the board agreed to with the operator still pretty much hold, even when there is this sibling preference. As I mentioned before, you can read a little bit of the benefits outlined, and just this idea of the tight-knit community. If you recall, one of the areas that PSOTA continues to remain strong in is a lot around its continual family engagement and ways to engage families. And so this would add on to that flexibility. So you see below that the request from the operators that the board approve this amendment to serve the Charles County families. I would like to just add that this really would be a decision that would really start impacting families next year, because the school already has done its lottery and it has its wait list, so it really would impact families next year. And so with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
The first one being, Dr. Navarro, this is slated for action for this evening.
Yes.
Oh, comment, question.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone? Comments, Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. I just have a clarifying question. So definitely hear the benefit in terms of, from a planning standpoint, how it makes sense to, if a full family is interested in attending Pasota, having that sort of line of customers sort of ready to go. Definitely can see that. I am curious, in terms of the lottery, would there be weight placed on any other types or categories of applicants in addition to, or aside from the sibling preference, if this were to pass?
So no, so right now, my understanding is that the lottery stays the lottery as we've been currently running it. This would just be an addition to with the sibling preference.
Okay. My rationale is that I've seen, mainly from just hearing from the community as well as seeing online, the interest in Pasota from when it opened to today. And so wanting to think through if there are families out there who are interested but don't have a sibling, haven't had a previous child attend, who are looking to get status in the school. But then we have the situation where a sibling who's already graduated out, their sibling is kind of given preference. I'm trying to weigh and balance that with others who I know may be interested in the school.
Yeah, so, Pasota's in its third year of operations, and I think every year they get maybe slightly better at operating the school and learn a lot from implementation. Right now, the school has a capacity to go up to 265 students, and I think it's just under 250 in its enrollment. So I'm not speaking for Ms. Jackson, but from the superintendent's perspective, what I would say is there's already room there for them to just improve their processes to get kids off the wait list, that in the long term, I don't see a lot of issues with sort of this idea of taking seats away from other people that are waiting, because we're in year 3 and they still have a flexible number of 10, 15 kids extra that they could have picked up. And I think part of that is them getting better and better at their process and working with us to help them get better and better at their process for picking up more kids. So I think that is truly a potential hypothetical. Short term, in the next several years, I don't necessarily see it as an applicable barrier.
But thinking through, if there is a gap, if there is some space, some slippage, for them to recruit additional or to add more folks in theory, there could be the standard lottery. And if there is space, or families decide they're looking to go in a different direction, there could be space for these siblings to then be given preference, as opposed to having the preference come on the front end.
Yes, you could. I think that would have to be probably work through the charter language of the amendment. So the way this amendment is worded just focuses on not necessarily tackling the lottery preference.
So like preference in the
You
wait
could
list.
do a weighted lottery, which is what you're talking about, Ms. Smith, I think, where you could give that preference within the weighted lottery. I have to remember if I would have to consult with Eric and others to see if there's anything against that in the state of Maryland in terms of doing not just a base lottery, but a weighted lottery for different groups, right? You could say we need more females, so a weighted lottery that way, or we could say we need more students from a certain region of the county and a weighted lottery that way, or a sibling weighted. I'm not sure right now if there's any issues with that, but that could also be, if there isn't any prohibitions to that, then that is a way you could come in with the language as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, oh boy, I did not see who was next. Okay, you were next, okay, all right, we'll go with you. Next. She's like, I'm gonna step in.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand definitely what my colleague is talking about, but I want to take this into a business world. If I have a organization and I'm recruiting students to come to my school, because I've seen this in private schools, because my boys went to private school, so it was a package deal. They said if my oldest one go, my youngest one could go too. They set it up like that, so it's for success for them, so they can get that extra body into the school. So this is nothing new, because private schools do it all the time. So I think that by Pasota doing this, it would increase their numbers, and it will also be where they won't have any seats left. So if a sibling wanted to go, they could automatically, be let in to the school to accomplish them. And everybody will understand that because we know this model. We recognize this model. It's always has been like this. So putting this model in place is truly not something new.
Yeah, I would agree that sibling preference is something, I mean, I previously worked in Montgomery County, and I know about, what we did there in sibling preference. I mean, Ms. Jackson clearly articulated that sibling preference, just organizational. I mean, we all who have children, I mean, I have twins, so it's a little bit different, but people who have children that are not born at the same time, and there's plenty of you out there, logistically, it works better if you kind of know what that looks like. So yes, I think that's one of the reasons why Ms. Jackson's bringing that forward, that continuity. It allows the schools to get a sense, and families to organizationally understand what their trajectory is.
Ms. Obenali?
So, I was also wondering about, I suppose like the fairness of it, I guess. Because if you are like a new parent and let's say you have like you just had like a kid or something, it'd kind of be harder for them to get into the program. But I don't really think that necessarily outweighs the benefits, because I have seen this done in like Chesapeake, Science Point, and Arundel County, and I know that they also did a sibling preference. So like Ms. Butler Washington said, it's not really a new thing. It's kind of common in schools like that. And then it also does increase convenience for parents if they know that like, if my student applies, my younger students will also have the opportunity to go to a school if they have the same interests and stuff like that. And then it can also get more enrollment in our schools, which is always beneficial. And so also like having an older sibling who's been in the school and has been part of the program that you were going into can also be very beneficial to younger students. So I do think that in this case scenario, the positives of the preference kind of outweighs the negatives of it. And I think that if you just take care to it and like keep in mind the fact that like we don't want it only to be students who have older siblings in the program, and just like making sure it's kind of even though it's a lottery system. So I don't know how you could do that, but I think that it would be beneficial. That's it.
Thank you. I saw Mr. Hancock and then Vice Chair Kramer. Did you have to? I'll finish with you, yeah.
Just out of curiosity, since we're talking about the lottery system, what kind of oversight do we have over their lottery system, regardless whether this is the proposed language is implemented or not?
I'm gonna ask Chris to come over because she supports it on a day-to-day aspect, but we are required to provide oversight.
Okay.
So Chris, you wanna?
Hello.
Welcome.
So the charter agreement requires there is oversight for the lottery. And just to be clear, there is currently a sibling preference that is in the lottery. This is for maybe you have a third grader as opposed to having an eighth grader that went through Pasota. So any changes to the application have to be approved by the superintendent. So the original application for the lottery is approved by the superintendent if they want to make changes. One of the changes that they wanted to make for the application was about a question for do you currently, or did you have a sibling that graduated or was promoted out of Pasota? So that is something that required a material change to the charter agreement, which is why we're bringing it forward here. The lottery also has to be published. So we tune in all the time. We work with Ms. Jackson. We are looking at the first week of November to have a informational session for all of our families that we advertise to everybody. We publish the application to make sure that all students that are going to be entering grades 6 through 8 next year also have that opportunity to apply as well.
Okay. So we as a school system, CCPS knows every year what students were selected and
Yes.
why. so.
Well, not why, I mean.
Well, if they meet the criteria
Yes.
that's listed anyway.
Yes, so the first year, we did have several parents, they were so excited about Pasota that they were entering their second and third graders into the lottery for Pasota. And we know that Pasota only serves grades 6 through 8. It was a lesson, right? I mean, it was a lesson that we learned, and every year we're learning more, right? So Ms. Jackson provides a list to us. It's a very large Excel sheet of everybody who applies in the application, and we send it to the Office of Accountability, and they cross-check it to make sure that the third grader that applied isn't included in the lottery because they don't serve third graders yet. So there is a process by which there is oversight for that, but they are the ones that take the applications. They're the ones that do the lottery system itself, and they use a contractor that other charter schools around the nation use.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a couple of kind of questions and considerations. So one, Ms. Miller, since you're here, I don't know either you or Dr. Navarro can answer, but I believe there are other preferences given to to staff, right? To staff's children. So are there any other preferences given other than the sibling preference?
I don't have the charter agreement in front of me, but there are preferences, I believe, given to their governing board students as well. There's a teacher preference, a sibling preference. That's it.
That's it. Okay. So that's one of my concerns or considerations is we're going to get into this laundry list of preferences, and because it's a small school, I've already heard from the community because, as Ms. Smith pointed out, there has been a great deal of interest, about, enrollment to Pasota. And of course, every year people are, parents are disappointed if their children don't get in. And what some of the chatter that I've heard as well, it's filled up with, the staff's students and, siblings and what have you. And then you get into this where there's only a small number of seats that are not allocated. And I understand that may not be, the data may not represent that, but this is the perception, right?
Correct. And I get that. People are disappointed.
Yes,
and
exactly.
I get that.
Because they're disappointed,
Right. However, I will say that it's a very small percentage of their students that have sibling preference or have governing board.
We can actually provide you the data.
I can give you the
that would be
numbers.
great, because I think that would be helpful too. Because I also, we're thinking right now, because they're fairly new, they haven't reached their full capacity on enrollment, so sure, this would help them, it's a small number, et cetera. But we also don't want to get into having to amend the charter every couple of years because, if things were to increase significantly, become a bigger problem. So that's just, one of my concerns, because it is a small school and it's a public charter, right? So I have concerns about keeping it as equitably accessible as possible. And so that would definitely be one of my concerns. And I think that too, I think you clarified too, Ms. Miller, but I just want to state again for the benefit of the public, and I think, for the board as well, there's already a sibling preference. This would just expand it to essentially not just siblings who are currently attending the school, but who have ever attended the school if they completed. If they completed.
Correct.
But I could have a first grader and an eighth grader. And then in 7 years, when my first grader gets, or 5 years when my first grader gets to sixth grade, I can claim sibling preference because I had a student who completed the program at Pasota, correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
And finally, Ms. Thomas.
Thanks so much for providing the details, because I had lots of questions. For me, I believe in, I had 4 children, right? So the sibling preference was great for me. That's how one of my daughters got on the volleyball team she wasn't supposed to be on. I was like, look, her sister's on, you gotta let her on. But, and there's some value, we got 2 kids on the swim team, get a little discount if one is on, the other one's on. But to me, it's while both students are participating, So it's easier to like drive both kids to the same place. This one is to Ms. Kramer's point, forever, right? So you have a 20-year-old and a 2-year-old, you're just waiting till the other way. I'm concerned about that taking up spaces for students that otherwise, within that time frame, some there's lots of things that could happen for the enrollment differences, et cetera. So I think the current sibling policy, if I'm correct, is if you have a student currently enrolled, then the other sibling gets preference, correct? But this one is saying forever, your family gets preference. And that one is a little hard for me. I do see the value for PASOTA, but I'm concerned about what are we taking away from other residents who may otherwise not have had a student attend, and could they perhaps still be eligible to attend? So that would be my only, challenge there.
I'll just add, as I mentioned, this is for action this evening. I believe there are additional amendments that PASOTA at some point wants us to consider. So I'd be curious to know how all of this, could potentially work. Because I, similar to Ms. Thomas, understand that this is typically how it works and have no issue with the current siblings. But for alumni, I'd want to flesh it out a little bit more. No, so if there's nothing else, thank you both, Dr. Navarro and Ms. Miller.
Thank you.
We are on break until 4:30 for resolutions. If you could please take us off the air. Good afternoon and welcome back to the October 14th board meeting of the Board of Education of Charles County. We are continuing on with our resolutions. Ms. Paul, is that you? Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good evening.
All the things. Yeah. No, say something.
Is the mic on?
Do you know?
Hello?
Okay.
All right, so I'm here for the Native American Heritage Month. We have Miss Elaine Massenberg and student Anaya Massenberg, who is in second grade at J.P. Ryan Elementary School. Both Miss Elaine Massenberg and Anaya Massenberg are the Title VI Indian Education Grant recipients. You can come right here in the middle.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome. You look lovely.
And Miss Elaine Massenberg is also going to be on our Indian Parent Committee, hopefully soon, and very active in all of our programming.
Fantastic. Thank you. And I believe Ms. Samisha Thomas will read our Native American and Alaska Native Heritage Month resolution.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, Native American Alaskan Native Heritage Month, November 2025. Whereas Native American Alaskan Native Heritage Month began as the first American Indian Heritage Day in May 1916 in New York, and whereas the event culminated in an effort by Red Fox James, a member of the Blackfeet Nation, who rode across the nation on horseback seeking approval from 24 state governments to have a day to honor American Indians, and whereas in 1990, more than 7 decades later, then President George H.W. Bush signed a joint congressional resolution designating the month of November National American Indian Heritage Month, and whereas November 1st through November 30th has been designated as Native American Alaskan Native Heritage Month in the United States, and there are over 500 federally recognized Indian tribes in the United States, many of whom originated and remain native to Charles County, Maryland today. And that of the nearly 14,000 individuals that identify as Native American, Alaskan Native, or Indigenous here in Charles County, that many of those individuals attend and work in our school system. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes the contributions of our Native American, Alaskan Native students, families, and staff through the history of a rich culture that enhances the experiences for all students and further recognizes that Charles County is located on ancestral land, and whereas the Board of Education of Charles County gratefully acknowledges the Native people on whose ancestral homelands we gather, as well as the diverse and vibrant Native communities that make their homes here today. The culture, traditions, languages, and stories of an indigenous peoples are celebrated for their contributions to the development of Maryland and the United States as a whole. And whereas Charles County Public Schools with intention engage students in the cultural activities and projects that will enhance their knowledge and appreciation of contributions of our indigenous communities, recognize the tribal perspectives on the past, present, and future relative to their culture, and commemorate Native peoples. Continued persistence for social justice and land recognition. During National Native American Heritage Month now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes the outstanding contributions made by our Native American, Alaskan Native communities and celebrate their heritage and culture, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution will be inserted in the minutes of the October 14th, 2025 board meeting by the order of the Board of Education of Charles County, the 14th day of October, 2025, signed Dr. Navarro, Superintendent, Nanjemoy Lee, Esquire, Chairperson.
All right, next up, I believe we have American Freedom Week.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Morley.
Good afternoon.
Vice Chair Kramer, board members, and Dr. Navarro. My name is Kevin Reisinger, CTE Instructional Specialist for Charles County Public Schools. Today I have the pleasure of introducing two of our JROTC instructors from our Navy unit at La Plata High School. First would be Gunnery Sergeant Bailey, who honorably retired from the United States Marine Corps after 20 years of service.
Thank you, sir.
He was first in financial management. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield, serving as a drill instructor at Parris Island, marksmanship training instructor, and platoon commander. Since joining La Plata High School in 2000, Gunny Bailey has been the driving force behind the success of the JRTC program, and under his guidance, the unit has earned 3 Distinguished Unit Awards with honors, 6 Distinguished Unit Awards, 9 Unit Achievement Awards, and 2 National Air Rifle Championships. His mentorship has inspired cadets to achieve excellence in drill, athletics, and community service, contributing thousands of hours across Charles County. So, Chief Gunny Bailey. Next is Chief Warrant Officer Wilfred Bosu. He's a native. He's also our newest member to our ROTC instructor staff, so we welcome him. But he's a native of Port-au-Prince, Haiti, honorably served in the U.S. Navy for 33 years, retiring with the rank of Chief Warrant Officer 5. He's now the Senior Naval Science Instructor at La Plata, where he's dedicated to mentoring and shaping the next generation of leaders. He resides in Lesby with his wife Andrea and is proud father of 3 daughters, Alexi, Ayana, and Amani. So we'll welcome them all for the resolution of American Freedom Week.
Pardon me. Vice Chair Kramer, please read the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board of Education of Charles County, American Freedom Week Resolution. Whereas there are a number of days throughout the year that commemorate our country's history, celebrate our freedoms, and honor those who have earned the distinction of being called American Veteran. And these days include Independence Day, Veterans Day, Bill of Rights Day, Memorial Day, Flag Day, and Constitution Day. And whereas Independence Day commemorates the July 4th, 1776 signing of the Declaration of Independence and is considered the official anniversary of the United States independence. And whereas Veterans Day, originally known as Armistice Day, on November 11th, 1919, is the time to remember the sacrifices that men and women made during war to ensure lasting peace. And whereas the Bill of Rights adopted December 15, 1791, is one of the cornerstones of American freedom. And whereas Memorial Day, established May 30th, 1868, is a day of remembrance for those who have died in our nation's service. And whereas Flag Day is a day of national celebration to commemorate the June 14th, 1777 adoption of Stars and Stripes, and to encourage Americans to voice their allegiance to the nation and the flag. And whereas Constitution Day commemorates September 17th, 1787, when the delegates to the Constitutional Convention met for the last time to sign the United States Constitution. And whereas the Board of Education of Charles County recognizes that there is a need to promote and educate students about the importance and significance of American history, the people who have bravely served our country, and the symbols of our country's freedom. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County declares the week of November 10th to 14th, 2025, be set aside as American Freedom Week in Charles County Public Schools, and that we continue the everyday observance and respect of these days through the daily activities that honor the flag, our country, and patriotism, as well as the teaching of the regular curriculum that promotes these days, people, and events throughout the year. And be it further resolved that appropriate activities be conducted in the schools to further educate our students and commend this observance to all our citizens. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education sponsor a special event to recognize American Freedom Week. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County by order of the Board of Education of Charles County this 14th day of October, 2025. Signed, Maria Navarro, Superintendent, and Nanjemoy Lee, Esquire, Chairperson.
Hello, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your service. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. You want me to say my name? Thank you so much.
Okay, Ms. Paul. Finally, we have American Education Week.
Yep. So for American Education Week, we have Miss Kimberly Williams, teacher at Billingsley Elementary School.
Aw. Yay! Oh my goodness. I love Minnie Mouse. You look so pretty.
Ms. Williams is an experienced kindergarten teacher who supports new educators at new educator orientation and other induction programs. She's an anchor at her school and as well as a member of the professional learning team at Billingsley Elementary.
Fantastic. And this will be read by Mr. David Hancock.
Right. Board of Education of Charles County, American Education Week Resolution. Whereas schools are the backbone of our republic, providing young people with the tools they need to maintain our nation's precious values of freedom, civility, and equality. And whereas the mission of the Charles County Public Schools is to provide an opportunity for all school-age children to receive an academically challenging, quality education that builds character, equips for leadership, and prepares for life in an environment that is safe and conducive to learning. And whereas the cooperation and hard work of all education employees, parents, community members, and businesses involved in helping students achieve and keeping our schools safe is appreciated and acknowledged. And whereas American Education Week highlights the importance of bringing together educators, school staff, parents, students, and communities in a unified effort to build great public schools. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County urges all adult citizens of Charles County to come together as educators and volunteers, business leaders and elected officials, parents and friends, to continue to support the children in our community. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the October 14th, 2025 board meeting. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 14th day of October 2025, signed by Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent, and Nanjemoy Lee, Esquire, Chairperson.
Baby, come to the boots. I don't know if y'all can appreciate this whole outfit that this young lady has just presented us with. Fantastic. All right, the detail. Good job, baby. Yay. All right. Next up is one of our favorite things ever, is where we get to do our recognitions of our students and employees. Yes, Dr. Iverson.
Yes.
I know, right? We were wondering if is it? It's on. It's on?
It's on? Okay.
Okay. We can hear.
Good
Okay.
afternoon, Board Chair Morley, Vice Chairperson Kramer, Board members, Dr. Navarro, Superintendent, and our Student Representative, Manachi. Good to see you. Today is my honor to turn the spotlight onto several Charles County Public School students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the areas of academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students tonight being recognized this afternoon are Denzel Peter Thomas, 12th grader from Westlake High School.
Yeah, that's a strong name, Denzel.
Tony Brazelton, 8th grader from Theodore G. Davis Middle School. Christian Parrish, 5th grader from Billingsley Elementary School. Ethan Kampopi.
No,
Kampombe?
Kapombe.
Kambombe.
No, Kapombe.
Kambombe.
Kapombe.
Kabombe.
No, Kapombe.
I thought I said it right.
Kapombe.
Kambombe.
No, Kapombe. Kapombe.
Yes, I have it.
Kapombe.
Yeah.
Kapombe.
Yeah, Kapombe.
Yeah, Kapombe.
I think I have it right.
All right, Ethan.
Nevertheless, he is a 5th grader as well at Indian Head Elementary School. We're going to be honoring him tonight, as well as Zane Todd, who is a 5th grader from Mount Hope Elementary School, correct? This afternoon, we are also joined by the building principals who are here to introduce and tell you a little bit about each one of the students. So we have Dana Fenwick, principal of Westlake High School. We have Robert Griffiths, principal of Theodore Davis. Jasmine Law, who's the assistant principal of Billingsley. Shane Blandford, from principal of Indian Head, and Louis D. Ambrosio from Mount Hope. We're going to go in that order, starting with Dana Fenwick, principal, Westlake High School, who will now come and tell us a little bit about her students.
Aw, that's adorable.
And that is, greetings, that is a Wolverine for one of our greatest Wolverines.
Aw.
It is my honor to recognize Denzel Peter Thomas, a young man who embodies integrity, initiative, and personal responsibility in every area of his life. Balancing his academic workload as a dual enrollment student at Westlake High School and the College of Southern Maryland, Denzel demonstrates an uncommon level of discipline and focus for someone his age. Whether he's providing exceptional service as a McDonald's crew member, walking dogs for local families, or contributing to the Charles County Public Schools Office of Technology as an apprentice, Denzel approaches each commitment with professionalism and pride. By pursuing an IT apprenticeship while still in high school, he has shown exceptional initiative, responsibility, and a clear vision for his professional path. Beyond his work and studies, Denzel is deeply involved in his community and his school. He serves in organizations such as the Student Government Association, the African Student Alliance, and the Elite Black Men Program, each of which showcases his leadership, compassion, and dedication to a positive impact. His willingness to volunteer, mentor, and participate in service opportunities like reading to elementary students during Read Across America speaks to his character. Denzel's journey reminds us that responsibility is not just about completing tasks. It's about showing up with purpose and representing one's values and striving to make a difference wherever you stand. His reliability, humility, and attention to detail reflect a maturity and drive that inspire both peers and adults, making him a true example of what it means to be a Westlake Wolverine. His teacher, Ms. Gross, stated that she taught Denzel in Honors U.S. History as a sophomore, and then he stood out as a diligent and thoughtful student who worked well with his peers and always brought a great sense of humor to class, even when tackling challenging topics. It's been wonderful to see him grow into a leader as an SGA officer and to apply his skills through his IT internship within the district. As well as I am, she is also very proud of the hard work he's doing and thinks that he's very deserving of this recognition. Congratulations.
Good evening. I'm representing Theodore G. Davis Middle School. I'm Principal Griffiths. Here to present Tony Brazelton, an 8th grade student. We are recognizing Tony here for academic achievement. Throughout his middle school experience, Tony has had nothing but A's and B's on his report card. Tony is one of our Intro to Engineering Design students. This means that this class, along with algebra and a foreign language class, will allow him to start high school next year with 3 high school credits.
Wow.
In addition to his grades, Tony has taken some leadership responsibilities at Davis. He is a member of our student-to-student organization and our National Junior Honor Society. Tony loves soccer. He loves video games and coding. He will be at North Point Eagle next fall, a member of the class of 2030. I hope I did my math right. 2030, right, Tony?
Yeah, that's right.
He does not know what school he wants to attend after North Point for college, but upon graduation from high school, Tony would like to work in cybersecurity.
Nice.
Tony, I cannot believe your 3 years of middle school come to an end this year. You are polite, cordial, respectful, outgoing, hardworking, and self-reflective. These are traits of a young man who is truly going places in this world. Got a couple quotes from teachers. Bear with me here, all right? Ms. Newcamp says, Tony has already made an impression as a young man who cares about his work and school. He stops by daily with a question or comment. He stopped by to show me how he was applying feedback I provided for his journal entries. Ms. Careby says, your willingness to help fellow classmates, staff, and teachers does not go unnoticed. 8th grade and junior to student is better with you in it. And Ms. Murray says, Tony stands out not only for his intelligence, but also for his kindness, respectfulness, and friendly demeanor. He is the kind of student who brightens any room he enters and treats everyone with compassion and courtesy. His helpful nature and willingness to lend a hand make him a valued member of our school community. Tony's academic achievements speak for themselves, but it is his character that truly sets him apart. He's a role model to his classmates and a joy to work with. I am confident Tony will continue to thrive and make meaningful contributions wherever he goes. Tony, all this is great, but my favorite thing about you was this summer when you came in to film our code of conduct videos to share with the staff and students during the first week of school. Do you remember coming in this summer? All right. We film these videos and students help us role playing. We show what to do and not to do as a Davis Falcon. Tony came in and was doing some examples. Like sometimes we do walking in the hall. So you walk in the hall quietly. Sometimes you walk in the hall yelling. We show what to do and what not to do. We couldn't get Tony to act the wrong way. I mean, trying to get him to violate the code of conduct, even with permission from his principal, was impossible. He just couldn't do it. So,
Thank you.
In fact, Tony,
Thank you, Tony.
the only thing I can say that you don't do well is violate the student code of conduct. And we are so thankful for that. But in all seriousness, Tony, I'm very proud of you. Thank you for the impact you've had on me as a principal. Good luck in all you do. Please keep in touch.
Good afternoon. Tristan Parrish. Tristan Parrish is a 5th grade student at Billingsley Elementary School. He has been a straight A student since he began earning letter grades in 3rd grade.
Wow.
Tristan receives gifted education services in both reading and math, And this school year, he earned Billingsley's top fall I-Ready reading score in 5th grade.
Wow.
This score placed him at a 7th grade reading level.
Wow.
Though Tristan is only in 5th grade, he is a part of a small cluster of 5th grade students that take 6A math daily, learning along with 6th graders through Virtual Academy at Robert Seedham Educational Center. Tristan was a part of our 4th grade math team last school year and will be a part of the 5th grade math team this school year. He is a well-rounded student who not only excels academically, but excels on the football field as well.
Okay.
Where he currently plays tackle, not flag football,
Oh.
for the St. Charles Bears.
All right.
Tristan is an instrumental music student who loves to play the trombone. He is naturally a perfectionist and takes great pride in being accurate and efficient in all aspects of life. Tristan loves attending his home church, Healing Place Church, and he loves video games, reading and making his own comics, drawing, and if that isn't enough, Tristan also enjoys making stop motion animation. Tristan's favorite subject is science, and he loves how Miss Toole makes science fun by exploring microscopes, studying cookies, and then eating them.
Yeah, that is
And
the best
with
part.
her, he stated that even paper and pencil work is fun. Tristan's 5th grade teacher, Miss Lewis, said that he exhibits outstanding leadership skills, both in and out of the classroom. He takes initiative in group activities, encourages collaboration, and leads by example through his positive attitude and work ethic. Whether facing a new challenge or assisting a classmate in need, Tristan rises to every occasion with determination and grace. He adapts quickly to complex or unfamiliar tasks, showing resilience and problem-solving abilities far beyond his years. Tristan is a model citizen. He is a safety patrol by morning. And the voice of Billingsley in the afternoon. If you are visiting Billingsley during dismissal time, you will hear, "Good afternoon, staff and students. It is now time for dismissal. Please raise your right paw so that your teacher knows you're ready." This is the voice of Tristan Parrish echoing through the hallways, preparing students and staff for dismissal. Mr. Parrish sets a fine example of academic achievement, meeting exemplar citizenship. He is a role model and sets the bar high for other Billingsley Bobcats to emulate. When asked, "What motivates you?" Tristan said, "The results." It is a pleasure to select Tristan Parrish as an exemplary student representing Billingsley Elementary School.
Great job.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to present to you Ethan Kapombe, a 5th grade student at Indian Head Elementary School. He is being recognized in the area of personal responsibility. Ethan has attended Indian Head since 1st grade. He has consistently earned all 3s in the area of personal responsibility on his report card each quarter. Ethan has also been chosen several times over the past 4 years by many different teachers for exhibiting the core value character trait of the month. Ethan is the very definition of an exemplary student and a constant role model for all 5th graders. He is the student that is always doing the right thing, even when no one is watching. He comes to school each day ready to learn and always puts forth his best effort, no matter how challenging the task may be. He embodies the notion of productive struggle. He does not give up on his learning, even when things get hard. Ethan's favorite subject in school is math, because he says it isn't as hard as reading. And because I was on the math team last year. When I asked what his favorite math topic was, he said fractions, which I don't think anyone ever says.
Right.
But he said because you get to work with whole numbers and fractions, and he likes multiplying them. His 3rd grade teacher, Miss Thompson, said, "Ethan is an excellent choice for exemplary student. He is a well-rounded scholar who exemplifies respectfulness with his classmates, teachers, and the staff at our school. He is a scholar that leads by example. He has even gotten other students to identify that being a scholar is cool. He is well-read and efficient in mathematics. He is inquisitive and will research to find answers to his questions." I could go on and on, she said. Miss Miller, Ethan's 4th grade teacher, said, "Ethan is a wonderful student. In 4th grade, he was a hard worker who showed courage, persistence, and integrity. Ethan always exemplified the 3 R's at all times.
Ethan was not afraid of challenges that stretched him, and at the same time, he would lend a hand to those who were struggling. Anytime I do an observation or a walkthrough in a classroom, I can count on Ethan to be focused, listening, and engaged in his learning. He is one of the students I think of right away when I think about the 3 R's. He is respectful to everyone, always responsible for his words and actions, and is always ready to learn. In his free time, Ethan enjoys spending time with his parents and siblings, playing games and going outside. He also likes playing basketball and tennis, basketball being his favorite. When he grows up, he wants to be a pro basketball player in the NBA. Okay. When I asked him what his backup plan was, he said computer science because he wants to learn how computers work, or engineering because he likes to build things. He plans to go to Duke to make all of this happen. Knowing what I know about Ethan's work ethic and perseverance through difficult tasks, I have no doubt he will accomplish everything he sets his mind to. I look forward to hearing all about the amazing things that I know he will do. On behalf of the entire Indian Head School community, I'm delighted to present Ethan Kapombe, our exemplary student.
Good evening. It's my honor to recognize Zane Todd, a 5th grade student in Miss Blasey's class at Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary, as our student demonstrating career readiness. Zane is already showing signs of a bright future. He frequently earns honor roll and is currently enrolled in the accelerated 6th grade math, plays trumpet, and balances it all with indoor soccer playing for Team Liverpool. But what truly sets Zane apart is his passion for cooking and baking. He is known for his chocolate chip cookies, brownies, and especially his signature pancakes with sprinkles, aka the birthday pancakes. When Zane makes breakfast for his family, he noted, they tore it up. In fact, Zane says his brother regularly requests his breakfast specialty pancakes. Zane shows perseverance as well. One time, he told me about forgetting to add enough sugar in his brownies, and he learned a sweet lesson in precision. Zane's career goal is to become head chef and eventually open his own restaurant. He's inspired by chefs Nick D. Giovanni and Gordon Ramsay. And Zane is working on his chef's hands to move a little faster in the kitchen. He dreams of one day competing on Hell's Kitchen and is already thinking about college, setting his sights on Harvard or Ohio State. Okay. And with his birthday coming up at the end of the month, little plug, October 29th, Zane is hopeful he'll be unwrapping some new cooking or chef materials to help him chasing that dream. Something tells me he'll be putting those tools to good use right away. With his creativity, discipline, and love of learning, Zane is a shining example of career readiness. The entire staff at Mount Hope Nanjemoy are proud of him, and we cannot wait to one day dine at your restaurant, whatever you decide the name of it to be. Congratulations, Zane.
Congratulations, gentlemen. And let me just start there. I can't tell you how excited I am to look out and see all boys. That is remarkable. I don't think this has happened, definitely not since we've been on the board. And to know how many options there are, candidly, and what it takes to be selected by each school, I'm so incredibly proud of all of you. So kudos to each one of you. Keep working hard. Let me start with my man, Denzel. You already know about your name, right? You probably heard it about 100 times by now, yeah. He's like, there the old people go again. He's like, I know, I got it. Well, I have to say, just listening to how your principal described you, I know how hard you have to work. First, let me say, fun fact, I worked at McDonald's for like 2 weeks. I don't know how you hang in there. That has got to be like one of the toughest jobs ever. So you're in school, you're doing the dual enrollment, you're walking dogs, you're single-handedly running the Office of Technology. Like, this is remarkable. Like, this is really, really good. But all jokes aside, I have to say that it really does our heart good to see students like you that put their all into everything, that are described as having integrity, you have initiative, discipline, which is something is just ingrained in you. You know what I mean? It's very tough for someone to teach you that. And also, you're a student government officer. I love that. So outside of everything that you do, where do you ultimately see yourself with all these, obviously you have a lot of interests, a lot of talents. What is your ultimate goal? What do you want to do?
My ultimate goal is right now to graduate with my associate's degree in this year in fall, and I go to UMGC, complete my my bachelor's and master's, and then try to look for a good job in the military on the civilian side.
Okay.
For IT or computer science.
Oh, fantastic. I knew you would have a plan. I feel confident asking that question. Remarkable. Fantastic. Okay, Denzel, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
Yeah, got this here.
Oh, yeah, I'm ready.
First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to Principal Fenwick and the entire Westlake staff for nominating me and encouraging me to lead with purpose and pride. I would also like to thank my family, my fellow SGA members and sponsors, my EBM brothers, and my ASA sisters and brothers for always showing support and always have my back as I have the same for them. I would also like to thank the IT department here at the Board of Education for believing in me and giving me a chance to grow, learn, and show my full potential in the career I want to pursue after high school. Thank you again to Principal Fenwick and the Board of Education for this award and for recognizing students who strive to lead by example. And as we always say at Westlake, it's a great day to be a Wolverine.
Great job, Denzel.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, Tony, how are you?
Great.
All right, another superstar. I love that you couldn't bring yourself to violate the code of conduct. I was too tickled. That's awesome. But another very accomplished young man, National Junior Honor Society, soccer, video games, coding. I love that you want to work in cybersecurity. That is very much a hot and emerging field. I'm excited for that. Honor roll student, and already going to have 3 high school credits.
Yeah.
Oh, right. And he's like, of course. He's like, yeah. It's what I do. So what is something of all the things that you have accomplished, what are you most proud of accomplishing, would you say?
One thing I'm really most proud of is what I got, how I got this third year. Because I wasn't really expecting this to really happen to me, because I was expecting like others, but I realized that I'm actually good at myself. That I'm really good at soccer. I'm really good at soccer, love coding, I like education, I like to do math. And another thing is that I never really expected myself to get so many honor rolls this year. Or principal's honors, actually. Because sometimes I don't really like English that much, since most of the time I got to do essays a lot.
Yeah, I understand that now.
Yeah. So I don't expect that. One more last thing is that I didn't expect myself to like coding, because I used to like doing animations or like drawing. But now, since I see other people coding, like the games I play which require coding, I feel like I want to make a game now.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, well, listen, when you make your game, invite us. I'd love to play it. That sounds amazing. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank? Don't forget to thank yourself.
I would thank my mom for pushing me to do my best. I want to thank my dad. I would want to thank my family who's here right now for supporting me till here. I would like to thank Mr. Mass for having such a diverse personality and great. I would like to thank Mr. Mass for having such a kind personality, for making such a great awesome middle school, Davis Middle School. Love you, Mom and Dad, and my big sisters as well.
Aw, that's wonderful. Yeah, they love you too. They're very proud. Hey, Tristan, how are you? Good. Right. This is a Renaissance man right here. I don't know what you can't do. This is amazing. Straight A's since 3rd grade. That is remarkable. Gifted in reading and math. Top iReady score. Okay. No, you got to brag. We worked hard for all that. That's awesome. I love that you're humble. I can tell that. You have a positive attitude. And the voice of Billingsley. Oh. Go ahead and give us a sample.
Wait, really?
I was joking, but you're welcome to.
Okay.
Fun fact. I wanted to be a safety patrol. I was not selected. I'm mostly over it. But I love that you're a safety patrol. All jokes aside, that is a very, very important job. The trombone. Wow. Why the trombone?
I think when I watched the video
You have that
when I
voice,
was
I can
in
tell.
so when I was in 4th grade, Mr. Cusack, our music teacher that at that time, would show us a video of all the instruments we could pick being played. And I saw the trombone, and I was like, all the other instruments, I don't think I can play those and memorize all of the keys to it. And for trombone, it's just a slide and blow into it and see what happens.
Like, I can commit to that, right? But you know what? You put a lot of thought into that. That shows a lot of analysis, right? A lot of analytical thinking. I appreciate that. I did the flute for like, I don't know, maybe a month or two. It wasn't really my thing. So I applaud you for sticking with it. And I have to say, you do definitely have the voice of Billingsley. Yes. Yeah, that's a great voice. That's fantastic. So what would you like to share, sir? Anybody you want to thank?
I want to thank my family for supporting me every single day of my life. And I want to thank my teachers and my principals, 2 of them, for guiding me throughout my educational journey, like every single week. And I want to thank my coaches for driving my team to keep going every single season and getting us so far in the season to the point where we might make the playoffs if we
Of course you will. Fantastic. Well, congratulations in advance. We have a future in voiceover, if nothing else. Hi, Ethan. How are you?
Good.
Listen, I'm not going to attempt your last name, sir. Oh, he will get you all the way together. But you know what? Good for you. Learn that lesson early. Make sure people pronounce your name and spell your name correctly. As the only Yanel that I know, okay? I very much appreciate that. But I love that you're still humble, though. You know what I mean? It's you weren't rude or disrespectful. You're just like, no, this is how you pronounce my name. And I love that for you. Good for you. You also possibly want to go into the NBA. That's like your first choice?
Yeah.
What would you play? What would you do? What's your position?
Point guard.
Point guard. Okay. All right. Oh, much respect. I don't even know why I asked. I'm not sure what the positions are, but it sounds good. Okay, there we go. Look, I watch it. Look, Miss Amisha Thomas is like, oh, come on. She'd be better to have that discussion with. I just watched the game, so. But I love that one thing that kept coming up for me is character. And they talk about you doing the right thing even when no one is watching. Yeah, that's when it really counts. So I applaud you for that. You always give your best effort and you don't give up. That is fantastic. So what keeps you motivated? You obviously have a lot of things that you're very good at. What keeps you motivated?
I don't even know really, but like, what keeps me motivated is like my science teacher, because we do fun activities in there, and mostly she helps me with most of my stuff that I do.
Oh, see, and you'll probably never forget your science teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
I want to thank my principal because she what's it called?
Nominated?
Yeah, nominated me. Okay. And my teachers and my science teacher for helping me get here too. Same with my other teachers too.
Well, we're very proud of you.
And thank you, and thanking my family too.
Absolutely. Well, very proud of you, Ethan. Great job.
For supporting me.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Sorry, were you finished? Did you want to add any? You good?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Hi, Zane. How are you?
Good.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And before I forget, happy early birthday, end of October. That's awesome. How old are you going to be?
11.
11. Wow. Oh. So how do the double digits feel? Did you notice a shift? My son was so excited to be in the double digits. Nothing changes. Nothing. But love that you. Another musician. You played the trumpet. That's awesome. Indoor soccer. But I need to, before we go any further, discuss the baking and how I can be part of that. Do you need a taste tester? Do you need is a sous chef a thing when you're a baker? A sample, something. And how did you get into that? I think that's awesome.
I got into it because
I really like baking, and I think there's creative ways. There's also science in baking.
That's a good
because
point.
You have to do a lot of the mixtures and adding and math, and I just feel like you need eating to survive.
Well, and there you go. So you're meeting all your needs, right? Yeah, you're right, because there's sneak fractions in there. Like you got to know like 3/4 of a cup. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And what about your? I wrote down birthday pancakes. What is the secret on that? What do you do?
It's basically just pancakes with like sprinkles and butter on top.
Oh, okay. Well, if you ever need anyone, and I mean anyone, to taste test, we're volunteering ourselves. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
I like to thank my family for always supporting me and pushing me forward, my principal for making it a great education and making things fun, and my teachers for always helping me when things are difficult.
Oh, that was perfect. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Okay, guys. Well, we're going to come down and shake hands. If you all could just stay right there.
Bags.
I can't wait to see you around the office. Yes? I look at your face and I'm like, okay. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. It's nice to meet you. And congratulations. I love to eat as well, so you can invite me anytime. Shameless plug.
Oh, really? Didn't have time to
So when they call
wow. Yeah.
Everybody. I know, right? Exactly. No one wants to be here for
It's much better. Great job. That's how I did it for everything now. It's much faster. We usually normally take, 15 to have a straight
Bus.
I know, right?
That's an accident. One kid in the bus. They closed the doors and then they just set us up to the bus.
all your stuff. Dr. Iverson, do you mind escorting the group out?
The disrespect. So don't ask no questions. At 8 o'clock, no, Jamila, 8 o'clock, meet me in the parking lot. Thank you. I knew you'd understand. You understand. Thank you. Oh, Miss Ogburn. Oh, okay. I see her. Okay. Miss Ogburn. Good evening. Good to see you again.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, Chairperson Morley, Vice Chair Kramer, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is Shirlene Ogburn with the Office of Human Resources. Today, we will be acknowledging 5 exemplary employees. If you can hear my voice, clap once.
I'm going to say I might have to hit the gavel. Cousins get a little excited. Isn't it good?
All right.
All right. Can we ask you all in the back to quiet down, please?
Actually, Kevin, can you close the door?
That's what it is. The
That's what
door's
it is.
open.
Yep, no, we got it. We'll get somebody to close it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to let it quiet down, and then we will get started so that our nominees can get the attention they deserve. All right, our first recipient is Miss Melissa Moretta, Secretary to the Principal, Billingsley Elementary School. She'll be represented by Assistant Principal Jasmine Law. Kathleen Lyons, a Food Service Manager from Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School, being represented by Principal Louis D'Ambrosio. Louis Butler, Building Service Manager from Indian Head Elementary School, represented by Principal Shane Blanford. Brett Gearhart, Learning Resource Teacher from Theodore Davis Middle School, being represented by Principal Robert Griffiths. And Ms. Deborah Williams, Secretary to the Principal from Westlake High School, being represented by Principal Dana Fenwick. And we will start in this order with Assistant Principal Jasmine Law.
I need a hype man like that, yes.
Good afternoon. Good evening. Afternoon. Mrs. Melissa Moretta serves as the Secretary to the Principal and Financial Secretary at Billingsley Elementary School. Prior to joining the Billingsley team, Ms. Moretta worked at Westlake High School in the Counseling Department as the Counseling Secretary from August 2020 until July 2022. During her time at Westlake, she managed the counseling office and worked with students preparing for college. Additionally, she handled registrations, transcripts, honor roll awards, and worked with the counselors on senior awards and graduation. In July 2022, she decided to take the leap from high school to elementary and accepted the Secretary to the Principal position at Billingsley Elementary School. Mrs. Moretta is the first secretary to arrive in the office each morning, where she warmly greets substitutes and assures they have their assignments for the day. She also greets staff with a smile as they sign in at the scholarship machine, setting a positive mood for the day. As financial secretary, Mrs. Moretta manages her own private office with diligence and precision. However, when another office secretary is absent, she readily steps into the main office to provide direct assistance. Her willingness to do so demonstrates her team-first mentality, which is especially valuable during the busiest times of day: arrival, lunch shifts, and dismissal. Well known throughout the community, Mrs. Moretta's professionalism and caring demeanor have earned her a reputation by name. Beyond her official responsibilities, Mrs. Moretta is known to step in and substitute for a short period when a teacher must leave unexpectedly. She is highly responsive to the needs of staff, often providing solutions before a request is even finished. Her exceptional attention to detail has ensured clean financial audits, reflecting her strong work ethic and accuracy. She has also shared her expertise by assisting the new secretary to the principal at Thornton Elementary in preparation for the school's opening. Mrs. Moretta contributes significantly to Billingsley school culture, taking part in activities such as Relay for Life and Chess Club, as well as I Love My Family Night. She can always be counted on to dress for Spirit Days, spreading joy and unity throughout the school. Superhero Day, Ms. Moretta will warmly greet you in her Wonder Woman attire. Pajama Day, expect Ms. Moretta to see her signing in substitutes in her PJs. Her impact extends far and wide, maintaining a calm and welcoming office environment, organizing and delegating tasks to other secretaries, addressing staff in courageous conversations when policy and procedures must be upheld, managing finances with integrity, learning new creative tools like Canva, and offering smiles and hugs to staff, students, and families. Ms. Moretta is truly an indispensable member of the Billingsley Elementary School community. It is a pleasure to select Melissa Moretta as an exemplary employee representing Billingsley Elementary School.
Good evening again, everyone. It's an absolute honor to take a few moments today to recognize someone who embodies dedication, warmth, and a heart in everything she does. Miss Kate Lyons, our beloved cafeteria manager at Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary School and our exemplary employee for the 25-26 school year. Originally from Hackensack, New Jersey, Ms. Lyons has been serving students and staff with care and commitment for over a decade. She spent 4 years managing the cafeteria at McDonough High School before bringing her talents and her heart to Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary, where she's been making a difference for the past 6 years. Miss Kate, as the students and staff affectionately call her, isn't just the person who makes sure no one leaves the building hungry. She's the one who makes sure everyone feels seen and cared for. Her kindness, consistency, and infectious smile brighten our mornings, and her food fills more than just our stomachs. It nourishes our minds. Outside of school, Miss Kate has a green thumb and a love for all things that grow, flowers, vegetables, and the occasional garden surprise. When she's not tending to plants, she's cruising the open road on her Harley Fat Boy.
All right.
Riding side by side with her husband of 3 years, together for 24. They're a dynamic duo on their own two wheels, and now I have someone to talk about riding with at school. But what truly sets Miss Kate apart is her deep love for our elementary students. She often says there's always something new with them, and she cherishes their silly, surprising, and honest remarks. It's this connection that makes her such a valuable presence in our school and community. Chosen by a staff-wide vote, it's clear we all see what a treasure Miss Kate is. Thank you for everything you do, for your tireless work, your big heart, and for making Mount Hope Nanjemoy Elementary not just a school, but a second home for our students and staff. Let's all give a big round of applause for Miss Kate Lyons, our exemplary employee.
Good evening again. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Lewis Butler, Building Service Manager at Indian Head Elementary. He's the epitome of an exemplary employee. Since joining Indian Head in 2011, he has gone above and beyond every single day for the entire Indian Head school community. He has received superior ratings every year on his inspections, oftentimes receiving a perfect score of 100. I don't know if you've ever been to Indian Head Elementary, but fabric partition walls are very hard to clean. Somehow, every year, Mr. Butler and his team work miracles over the summer. Whether there is lunch on us, summer programs, or now construction, the building is always clean, safe, and ready for staff and students in August. April Murphy shared that Mr. Butler has always been someone I can count on in any situation. I truly appreciate his opinion and rely on his expertise. He is a leader that works with staff to see that they are trained properly and that their work product is to his standards. People that work for Mr. Butler walk away from Indian Head School better in every aspect of their work than they did when they started. She's always impressed with his work ethic, his dedication, and his get-it-done attitude. Here are some other comments from staff about why Mr. Butler deserves this award. He always goes above and beyond. He looks out for teachers in all aspects related to the students and the building, even beyond his job duties. He always puts the students first and is a joy to work with. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Butler for the warm welcome he gave me on my first day at Indian Head. From the moment I arrived, he made me feel at home, giving me a thoughtful tour of the school and even helping me move items into my office. His caring nature truly shines through his actions, and it meant so much to start this new chapter with such genuine support. Thank you, Mr. Butler, for making my transition smooth and memorable. Another person said, prior to taking on assistant manager position at Indian Head, I've heard that you are a very hard and dedicated manager in the support division of CCBOE. Keep up the great work, and as I continue my role as your assistant, I look forward to working more closely with you. And the last one, Mr. Butler was one of the first to welcome me to Indian Head and quickly made me feel part of the team. He approaches his work with professionalism, efficiency, and a positive attitude, often going above and beyond to ensure that every task is completed promptly and correctly. Mr. Butler leads his team with high expectations and provides additional support to his teammates where needed to ensure the building runs smoothly. Even when summer construction challenges and limited staff, Mr. Butler worked tirelessly to make sure the building was ready to welcome students. His hard work, problem solving, and positive attitude made a huge difference in getting our school year off to a great start. Mr. Butler is the heart of Indian Head. His hardworking, dependable, and he always brings a smile to students and staff. His humor, friendliness, and dedication make him a joy to work with every day. I want to personally thank him for all of his support in my years as the principal. He has definitely become my work person, and I appreciate our talks and his candor. I wouldn't want to lead a school without him. On behalf of the entire Indian Head school community, it's an absolute honor to present Lewis Butler as our exemplary employee.
I'm proud to present Theodore G. Davis Middle School's exemplary employee for the 25-26 school year, our gifted resource teacher, Mr. Brett Gerhardt. Mr. Gerhardt has been at Davis since the beginning, since the school opened. His service to students is seen in the way that all students interact with him in the hallways. He has a rapport and is built with the majority of our student population. It goes beyond his work with the gifted students. He is in the cafeteria for just about every lunch and in the hallways for every transition. He grabs a radio whenever he knows the admin team is a man down. He answers calls and puts out fires every block to ensure that instruction is not interrupted. Probably not the best analogy for today. No emergency, but our fire alarm was pulled today. No emergency, though. But he was there to help, as always. Mr. Gerhardt is all in on the Davis vision. I have known Mr. Gerhardt since I was a teacher at Westlake High School. He was a teacher at Davis already at the time, and we used to play basketball together when staff used to get together at different school gyms. This was, of course, a long time ago in our younger years. Brett looks like he can still play. I'll keep score if needed. There's no chance I'm getting out on that floor ever again. He has been the only member of my instructional leadership team for every year I've been at Davis. He is not afraid to tell me when something's not going to work. He has his finger on the pulse of Davis staff. He can predict the outcome of a decision based on our climate and culture. But luckily, for most things, I get to have someone who's a cheerleader. For most ILT instruction decisions, he believes in the vision. He has proven that he believes in me and that he believes in Davis. His presence on the team is instrumental to the growth our school has seen since that infamous 2020 school year when it all began. My favorite thing about Brett is that you never know what you're going to get in our Davis social situations, like our staff breakfast, potluck, staff meetings, gatherings, etc. One time, he made Chicago-style hot dogs for the staff. On a number of occasions, he's brought a deep fryer in to make snakehead bites for the staff to inundate some of our new teachers with the Southern Maryland culture.
Okay.
Just this past Fair Day, when we all met to discuss the Danielson framework, it was a long day, Brett brought in a flat griddle and made chocolate chip pancakes for the entire staff. He is the archery coach. He is a soccer coach. He is a family man. He looks out for everyone. He has a huge heart. He even brings in hearts sometimes for the students to dissect. Literally, brings in hearts for the students to dissect in 7th grade bio class. It's amazing. He takes in friends and family off the street. He's a great husband, father. He hunts. He mows lawns on the side. I'm a firm believer that he could start a fire in the woods on a wet day with his bare hands. Brett, if you don't drink Dos Equis, then I don't know who the most interesting man in the world is. Thank you for your dedication to me, the influence you have had on my career, and your dedication to the staff and students of Davis Middle School. You have been here for every recognition of every staff member the past 5 years. He's been to every one. He's been here. Today we celebrate you. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brett Gerhardt, exemplary employee at Davis Middle School.
Hello.
Hello.
Today, I would like to introduce Ms. Deborah Williams as our exemplary employee. It is my absolute pleasure to recognize Deborah Williams, the heartbeat and the quiet force that keeps Westlake running smoothly day after day. She is a true definition of dedication, caring deeply for our staff, students, and families while tackling every task with grace and professionalism. Whether she's answering phones, organizing schedules, or ensuring that every document and message is perfectly managed, Ms. Williams does it all with warmth, patience, and that signature smile that instantly puts everyone at ease. Her kindness radiates throughout the building, and her ability to make every person feel valued is truly a gift to our entire school community. Beyond her daily responsibilities, Ms. Williams is the ultimate problem solver and creative genius behind the scenes. She's not just the principal secretary. She's our decorator, our organizer, our chaos fixer, our balloon arch maker extraordinaire. And if you've ever walked into a beautifully decorated event or seen a perfectly executed celebration at Westlake, chances are Ms. Williams had her hand in it. Her attention to detail and love for creating joy in every corner of our building reminds us that school spirit isn't just about colors and logos. It's about the people who bring life and laughter to our space every day. And if you ever need something, anything done right, there's only one name you need to know, and that's Deborah Williams. She can calm any parent, comfort any child, and reassure any teacher with her steady presence and kind words. From writing and designing to faxing and fixing, Deb does it all, and she makes it look effortless. Her work ethic, her creativity, and her heart make her one of a kind. Westlake is a brighter, better, more beautiful place because she's in it. We are truly blessed to have her as part of our Wolverine family. When I didn't have a dance team, she decided to become our pom sponsor.
Aww.
And then our SGA person quit. She decided to take that on too, all while having practices, being there every night, late night, and bringing her 2 children to school and staying with us. There isn't anything that she can't do. I wanted to share a letter from one of her dancers. On November, her freshman year, when Bailey got the chance to properly form a relationship with her. She's so grateful that she was able to do so and would not be here and able to dance without you. She remembers the days when she wouldn't understand the choreo and be frustrated with herself. But after taking your advice and coaching, you got her through everything she thought she couldn't. So you're not just her coach, you're someone that she can go to for fun, advice, or even to cry. She loves how you can joke during practice or have a serious conversation when needed. And she'll never forget how understanding you were last basketball season when she came crying into your office during lunch. And now you're stuck with her forever. She will never forget how you helped her during a pivotal moment in her life. She wants to say thank you for giving so much of your time and your space to her. She promises to come back despite all the hard practices and mad faces that she makes with her misplaced arms. She wants you to know that she loves you and appreciates all that you do.
Aww.
And there's many more that I'll share. Thank you.
I'm here for all of it. Well, first, let me say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your dedication and commitment to CCPS and to our scholars. You literally could be anywhere else with your skills, with your experience, with your knowledge, but this is something that you choose every day. And for that, we really appreciate you. And we want to take the time to say thank you all, because it's not easy. We recognize that. Starting with Ms. Moretta. Wow. I have so much respect for our secretaries because I know that's really just a title. You're doing everything from A to Z, and on a moment's notice very often, and candidly sometimes figuring it out as you go. And I appreciate that you always set positive mood. That says a lot because it's a high stress, very demanding environment. And for someone that can remain positive through all that, that means a lot to everybody. And people see that. And then to go from high school to elementary school. So Dr. DeVar and I have this friendly debate. She's a high school. I love the littles. I would take the littles any day. I know they come with a lot. But there's something about the little people. You know what I mean? You can't be in a bad mood around little children. You really can't. I love that you're diligent. And that you come with solutions. That was the word I wrote down and underlined, is we appreciate solutions. Because everybody has a problem, but very few people have an actual solution and can do it while remaining positive. And I love, too, that you've dressed up as Wonder Woman. So I was like, yeah, that's a superhero for sure. So what would you say is your superpower? Imagine you have several. Yeah, you got to pick, right?
So I think it's just being resilient. I've always been a survivor from childhood. I've learned to survive. I work best under pressure, so that kind of goes hand in hand with my position.
Right.
Just being God-fearing, putting God first, keeping on trucking. That's our motto this year at Billingsley. And just having a great staff behind me. I couldn't do it without my office staff. Of course, Principal Robinson Taylor, she's amazing. I've learned so much from her. So it's just resilience, I think.
I think that's excellent. And that is a very, very important skill to have because you almost have to forget whatever happened the day before, right? Amen. Well, what would you like to share, Ms. Moran? Anybody you want to thank? This is your time.
I'm really nervous. But I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that God put me in that place because most important for me is education. I preach that to my kids all the time. They're grown now, but I still preach always learning. Knowledge is key. And for me, a huge part of changing from high school to elementary was being able to touch the young lives because they're our future.
Right.
So that was a huge part of moving back to elementary. I've been in middle school and I love high school. I love Westlake, by the way. But yes, being at Billingsley is just a great experience. And I couldn't do it without my office staff. I couldn't do it without the staff there and the leadership. It's been amazing.
Yes, well, you're obviously very much appreciated. So thank you so much. We appreciate you. Hi, Ms. Lyons.
Hi,
how are you?
I'm good.
Oh, wow. Over a decade. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, so I have to ask, as a cafeteria manager, are you the one behind the 4 chicken nuggets? Because I'm trying to get to the core of this thing.
I am not. I agree. There should be more.
There should be more, right?
More.
That's been our running joke.
I'll make a phone call tomorrow and see what I can do. I'll see what I can do, yes.
Yes. Okay. How many times my son has asked me, why we only get 4 chicken? I don't know. I can tell him, but I talk to the lady that does know.
Yeah.
And then we'll get it handled. Okay.
I
appreciate that. I could tell the infectious smile. Yeah, I could see that. And just your sense of humor. I love that you make people feel seen and cared for.
Yeah.
Because feeding a child, honestly, I'm going to get emotional. You know how many students, that might be the only meal for the day. Absolutely. You know what I mean? And so to make them feel seen and treasured and valued, that's something really, really special. And thank you so much for that. And that it excites them. They want to come back every day. Yeah. but when they get a little bit more chicken nuggets. Okay?
We're going to work on that. I'll work on that.
I know. Well, I don't have a green thumb. I tend to kill everything. But please tell me more about this Harley. I did not see that coming.
Well, my husband right here, he has a motorcycle, and I rode on the back for years, and then I ended up getting my own. I ride a Fat Boy.
Okay.
Yeah, and evidently we're the dynamic duo. That's what he.
I love that. I have been terrified.
But yeah, we enjoy it.
Oh, that's my husband did one for years. I've been terrified, but you're getting me excited.
Get on it. Get on the back.
He's like, just do it. Just go. I love that because it's unexpected, right? You know what I mean? Like you're like, I have all different sides to me. That's fantastic. Yeah. And I love that you have something that you're passionate about that you can share with your husband. That's fantastic. So what would you like to share, Ms. Lyons?
I mean, I really feel honored that I was even nominated for this, and Mount Hope is it's a great place to work. The staff is great, the kids are great, and like every day is something new with the little ones.
Yes,
you
right?
And now we even have like the little pre-K threes.
Threes, I love the threes.
Yes.
They're so cute.
It's just a great place to go to work every day. So it makes it easy to, be happy and love the kids and enjoy what you do, because it's just nice. It's just life is good at Mount Hope.
Amen. It is a really sweet school and community, and I love that you all know each other.
It is. The community is very involved too. It really is. It's very good.
Yeah, I think that's where they had the what was it? The fire trucks and superheroes. I think was it last year, or the year before we went. It was before when he had the other principal. But I'm wondering. I'm hoping you all still have it because I brought my boys and we had a ball.
Yeah. We also have like the senior Thanksgiving dinner for all the seniors in the year.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a nice community school.
Oh, fantastic. Well, thank you. We appreciate you so much, Ms.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Butler, how are you?
I'm good.
I always make it a point to especially thank our building service managers, because as you will hear many times, we literally cannot open the buildings without you. So thank you so much. And especially since 2011, wow, that means a lot. I was laughing. The principal was sharing how hard it is to keep the walls clean when they're walls, right? But, the superior ratings, and what was standing out to me is that's someone that really takes pride in their work. As somebody that takes it very seriously and understands what that symbolizes, because you think about the children may have allergies, the staff that might have allergies, and just the pride that they have coming in every day, knowing that you have pride in how the building looks. I'm hoping that they're respectful and they appreciate all that hard work. Yes? Okay.
Yes,
Good.
yes,
But I love that you're also genuinely supportive of everybody there and that you have high expectations. I always appreciate staff that have high expectations, because that, to me, trickles down to the students. They see that, they receive that, they're going to embody that as well. But that's fantastic. And it goes without saying you have a strong work ethic and another problem solver, which is fantastic. So since 2011, what keeps you coming back? And why do you keep coming back in particular to Indian Head? What about it is just really resonates with you?
Well, I love the kids and the staff and the community. I might ruffle some fellas, but
it happens.
Indian Head is the best elementary school.
Somebody had to say it, right?
Yeah, somebody had to say it. Because I started at Westlake, and I went to Thomas Stone, and I'm at Indian Head, where I want to be. I love Indian Head. I love the community. I used to live there, but I live in Waldorf now, but I just love the kids. And it's not a day to go by the kids always say, Mr. Butler. I see them in high school, college, they always remember Mr. Butler all the time. I might not remember them, but they remember me. They grew up so fast on me, I see them all the time. You remember me? Yes.
Sure, of course.
But I just love working at Indian Head, and I have a real good group of teachers there. I must say that. We're a small family down there. We all get along, and I'm going to say it again, we got the best teachers at Indian Head. They in the back, they here with me, because they know if they didn't come, they're going to hear me tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. Well, and anything else you'd like to add, sir? Anybody you want to thank?
Yes, I like thank the board members, Superintendent Navarro. I'm truly honored to be recognized by the Board of Education. This achievement is not just mine, but the reflection of the amazing team at Indian Head Elementary School. I am grateful for the support of my colleagues, my supervisor, Ms. April Murphy, Ms. Shane Blanford, and my family. Together, we create an environment where our students can succeed, and I'm proud to be a part of the effort. Thank you to Ms. Blanford and the Board of Education for this recognition, and to everyone who contributes to the success of our school system.
Thank you, sir. Hi, Mr. Gerhardt, how are you?
Good evening, ma'am.
Oh, good evening. Well, thank you so much. It was so many things that stood out, especially that you've been with Davis since the school opened. Wow, that is remarkable. I knew it without knowing it, that you had a rapport with the students, because obviously that's why you stay, right? That you have relationships. It's someone else who steps up to serve. You see a problem, and you just solve it. You just step in, and I know that it comes from a genuine place of wanting to see the place succeed. I love that you're all in on the vision and that you believe in the school. That says a lot, because again, that resonates. I was chuckling when he said, you're the most interesting man in the world. I know, right? Like, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
I mean, you have a lot of great qualities. And that also that you're always clapping and supporting others, and today was your turn to be recognized. But the most important question anyone will ever ask you, tell me more about this food that you bring.
Well, I am an avid outdoorsman, and so hunting and fishing is my passion, and it gives me, some peace to connect with nature, as well as, God who created it all. And so I bow fish for the snakehead. I started out rod and reel fishing, and then I saw this light on the river one night, and I'm like, what is that? And so I got into that. Me and my sons and even my daughter have a love for it, and we do our part to manage the population of snakehead, as it's an invasive species along with almost every other fish in our water. But it is delicious. It is absolutely delicious. And I just wanted to share, if I find something that I feel is beneficial, I'd like to share it with other people.
I love that. And if you ever need some taste testers. So now we have someone that can cook just about anything. Earlier we had a student who likes to bake. We like to eat. So this is what's known as a win-win.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. I feel like this could be mutually
Yeah, we'll let you know. Griff will send an email next time we're doing something.
I'm actually serious.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
Kind of piggybacking off of what Mr. Butler said, Davis has a ton of absolutely phenomenal teachers that could fit this bill, and they have. Yeah. And I'd like to kind of share why. The admin team is absolutely amazing under the leadership of Robert Griffiths. His passion, his dedication, his support for every single person in the building stands out. No one there can deny that. And so it's because of him that we have so many people that are able to come here and have the opportunity to in the future as well. Thank you for this platform that you provided to recognize students, also the staff. My wife, who allowed me to get my master's so I could continue teaching.
Awesome.
With 3 kids in the house. It was very difficult for her, and I thank her for that. For all of my friends and family that are here, there's a ton of people here.
Right, give it up for his wife.
Yeah.
Amen.
And I think what keeps me grounded and what keeps me going, it's tattooed somewhere on my body, but it's Colossians 3:23. Do everything for the Lord with all of your heart, not for man. And, I still love Griff, but I'm not working, for him. However, it is a true honor to be a part of Davis Middle School and the staff and CCPS for the 23 years, 1 month, and 25 days that I calculated.
Amen. I have to say, people like you truly bless us. Thank you so much, Mr. Gerhardt. We appreciate you. Okay, we had it down to the day. Miss Williams, hi.
Hello.
I saw you in your Westlake colors.
Yes, always gotta represent.
I love it. I was getting choked up when you heard the beautiful words from the student, and I could tell that meant a lot to you. I'm sure there are probably dozens, hundreds, who knows how many students that feel the same way, and that was just one small representation. I have to say again, as a principal secretary, you're putting out fires, you're solving problems, you're anticipating needs, you're just moving constantly. Also, definitely a problem solver. I wrote down "I'm Every Woman." That song was playing in my head. Is that one of your favorites?
As it feels like.
I love that. I also, so fun fact, I like to relate to people. Interesting that you were a POM sponsor because they rejected me. We'll circle back to that. Yes, can you imagine? What? But I know, right? But I love that you stepped up. I'm always joking. I love that you step up between POMs and SGA. You know what I mean? Like, again, you see a need, you feel it, you love your school, it's what needs to be done, and you don't say, well, who's going to do it? You know what I mean? You just, why not me? And I very much appreciate that because Lord only knows how many different ways you have to stretch yourself, right? That people never really consider, but they know that you're reliable and they're going to keep coming back to you. So what keeps you motivated?
Let's see. Westlake is an amazing place to be at, first of all. When the arthritis wants to keep you in bed, you're just like, no, some really cool people there. Let me get up and go.
Aww.
So that's a motivator. I do have 2 children at Westlake. I have a senior this year, Julia. She looks just like me. She's behind me.
Shout you out.
Yeah,
She's proud of her
shout me
mama.
out. And my son, who's a freshman there. So, they need a ride to school. So,
So you got to get up, right?
Got to get up anyway. So it's like, okay, let's get the job done. But no, actually, I thrive. Like Ms. Loretta said, it's just when that pressure button is hit, it's like, okay, let's go. Let's go time. Let me see what I can do. Let me see what I can make happen when it looks like it can't be done. So
You make the impossible happen. Amen.
Absolutely.
And make it look effortless.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. All right,
No
of course.
I'll cry in the car. But that's after everything's done.
Yes. That is so true. In the moment, you just got to get it done. Well, what would you like to share? Anybody you want to thank?
Well, I'm going to start with my amazing principal, Dana Fenwick, and the administration staff there. Again, they make it super easy to get up in the morning and go in and get the job done. My kids, Jalea and Javen, they're amazing as well. But just my passion to serve, that's just been my thing. I've always wondered, what is my purpose? What is my ministry? And it truly is to just serve others. I'm one that, again, I love seeing everybody else smile and just make sure it's good. I like to sit back and kind of say, okay, they liked it, they enjoyed it.
Yeah.
So that's one that just thrives. But just super appreciative. It really shocked me. I didn't even realize that I was nominated. We were in the thick of homecoming, and Principal Fenwick said, "Hey, did you get a letter?" And I said, "No. What else? What else?
What y'all want?
What else?" So we had to check my mailbox, and I was like, "Oh, okay." But yeah, I'm just super appreciative and thankful, and it was a shocker, but I'm grateful. Thank you.
Very well deserving. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all. So stay right there. We'll be right back. One of these folks. Oh, stuff this.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Thank you.
The school looked great. I know
Thank
the summer was.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's very everything. Yeah. Oh, okay.
I know. Have you seen my kids? Have you met my kids? Oh, yeah, so you'll get to see them. It's fun. Later. I've been out like
She always delivers. She's not new to this. Thank you so much. If you are you okay? I say if you need. Get up. It's okay. We'll take up. Okay, yeah. Just because we're a little bit behind. Okay, everyone. Can I ask you all to please file out quietly? We need to continue on with public forum. More people come. Okay, everyone, can you keep going out, please? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Schwartz, public forum, sir.
I'll read the rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less.
The mic isn't. Yeah, it's on. Can you maybe tilt it up? Yeah. Thank you.
Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. When appropriate, CCPS staff may address the speaker's concerns directly. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. This evening, we have 15 people signed up for public forum. The first speaker is Tracy Todd.
Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Straight to the point, I contacted, my child was given an assignment to do. I contacted the school board. They told me to contact the principal first. I did that. She did respond. But this wasn't just about my granddaughter. I have 4 kids in Charles County. One is Zane Todd. This is about all the children that did this assignment. The assignment is, and I was looking for children. The assignment is how to murder your wife and get away with it, or your husband and get away with it. I want and hope that every child that turned in an essay saying how they would have done it, because that was the assignment, how they would have done it and got away with it with a little humor, that all those papers get deleted, because this is something, it's like we tell our children, don't put things on social media. This is something that was written in their name and can follow them in their future. And I would like for all the children that did do this assignment, that the assignment be shredded. I don't know how this is entered into a curriculum, and I'm just, I couldn't stop thinking about it. And it's a trigger for me because I've lost Zane Todd's father to this. And I just want it to be, I hope you find it to be irrelevant to the school system and learning. And I have copies if you want.
Thank you. The superintendent would like to say something.
So if you don't mind, Kevin Lowndes, he's waved, Mr. Lowndes. If you can talk to him and he can take the information, we would appreciate, we'll follow up. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Todd.
Our next speaker is Douglas Paul. Mr. Paul.
I shouldn't have to be here again. All of my statements are my opinions only. So about a month ago, I came here and said, there was a student in one of the classes that was threatening his classmates, and he was back the next day despite some inflammatory and sexual statements. 4 or 5 days after that, the same student said, quote, "I've killed a girl before," end quote, "and I'm going to, quote, cut, kill, and murder my classmates," end quote. Of course, I went to the vice principal and I said, hey, this is what happened. His first words were not about student safety. He said, well, you have to consider people's emotions. That's the wrong answer, but it's the answer that's mandated by this board. And when the vice principal heard more of the same exact quotes from students, those details were not shared with parents because they, quote, do not summarize events that happens in schools, because apparently parents don't need to understand when their kids are threatened with murder. Now, why do I bring this up? Because today, in McDonough, in the first period, there was a student that was so brutally assaulted and very likely stabbed, his blood was all over the floor the entire day. There were students at the opposite end of the school that heard blood-curdling screams. I spent a long time in the service. I know what those screams sound like. And now you have hundreds of teenagers who understands what that sounds like. Do your jobs. I've come here for years telling you that something like this was going to happen. I don't represent the parent or that kid, but I've told you before, all of my comments are for all kids. And as far as I'm concerned, the kids having to walk through that student's blood all day, smell it all day, even at the end of the day, is disgusting. Madam Chair, you talk about solutions, I agree. You talk about doing the right thing when nobody's looking. The board needs to. That blood is on your hands. Yours. And at least one of you doesn't want to expose the messages that I've had to bear over the past 4 years as I've testified before this body. But I think those things need sunlight. So my solution, quit, or don't run in the next election.
Our next speaker is Veronica Golden.
Okay. Mr. Paul, Mr. Stoddard will follow up with you. Mr. Paul?
I heard you.
You heard me? Okay. Oops. Good afternoon.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Golden, and I serve as the Vice President of the Education Association of Charles County. Before I begin, I want to share a quick note. Many of us are delegates to the MSCA convention and have a caucus meeting at 7 p.m. with colleagues from St. Mary's and Calvert counties. When we leave early tonight, please know that it is not out of disrespect, but because we are juggling two important commitments. Recently, EACC conducted 2 surveys, one for all members and another for our school-based administrators, to gather honest feedback about collaborative planning. The responses, especially from administrators, were truly eye-opening for me as both a teacher and a union leader. The idea for the survey came after we, the EACC Board of Directors, heard growing frustration from our administrators, especially around communication from central office and the feeling that their voices weren't being heard. We wanted to better understand their challenges, and what we learned was powerful. Our principals and assistant principals share many of the same struggles teachers face: staffing shortages, special education needs, limited budgets, heavy workloads, and unclear communication. What concerned me most was that half of respondents said that they feel uncomfortable reaching out to their executive director. Some fear retaliation for speaking up, being moved arbitrarily, demoted, or passed over for promotion opportunities. When leaders feel silenced, that uncertainty trickles down to our classrooms. When communication isn't clear and resources are missing, our administrators are left to interpret new initiatives on their own. They're trying their best, but it creates confusion, frustration, and more work for everyone, and sometimes even causes violations to our negotiated agreement. As we celebrate National Principals Month, I want to thank our administrators for all that they do and ask our district leaders to take a moment to reflect before launching new initiatives. Please consider, are the expectations realistic? Do schools have what they need to succeed? Has communication been clear and supportive? If any of these questions are answered with a no, let's pause until you've got it right. If we can answer yes to those questions, we'll not only keep our great administrators, we'll make our entire school system stronger. Thank you for your time this evening. As EACC Vice President, I believe that honest communication and mutual respect between educators, administrators, and our district leadership are the foundation of real progress. When we work together and truly listen to one another, we can strengthen our schools and create the best possible environment for both staff and students.
Thank you, Ms. Golden.
Our next speaker is Peter Allman.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education.
Good evening.
I'm speaking tonight on behalf of staff around the system who have shared concerns with me, but before I go any further, I want to sincerely thank you. After 19 years in Charles County Public Schools, this is the first time I've seen dedicated funding for fine and performing arts resources. The last time I spoke here, I shared that I was buying classroom materials out of my own pocket. You heard that and you responded. That kind of support matters. Now I'm here to talk tonight about something else that matters: teacher workload. I know many others will speak about collaborative planning tonight, and collaborative planning is adding to an already overwhelming problem. When are we supposed to get it all done? Collaborative planning has eaten into time that used to be used for, well, planning. Also grading, lesson prep, setting up classrooms, building relationships with students, and mentoring, not to mention eating lunch or using the restroom. You know, luxuries. Teachers have been saying for years that the plate keeps getting heavier, but nothing ever comes off. We're still writing lesson plans, making copies, emailing parents, and trying to keep 30 teenagers from going full Lord of the Flies. But now we're acting as social workers, crisis counselors, behavior interventionists, tech support, and emotional support for humans, for both students and coworkers. All of it is wrapped up in a never-ending list of other duties as assigned. Add in layers of micromanagement and check-the-box tasks designed to prove that we're doing our jobs, and you start to understand why teachers feel like they're drowning, even the really good swimmers. Now, I'll admit I'm crazy. I've been showing up to work 2 hours early for years. No one asked me to. I do it because it's the only way to stay afloat. This year alone, I'm teaching 3 grade levels of chorus, learning and teaching theater curriculum, unofficially mentoring 2 new chorus teachers, creating musical resources for 6 other schools, and helping several new or uncertified staff in my own building. I still feel like I'm not doing enough for my own students or for myself. I willingly put in 10 extra hours a week because I love my job. I come in happy, I leave tired but not defeated. I work with great kids, I feel supported by most parents, I even like my admin team. I know I'm one of the lucky ones. But not everyone feels as lucky. I'm hearing from colleagues who are burnt out, micromanaged, and emotionally exhausted, some just barely hanging on. What's frustrating is that we're all supposed to be on the same team working toward the same goals, but it doesn't always feel that way. I'm not just here to vent. I'm here because I believe that if we don't start taking some things off teachers' plates, we're going to lose good people and fast. Some already feel lost. Others are just tired of feeling like no matter how hard they work, it's never quite enough. I'm asking you to help us reassess the ever-growing list of responsibilities. Let's figure out what actually supports students and what's just noise. Let's put our heads together, teachers, admin, and leadership, and find ways to protect time, protect sanity, and make sure we're all rowing in the same direction. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing, for our students to succeed. But we can't keep doing everything and expect to do anything well. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Almond.
Our next speaker is Joseph Mank.
Good evening, Board. My name is Joseph Mank. I haven't spoken in front of this body in a while, and honestly, what Mr. Paul mentioned just shocked me. I was at work all day. I didn't even hear anything about this. My remarks are going to center on school safety, something I've spoken about multiple times. I also want to go back to something I said back in 22 during the last campaign. This entire board, with the exception of Mr. Hancock, is new. And I mentioned I was going to give all you folks a chance to do something different than the last board. It seems like we're having an escalation of issues in the schools. I don't know if this is a policy issue. I'm pretty sure Mr. Schwartz is not having an issue enacting the policy that's on the books. Maybe we need to address what are the policies and if they're being effective. The other thing I also want to mention is about transparency. I strongly believe leadership should be through action and also transparency. I also believe that we're also dealing with minors, and we just can't say, this student did this, and this is what happened, and this is this was the result. I do believe the public deserves and is entitled to a little more transparency about what's happening and how our children and our educators and our support staff and our administration staff are going to be protected. Because if we have drugs coming into schools and we have knives and weapons coming into school, that makes people not feel safe. And how can someone learn if they do not feel safe? And we're also dealing with, we were talking about littles, Madam Chair, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds. They depend on their adults to protect them, their teachers, their administrators, their parents. And if they don't feel safe, we cannot expect them to learn. We just cannot. So if the policies on the books are not working, we need to revisit what the policies are. If the policies on the books aren't being enacted, then we need to talk with the people that are responsible for enacting these policies. And as I'm in the community, as I always am, I'm hearing that they want transparency from the administration and from the board. To what's to the fullest level by law. We're not going to release people's names. I'm not expecting that. We don't need to release personal identifiable information. But people want to know what's going on and and you're talking about, Madam Chair, about solutions. What are we going to do to fix these problems in our schools to make sure our teachers, our students, our administration staff all feel safe? And so we don't have kids coming home in tears. Because I've had that happen in front of me multiple times in the last 3 years. And we do have an election coming up. Trust me, I know personally. My name is Joseph Mank. I live in District 4 in Waldorf. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob Bowser.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Bob Bowser, and I have the privilege of teaching history at Lackey High School. I'm a 21-year veteran in Charles County Public Schools. I have a bachelor's degree in education and a master's degree in history. I've been designated as a highly effective master teacher by the school system. I have mentored new teachers, hosted a student teacher, and facilitated professional development sessions in more services than I'd like to count. In 2020, I had the distinct honor of being Lackey High School's Teacher of the Year nominee. I'm a respected and experienced educator who has spent his entire career in this school system, and I am experiencing burnout like I have never felt before. I feel like I've completed an entire year of teaching obligations, and I have yet to submit grades for quarter one. I am not here alone. I arrive at school 40 minutes before my contractual day begins. When I pull into the parking lot, there are already the cars of at least a dozen other teachers who beat me there. The same thing is true when I leave the building in the afternoon. I've been trying to figure out how I've reached this point. Common sense would say that the more experience one has at their job, the more efficient they should be. But I can't keep up. I made a list of all of the expectations placed upon teachers. I tried to cross off items that were non-essential and focus solely on the things that I needed to do to complete my mission as an educator. But I couldn't cross anything off. Everything was mandatory. In the last few years, the school system has implemented many new changes and added new requirements to our workload. I'll concede that some were necessary, but many seem arbitrary. It seems like we're constantly chasing the next new teaching trends and buzzwords. This practice has added tremendously to our workload over the years and eliminated the consistency that teachers need to thrive at their craft. I found myself spending more time struggling to keep up with new requirements instead of focusing on teaching and my students. One thing that has not changed in that time is the amount of time provided in our workday to complete all of these new requirements. This year, I teach 4 preps, honors, 2 different AP courses, and A-level inclusion. I have 46 minutes of planning per day. If I only use that time for planning, and planning only, for those 4 preps, I could dedicate 11 minutes and 30 seconds of a day to planning out those lessons. And that's doing none of the other things that I'm required to do. So where does the time come from? For grading, for contacting parents, for doing all of the special ed forms, for writing letters of recommendation, all of the other things. This year I've logged between 12 and 15 hours of time working outside of my contractual hours every week of the school year, simply trying to survive rather than focusing on all of the things that make effective teaching work. That translates into a feeling of inadequacy at my job, time away from my family, and no time to focus on my physical and mental well-being. At this point, my life is work, sleep, repeat. I have talked to many other veteran colleagues who feel the same way I do, and I can only imagine what our new teachers and our career changers are experiencing. I came here tonight on behalf of myself and every other teacher in the county who is exhausted, burned out, and ready to quit to ask you to find ways to reduce our workload so that we can have the time we need for planning to provide that excellent education that all of our students so desperately deserve while still being able to live our lives outside of the classroom. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna Ronaldo.
It's Dyslexia Awareness Month. My name is Anna Ronaldo, and I represent the Charles County chapter of Decoding Dyslexia Maryland. Decoding Dyslexia Maryland has been advocating in Maryland public schools for more than a decade. We are deeply invested in the success of this system because some of our kids are your students, and all of your students are our community members. And we are sincerely concerned for the compounding effects of improper literacy instruction on our community. Our goal is to ensure that all students with dyslexia in Charles County Public Schools are identified early, taught with fidelity by highly trained and certified educators using proven evidence-based methods for dyslexia, and given the opportunity that every child deserves and is legally required, which is to be educated and to learn to read. In honor of Dyslexia Awareness Month, we'd like to dismantle persistent myths that we continue to hear. Myth 1, dyslexia is rare. Dyslexia is only one of several learning disabilities and is the most common learning disability, affecting up to 20% of the population. That's more than 5,000 Charles County students. Whether we acknowledge it or not, students with dyslexia are in every classroom. According to 2024 MSDE data, it shows only 1.9% of CCPS students have been identified with a specific learning disability, which leaves many children underserved. Data from experts in the field explain that 1.9% that CCPS and MSDE are reporting is nowhere near the expected 20% of a total population regarding dyslexia alone. Furthermore, when considering the data-driven and expected percentages of all other specific learning disabilities, the reported 1.9% of the total population is even further away from an actual expected percentage of identified students. Shift slightly and focus on a population where students are receiving structured literacy. Roughly 15% of a specific learning disability population with structured literacy would be evidence of improvement from the appropriate curriculum. This leaves about 5% of the specific learning disability population that would then be in need of continued interventions, according to experts in the field. Now take this 5% of the population and note that 1.9% does not equal 5%. Charles County Public Schools is still not identifying the very likely and known population of profoundly dyslexic individuals. There is a spectrum. Myth 2, dyslexia can't be identified until 3rd grade. Not identifying dyslexic students as early as kindergarten is a persistent concern in Charles County Public Schools.
Ms. Ronaldo, I apologize. Your time is up. Can you finish your sentence, please?
Sure. It is also a common misbelief and something we continue to hear that students have to be 2 years behind in order to be tested. And that is not true. We don't need to try harder. Dyslexics are not linked to low intelligence, and accommodations are not enough. Please invite us to the table to discuss how you plan to use the $2.3 million grant in Charles County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Gibson.
Good evening.
Good evening.
There we go. My name is Kevin Gibson. I work at Henry Lackey High School. This is my 13th year in the county. We're having a problem with clarity of expectations. Let me give you some examples. At the high school, cell phones continue to be a prime problem, a source of contention between students and teachers, and a barrier to effective learning. Although the district ostensibly has a cell phone policy, you would have a challenge finding a high school student or teacher who would tell you it is effective. We have told students to have their phones powered off at the beginning of the school day. They do not, they will not. Why do students use phones? To make calls, to send texts, listen to music, play games, and yes, to do schoolwork. Although we've said at the high school we are a one-to-one district, the one that we are giving to students doesn't work. The laptops we give our students are junk. Many of them have been in use since before the pandemic. They have cracked screens. They don't power on. They don't charge. The keyboards don't work. The trackpads don't work. They don't connect to the Wi-Fi. Many of them are too big to be practical, so students won't carry them. Students refuse to restart them, and so they don't update and won't work for the required applications. But the message we receive is that students have laptops, they should use their laptops, and they should not use their phones. Next, there's a new grading policy this year regarding students not receiving less than 50% on assignments where they demonstrated genuine effort. I can tell you, different teachers have understood that policy in different ways. For some teachers, it applies to product assignments. For others, it applies to process assignments. And for others, it applies to all assignments. What's the correct answer? It remains unclear because the policy was issued to the staff as a PowerPoint presentation. Along with that policy comes a mandated opportunity for student reassessment. When that reassessment is supposed to happen is also unclear. In some buildings, there's ready-built time in almost every day when reassessment can happen, while in other buildings, it is not. What do students have to do to get that reassessment opportunity? It's unclear. Next, collaborative planning. Each week at my school, we spend time conducting mandated collaborative planning. The main use of that time is completing the forms to show that we were collaborative. What is its real purpose? Who knows? Finally, Canvas. It seems that the main purpose of Canvas in this district is to have a Canvas page published. What is its purpose? I don't know. I know I have my Canvas pages published. Is anyone going to look at it? I doubt it. Whatever the purpose is, it's not been clearly communicated. There's a lot of things that the board and the superintendent rightly expect to happen, but the expectations have not been clearly communicated to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
Our next speaker is Jacob Lang.
Good evening. I'm Jacob Lang. I'm an EACC rep at Westlake High School. I'm also an anchor mentor. I sent my remarks to Print Shop 2 weeks ago, so I'm having to use my phone. That was a joke. Okay. So I tried to think of some detail or anecdote to illustrate just how much is on our plates as teachers, but the thing is you already know. None of you appear to have your heads submerged in sand, so you have to know that without our unpaid overtime, the entire education system falls apart. Since you know that already, the real task is to emphasize what's at stake. So I spoke to some of the early career educators in my building. One said, "The workload that I'm facing as a new teacher can often feel overwhelming, especially when I'm navigating the complexities of the education system without adequate guidance. Balancing lesson planning, grading, classroom management, and administrative tasks is causing me stress and burnout." Another told me, "I'm usually at the school until 5 in the evening, and instead of grading and writing lesson plans, I spend most of that time calling parents, emailing parents, writing referrals, and meeting with administrators. I spend my weekends lesson planning because I don't have time to do it during the week." Hearing that, it's not surprising that 44% of teachers quit within the first 5 years of their career. It's not surprising that Band-Aids like the Anchor Mentor program can't compensate for the fact that many new teachers don't last long enough to develop their skills. The way things are, you cannot do this job well and maintain a healthy work-life balance. Institutionally, we have accepted this as inevitable. It is taken for granted that overwork is a constant, unchanging fact. And then they gaslight us, promote mindfulness, and tell us to remember our why, so we think this is an individual failure instead of a systemic one. So we don't ask, why does it have to be like this? And the answer to that question comes down to political will, to the urge to treat test scores like profits and make schools compete for resources, to the idea that care labor is women's work and therefore not real work, to the belief that our curriculum must reinforce the values of the dominant class and turn our students into marketable workers instead of equipping them to think critically. And I know that one board cannot change all of that, but you can recognize that overworking your staff is not an inevitability. There are solutions to the problems we face that don't involve breaking the backs of our new teachers before they've had the chance to build their strength. Because if you can't recognize those things and take the appropriate steps, like, for instance, rethinking how we're implementing collaborative planning, public education will fall apart because there will be nobody left to do the job.
Our next speaker is Will Lewis.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Will Lewis, and I'm a teacher at St. Charles High School and the treasurer of the Education Association of Charles County. Tonight, I want to talk about collaborative planning. Discussions about collaborative planning began around this time last year during contract negotiations. From that time until now, we have all agreed, I want to say this again, we have all agreed that collaborative planning is important and educators find it valuable. We gave up 4 hours of teacher planning time on early dismissal days, which you've clearly heard is greatly needed, to help facilitate system-wide collaborative planning. We agreed to changes in the structure of both professional learning and after-school meetings to make more system-wide collaborative planning possible. Everyone was on board. This fall, while very well intended, we tried to do too much too fast. I know this because concerned elementary school principals started calling the EACC office this summer, asking for help planning it all, while still following the contract. Members who never complained started sending emails asking for help. Frustration spilled onto social media. In a spirit of collaboration, the EACC reached out to Teaching and Learning and OSAL to share and work through concerns. Things like elementary teachers losing valuable time before or after the student day once used to meet their professional responsibilities. Self-directed planning time in elementary slowly being eaten up little by little. The documentation associated with collaborative planning feeling burdensome and the feeling of being micromanaged. Middle school educators told us that 5 days a week of collaborative planning is just too much. Our high school educators, who aren't on block schedules, are seeing time disappear, time they desperately need to do their job. And here's my disappointment, and quite frankly, my surprise with the relationship we've always had. What's been done over the last 7 weeks with this information? What changes have we made? Where did OSAL and Teaching and Learning stop, reflect, and shift? All key elements of collaborative planning. Instead, we've decided to bull ahead, making few, if any, tangible changes. And we all know what happens when we try and bull our way through something. People feel frustrated, they feel resentful, and they disengage. What should have been an exciting and impactful new initiative has become to many just yet another burden. One more thing added to the already overflowing plate. Educators want collaborative planning, but not like this. So the question remains, will we stop, will we reflect, and will we shift? Will we live out the tenets of collaborative planning, or will it be do as I say, not as I do? For all of our sakes, I hope we stop, we reflect, and we shift. Collaborative planning can be a game changer for veteran teachers and for new teachers alike, but not the way that we're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Our next speaker is Roxanne Burlak.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Roxanne Burlak. I'm the instructional specialist for the speech language pathologist, and I'm here to talk about workload. So good evening, and I thank you for taking the time to hear about what I'm sharing. And this information directly impacts the success and communication skills of our students. Our speech therapy caseload increased by more than 100 students, which is 5%, but that was within 3 weeks from the end of July to, actually 5 weeks, end of July to the beginning of September. This is an unprecedented rise in such a short period of time. It represents a significant increase in the number of evaluations, therapy sessions, and progress monitoring that our speech language pathologists must manage each week. To put this in perspective, this increase alone would require the addition of 2 full-time speech language pathologists just to maintain manageable and ethical service levels. To this, we face growing challenges in providing the individualized attention to that our students deserve and that are required by law. We began this school year already facing staffing difficulties. We were short on 2 direct hire in-person speech language pathology positions, 2 in-person contracted speech language pathologists, 1 tele-speech language pathologist, and 2 SLP assistants to cover our critical needs. Unfortunately, since then, we've had to end a contract with 1 SLP who wasn't doing their job, and another SLP resigned. This leaves us even more understaffed than we started. Even with our best efforts from our current team, who are working tirelessly and often beyond their capacity, this situation is not sustainable. We are not even fully staffed at all of our schools, leaving numerous students without services, which means we will owe numerous compensatory services, which is a significant hit to our budget. It is important to note that onboarding new SLPs take a minimum of a month, so there's no quick fix. Even if we could find an in-person SLP, which basically doesn't exist in this area, it just is a huge problem. So we need to work with making system changes, and we need support and understanding that this needs to happen in Charles County
Ms.
because
Burlak, sorry,
yes.
your time is up, ma'am. Can you finish your sentence, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to inform you all what is going on, and it's not good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is Desmond Rozier.
Good evening, distinguished board members, and good evening, audience.
Good evening.
My name is Desmond Rozier, and I'm a graduate of Charles County Public Schools, as well as a current now employee of Charles County Public Schools. Go Panthers. It has been 268 days since the new administration assumed office in Washington, D.C. In that time, we have observed a series of actions unlike any other seen before. actions that have had a significant and immediate implication for the citizens of our county and our nation. And upon reflection, it is clear that as a nation, as a state, and as a community, nobody's seen these changes coming so quickly. Today I come before you not as an outraged community member, but as someone who is answering and echoing the call to action to do something now. The current administration has launched a series of measures that has directly and indirectly undermined our educational system. From cuts in public school funding and shifts in our curriculum priorities, to policies that devalue teachers and weaken access to higher education. And just yesterday, the administration has announced a sweeping cut to special education programs that strike directly at the most vulnerable among us. Let me tell you, these are not abstract policy shifts. This is an attack on the future of education in our nation. These decisions hurt children and families with disabilities, weaken protections in forcibly already overburdened state and local school systems, obligations with fewer and resources and guidance. Not only that, but we have children in our school systems who families are experiencing a profound financial hardship and uncertainty about tomorrow. Whether it is the fear of immigration and custom enforcement disrupting some households, or parents who have recently been laid off or furloughed or struggling to make ends meet, our community is living in a state of anxiety and instability. These challenges do not exist in isolation. They are the intersect within our classrooms, where teachers are doing their best to support students who are hungry, distracted, and burdened by the circumstances that are out of their controls. I'm calling on the Board of Education to collaborate with community entities, including the Sheriff's Office, the county commissioners, and our state officials, to ensure that we protect our residents and prevent crises before they occur. This means taking a proactive approach, strengthening communication between agencies, investing in early intervention programs, and ensuring that families in distress are met with support rather than silence. This is not a partisan issue. This is a people's issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Our next speaker is Melissa Carpenter.
Good evening. It's been a minute since I've been here. My name is Melissa Carpenter. I'm a lifelong resident of Charles County, a graduate of CCPS, and a current fifth grade teacher for the last 12 years. I feel the need to add this disclaimer before I begin. My comments tonight come from across the county and are not a direct reflection of my experience or my current school. This year feels like we are plugging holes on a sinking ship. Instead of bailing us out or taking something off of our plates, off of the school-based plates, we just keep adding weights as the ship sinks further and further, and we are barely treading water. I'd be more than happy to share the ever-growing list of concerns and initiatives I have collected, especially from elementary school, but that's going to take longer than 3 minutes. Instead, I'm going to focus on what you, the board, can do. Two of my major priorities as an educator are, one, to identify the needs of my students, and two, to address those needs. I think the board probably has some pretty similar ideas. Educators need the time to do these things and the trust to not be micromanaged to get them done. Collaborative planning, in many cases, is less of a collaborative process and more of a mini staff meeting with a list of to-dos afterwards. Some will say that it's needed to support our growing percentage of conditional teachers, but in most cases, that's not how it's being run. They are being driven by an extensive template instead of the actual supports teachers need, and run by individuals who don't have the leadership and facilitator training to make them effective. Despite many conversations about the template being a guide and not a report, collaborative planning meetings are still being run to fill out the form instead of identifying student and teacher needs and being given the time to address them. It's not just the teachers struggling with collaborative planning. Administrators are struggling to find coverage, especially with the changes to the subs at schools, not putting in for IAs or vacancies, and reduced dedicated subs. Coverage means that students are missing out on instructional time with their teachers, oftentimes sacrificing small group or intervention times to attend collaborative planning staff meetings where they walk away with a list of follow-up items they must complete, and the ship keeps sinking. So what can we do? For everything new, ask, does this alleviate educator workload? What is coming off the plates? Does it give them more time with their students? Does it make a process simpler or more streamlined? Is it worth teacher time? Will it make an impact? Teacher time is valuable, and requests for more spreadsheets or forms take away from something else, usually our students' experiences. I look forward to continuing this conversation and making CCPS the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter.
Our next speaker is Sean Starcher.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I bring artwork. This is one of the papers I've been grading. I've been sitting here grading while I'm trying to multitask. So good evening, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me to address you this evening. My name is Sean Starcher. I've been a proud Charles County educator for 27 years. And and for the last decade, I've served as the lead instructor in the Teacher Academy of Maryland at La Plata High School. I'm also on the EACC executive or board of directors. Sorry, we changed the name. But for those of you that don't know, the TAM is a grow your own program, so we can bring students back to Charles County. In case you hadn't noticed, we have a teacher crisis. I want to speak to you tonight about something that has become a refrain in this room: workload. It is massive. Most of us became teachers because we love working with students. One is right here. Another one just spoke to you a few minutes ago, Desmond. But more and more of our time is spent not teaching, completing paperwork, responding to endless emails, entering data, sitting through meetings that pile up faster than we can prepare for them. Within the last several years, I've watched the responsibilities of teachers have expanded far beyond the core work of instruction. In addition to keeping up to date with pedagogy and planning lessons that support students' academic and emotional needs, teachers are now expected to complete extensive documentation, manage multiple digital platforms, implement new initiatives, and meet an ever-growing number of compliance requirements. Each new initiative, new system is added to our plate, rarely replacing anything that was already there. And now we have the added work of collaborative planning and all the meetings and documentation that this new requirement has generated every single week. So our plates are literally overflowing. It's not busy work, it's burnout. We stay late to plan, we grade on weekends, we catch up on clerical tasks during what should be lunch breaks, and it's not sustainable. The result is predictable but deeply concerning: burnout, frustration, and ultimately attrition. When master teachers who have dedicated years to this profession are now asking themselves, is this still worth it? That's a huge warning sign. If we lose these teachers, we lose not only their expertise, but also the mentorship and stability they provide to their colleagues, their students, and to my TAM student teaching interns. And those are my babies. Addressing this issue requires more than acknowledgement. It requires action. We must look carefully at what we are asking of our educators, determine how to simplify, streamline, or eliminate. Protect planning time, hold it sacred, look at our workload, allow for collaborative work to happen organically the way we've always done it. All these years, we managed just fine without the added paperwork trail. We're tired of the paperwork trail. Teachers aren't asking for less work because we want to do less for our students. We want less nonsense. We want to focus on what matters most: teaching, connecting, and helping our students grow. So we're asking for the time and space to do our jobs well. We want to ensure that every student in this county has access to excellent teaching. We have to make sure that teaching itself remains sustainable and respected. If we don't address this soon, we won't just have a workload problem, we will have a workforce problem. And I want Charles County Public Schools to be the place that my Teacher Academy of Maryland student teaching interns want to come back to one day, because we need their talent and their passion for education in this beautiful county I love. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carpenter.
Our final speaker is Maureen Mears.
Good evening. My name is Maureen Mears. As you heard, October is Dyslexia Awareness Month. This makes it the perfect time for the community to shine a light on the 1 in 5 students with dyslexia, learn more about dyslexia, join in the advocacy efforts of Decoding Dyslexia Maryland, and commit to better meeting the needs of dyslexic students, their families, and their school teams. I first appeared before the board regarding this topic on October 10th, 2017. Since then, I am happy to see that Charles County Public Schools has embraced the move to structured literacy instruction for all students, adopted screeners to identify students at risk for reading difficulties, provided letters training for teachers, and has begun to offer additional evidence-based interventions to help students. Last spring, the Special Education Department hosted a session on dyslexia as part of as the Special Education Expo. These have all been great improvements in the last 8 years. But my interaction with Charles County families who have reached out to Decoding Dyslexia Maryland indicates that we still have a long way to go. The families share common stories of school teams unfamiliar with dyslexia, unwilling to even use the word dyslexia, and unable to provide appropriate resources to parents who want to help their students who are struggling in the classroom and at home. Many families end up spending large amounts of money and time seeking assistance outside the school system. The local chapter of Decoding Dyslexia Maryland has new leadership, who you saw this evening, and is excited to engage with the community to improve the lives of Charles County students. The best way to connect with the group is through the Facebook page, Decoding Dyslexia MD-Charles. Follow the page and look for upcoming opportunities to get involved. There are many resources for those looking for information on dyslexia, including the upcoming Maryland Dyslexia Summit to be held virtually this Thursday. The event is free and hosted by the Maryland State Library Agency. I do not have any affiliation with that organization, but it would be something to look into. There are additional resources for families out there, and you can check the Facebook page for Decoding Dyslexia Maryland Charles. The MSDE Technical Assistant Bulletin 1603 is on dyslexia, dysgraphia, and dyscalculia. The International Dyslexia Association is a great place to go, dyslexiaida.org. Understood.org, the National Center for Improving Literacy, Reading Rockets, the University of Florida Literacy Institute, which you have now engaged to help students in your district, also has a dyslexia hub. Decoding Dyslexia Maryland in general is the best way to engage with the organization through the Facebook page and group. To show your support for Dyslexia Awareness Month, please follow the organization, check out at least one of the resources that I just mentioned, challenge the myths of dyslexia you heard earlier, and ask yourself what more we can do to help. As a mother of a child who has dyslexia and completed K-12 in CCPS, I am thankful to those who helped us along our journey, and for all of those who are working hard every day, as you heard with many speakers before me, to ensure dyslexic students are successful in and out of the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mears. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Okay, everyone, it's 6:53. Can we break until 7:10, please? Take us off the air. Okay, we're back on. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We will continue on now with the renaming of Indian Head Elementary School, a report item by Dr. Maria Navarro.
So good evening, board members. I really, as I have come to you every month, I don't have any new information to report as the board requested. This is the last month that the board has requested that we check our board mail and other correspondence, and I don't have anything new to report.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. Any questions, comments? No? All right, thank you. Next up, Ms. Samisha Thomas, who will do a presentation on board metrics. They did a last minute update. Yeah. This is the one you printed for you. Oh, snap. Yep, they sure did. This is, I printed this one. Yes. Okay, thank you.
I mean, I just might be randomly talking, so.
Yeah, I'll try to follow.
Okay, I'm sorry. Good evening, board members, colleagues. So I'm here to give us an update on our strategic planning subcommittee. I'm very excited that we've done a lot of really good work. We together came as a board together, and we wanted to talk about what our board goals were. As you all know, we're on the board to not just be here, but to actually be effective and impactful. And also, I think we heard someone talk earlier today about transparency, right? And so we as a board have all talked about the ability to be transparent, effective, and also measurable. Measure and metrics are really can show the public what we do and why we do it. So as you know, we determined that we had board goals, and with those goals came metrics, and we wanted to not only make sure we had metrics, but to make sure that they were measurable and we could monitor them. And we want to be transparent about that. So as we've talked about a structure for transparency, as we talked about how to measure and monitor, those have come together. With the support of Dr. Navarro and her leadership team, as well as a myriad of activities that we've put together in order to make sure that we're doing that, we really wanted to provide, update to the full board about what we've been doing. For the purposes of also making sure that the public understands our responsibility and our specific desire to be accountable for the work that we're doing and to make sure it's student-centric. As well as what we're going to do for our subcommittee meeting. So we had a meeting and we talked about our goal 1, which was improved board governance. The board governance really is about making sure that we are self-assessing. We want to make sure that if we're doing the work, that we are not only looking at what others are doing, but we're also looking at ourselves and where that accountability leads to. So we internally take a survey. That survey, the current average was 35% fully achieved. Of that, we want to make sure that we are looking at the ability to look at how we can improve that number. If we improve that number, and what the indication would be of fully achieved is that the indicators on our governance section of our self-assessment would improve. And in order to do that, we're going to look at how we have examples of what we can do to improve and align to make sure that our expectations for our next board self-assessment will show that we've improved. So that's the first goal that we have. And if we look on the next slides, these are, and again, these are really small. So if we look at these again, these are the samples of the questions. How are we as a board evaluating ourselves, and what does that mean for our evaluation, and whether or not we're operating under our board norms, using our handbook, and those kind of things. So if you all recall, when we took this survey, there's a small group, so the metrics can be swayed one way or the other, but we want to make sure that for a small group, we should be aligned. We should make sure that we're all working together in the same positive direction, and we want to address the areas that are low scoring. Because we are such a small number, if we have any sway one way or the other, how do we address that? How do we improve? And then how do we demonstrate to the public that we have improved upon that metric? The second one is goal 2, so using data to assess the impact of our policies on student outcomes. I think we heard today, which is a really good segue into this part, is we've heard a lot about what does a policy do to impact student achievement? What does a policy do? And then how do we then go back and evaluate those policies? Policies are not a one-in-time rubber stamp and done. It's iterative. And the only way we can go back and look at those policies to determine impact, and I think you've heard Dr. Navarro say it before, we looked at eligibility. Dr. Navarro came back to us after we made some decisions about eligibility, and she came back and said, this is the number of students that were either positively or negatively impacted by our eligibility changes. We want to continue to do that. And as we look at the policies that we have and what the impact is on student outcomes, because we're all here to support successful student outcomes. And so as we look at that, we'll be working with the policy subcommittee. Ms. Jamila Smith chairs that policy subcommittee. And we're going to bring forward to look at an annual impact review of the policy. So annually, as we have policies, we want to look at those policies and then make a determination. Do we need to review those policies? Are those policies operating as intended? Do we need to have some kind of changes to those policies to continue to support student outcomes? So we will work hand in hand, policy subcommittee and the strategic planning subcommittee, in order to come up with some appropriate ways that we can measure and have metrics.
Did you want to add something, Dr. Navarro? No? Okay. So board 3, to work to ensure the superintendent's
performance indicators align with our district strategic plan and board goals. So we have talked about how we will do kind of a crosswalk to present at the next subcommittee on how do we make sure these things are aligned appropriately. The subcommittee is going to then look at monitor alignment, and we want to present evidence because while we may have outcomes, we also want to make sure that they can be substantiated about what we see going on. So we're also going to be working towards that goal to ensure the superintendent's performance indicators align with our goals, and whether or not we need to have any flexibility there, we need to make any changes, and also to make sure, again, we monitor. We've also been talking about ways that we can, for transparency purposes, put this in places and spaces that the community and the public can see so that people fully know what we're working towards, what the goals are, and then watch our progress towards the indicators that we have. The next one with Goal 4, the board's oversight of budget ensures fiscally responsible use of funds and transparency to the community. So the metric that we talked about, and we have several, we just had a meeting earlier, or a presentation earlier today by Ms. Acton. And one of the things that I think is important is we have a lot of things that are going on with the money, the movement of the money, the requirements to MSDE, and we have the Ms. Butler-Washington is on the committee for the financial committee, the subcommittee policy committee that we have. And we're going to be working towards making sure that we also have collaborated well to make sure that we also have metrics there. Now, right now we have the audits that are happening, as Ms. Acton talked about earlier today, and whether or not we have any substantive audit findings. We feel like that is an appropriate metric to be able to show, but we also want to make sure that we have regular reporting on that budget subcommittee and make sure that that comes back to the board too. Each of our subcommittees will begin to do this cadence where we're reporting out to the public as well as board members to do that. And so we've also asked that the financial subcommittee will come and talk about milestones and presentation for their presentation as well. With Goal 5, prioritizing student learning and achievement data during board meetings. So this is going to tickle the fancy of all of the board members. So as you know, when we talk about, as we are talking about the board meetings, and Madam Chair always does an illustrious job of making sure that we stay on task and on time. That's going to also mean that we're going to have to make sure that when we're doing our report out section for the board, we're going to have someone monitoring if we're reporting out on things that matter for student outcomes. It's really important that, there are people who come to the board, they're listening, maybe our millions of listeners may come back and listen later, but we want to make sure that we are never forgetting that the purpose and the reason why we're here is for student achievement and outcomes, and that as we're running our meetings, as you saw, one of the metrics we showed is in the board meetings, how much time are we spending talking about student outcomes and student achievement versus other things? And when we're talking about other things, are they substantive to then support student outcomes and achievement, or are they things that really don't matter as much, that don't need to be used for this time, but maybe in another form? And so we're going to start measuring that, because at least 50% of the time under our report section of the board this presentation time should be spent on student performance, student outcomes, and things that we're doing to improve what we're doing to impact students. So that's another thing that we are really going to prioritize, because that's one of our board goals. So hold your hats, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to be monitored up there on the dais. And so the next thing that we're going to be working on is, as we move forward, I want to kind of give us a back date. In August, we did the presentation, we had the visions, and this is kind of the way in which we showed how much time was spent on, from the presentation in the board meeting, to how much time was spent on that Goal 5, which is student learning and achievement. So here's an example. As we went back, and it's down to the videotape, so you can't even fudge it. You can't even fudge it, right? It's down to the videotape of the time spent. In this August 12th meeting, I teased Dr. Navarro that said if I had been at that meeting, we probably would have hit that 50%. We were almost there. But we are spending time on student achievement. And this is our goal. We want to keep that goal up. And if you know, if you aren't monitoring it and measuring it, then does it happen? And we know that the more you monitor, the more you measure, the more there is a myopic focus, and people will concentrate on that. And so that's what we want to do with this Board Goal 5. So I'll kind of do a recap.
Just that one quick.
Absolutely.
There's one slide that we are trying to upload that, that I want to make sure that.
Yeah, I didn't see
that
it.
we.
I sent you the one I sent you yesterday, the one I showed you today.
Okay.
Yes, so I think we're trying to upload it so that we can show it to the
here.
public, and that's what we need to do. So we may want to confirm with Joy to make sure we have the correct one. But basically, do you want to talk through, since you have it, the 3 policy options? Because one of the things that we are seeking from the board is an agreement to Board Goal 2 to figure out which is the policy, because the board said it will follow a policy this year that it'll unpack, and so we wanted to bring some options.
And we do want to bring some options. I don't think that I see that one either. Let me see if it comes up for me. I'll go ahead and see if I can find it.
I just sent it to you, Cheryl.
I can pull it up on here. It'll just take me. Okay, thank you.
Let's see if mine comes up faster. We'll see.
So when you say a
It'll
policy,
be
you
a
want us to
race.
narrowly focus on one particular one and track it
Yes.
for the year? Gotcha. Okay.
So as they're trying to bring it up, I'll talk to it. So we, you know, as I talked about with the board policies, one of the things we wanted to do was to look at a policy and unpack it. And I did allude to the eligibility policy because that was one that we talked about. And then we had grading and reporting, and then we have student dress code. So what we've done is we've talked about those 3. We've talked about whether or not one of those would be, I'm going to say a pilot case, if you will, for how we will create a standard for evaluating a policy, post-policy implementation to determine impacts to students negatively and positively, and then determine whether or not we need to rework that policy or whether or not we did, you know, as intended for that goal. So that's those are the 3 policies that we're looking at. You know, we're happy to look at other ones, but those are the ones that our team suggested because we believe that there's a broad enough scope of students that could be either positively or negatively impacted, or we believe that those are things that significantly can look at overall student achievement or student impacts.
Sorry, Ms. Thomas, you said dress code, eligibility, and grading.
Right, go down. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Sorry, up one.
Shelley? That one? No.
Go back up. There you go.
There we go.
So,
Okay, yeah,
so the
great, yeah.
policy options that we're looking for the board to vote on and really to give us some, if there's more feedback or to vote on, is eligibility. And so looking at eligibility based on the policy changes that we made, grading and reporting.
Can
And
you
to
say
look-
the numbers, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you say was that 5132? Yeah, the
Oh, I'm
policy
sorry.
numbers, yeah.
So eligibility is 6431. And then grading and reporting is 5132.2.
Okay,
And then the student dress code is 5155.
thank you.
And so a couple of reasons why these policies stood out is one, student impact, which is really, really important.
Okay.
The other one is it's hard to do kind of the metrics and measurements that we've talked about if we don't have data in order to do the metrics and measurements. So if we look at this as a pilot, if you will, we know eligibility has some good metrics for us to measure and be able to look at, you know, whole groups of students, schools that they were impacted, things like that. The same with the grading and reporting policy. As we heard tonight, someone even raised that. So those are one of the things that we as a good candidate, as well as student dress code. We do know that those are areas where we have a high number of metrics. We would be able to do reporting and monitoring, and that would also give us the opportunity to kind of check, create a framework, if you will, so that we can continue putting other policies through this kind of structure as we move forward. So I don't have anything else about, what our recommendations are to the board, and also, what we're looking for the board as a whole to, one, think about where we can go next with the policy decisions, particularly for board goal number 2, because we do need to flesh that out. We do need to make sure that that information is going to be refined enough so that we can pick the right policy for it to be a good candidate for us to be able to use this for this metric.
So, Ms. Thomas, are you looking for us to vote tonight on which policy to follow?
Yeah, I think we need consensus more than a vote. We need consensus on what, or feedback. You know, I'm happy to take feedback because, you know, as you know, there's some members that are on our group, but not everybody, and so we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to, you know, give us other options as well. We think these are optimal for this first pilot, but, you know, we're definitely willing to take feedback. But I think we need consistency on which of these policy options we think would be good.
I would say of the three, do you have one that you think may work best? That might be easier if we maybe introduce one, discuss, and then see if there's, if not, I think the vice chair has, yeah. Do you want to suggest, or if not, Vice Chair Kramer has a suggestion.
I would like to hear my colleagues' sentiments at this point. I really think that's important because we've refined and ground it out enough, so.
Okay.
Not that I'm not on the committee as well.
Right? You have a ringer.
But I definitely, I do have a preference for either eligibility or grading as opposed to dress code, just because, not that there isn't data around dress code, but in terms of like student impact, and not again that the dress code is not going to be, it may show that there's some impact to instruction, but I feel like with eligibility and grading that there is a larger impact that we would be able to see. So my vote would be one of those two. And I'm curious to hear what the rest of the board feels as well. But those would be my I have more of a preference for one than the other, but I'll keep that part to myself. But definitely one of those two for sure.
I vote for consensus building.
Okay. Any thoughts, Ms. Obanali? Anything you'd like to? Yes, go ahead.
So I'd also agree with Ms. Kramer. I would lean more towards eligibility and grading, just because dress code has so many nuances. So one student could be getting violated and another student might not be getting violated. And because it's so subjective, I feel as though it's kind of unfair to hold students to the standard of like, wait, sorry, I'm kind of confused on the eligibility policy. Like for dress code, is it like if you get too many violations, you can't like do something? Is that what it is?
So really the point, you raised a great question. Really the point is for us to look at the way we've made changes to the policy and to determine whether or not anything that we've changed has been highly impactful for students, negatively or positively, right? We want to make sure that when we make policy changes, they are not arbitrary, and that those policy changes really are supporting successful students learning and growing within the school system. And so with the dress code, one of the things would be to look at is, you know, is there some of that ambiguity, or is it subjective and it's impacting students negatively? And is it in different schools? We have the metrics to be able to pull that and say, you know, in this school over here, is it more egregious and students getting more violations than another school? So that's just an example. And the same would be with eligibility, or, you know, is one school having, you know, different outcomes, or one student population, and did we do something, unintended consequences, for example, within that policy that's impacting students, that means we need to go back and rethink, you know, our best thinking at the time for when we created that policy. The same for grading and reporting. You know, we came up with this 50% rule, you know, and to survey entire populations. What's happening? Is it working as intended, or is it something we need to do, or is it great? I mean, it could be fine, but we need to hold ourselves accountable because we are at the policy level, and we need to make sure that our policy in spirit is working as intended, and execution is working as intended, maybe working in tandem with the superintendent's rules. Is it working as intended? And these metrics will give us some indication of what we need to do in order to either leave it as is, make more changes, or, you know, just be transparent to the public. Is that how?
Yeah. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, I was just a little confused on that. So I think that when we talk about like issues like dress code for one thing, we have to think about like, is this affecting like students' ability to learn, or like is it stopping them from learning, or like, you know, like going to school and getting their job done effectively? Because I feel like that was a concern with many students. It's like, well, I'm able to go to school and I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, so why is like clothing an issue? So I think that that's something to keep in mind when regarding the policy, and just keep that in the back of your mind, like, are students able to do what they're supposed to do at school? And that would be a big thing to help us like navigate, like, what should we push heavily and what should we be more lax about? Because I feel like that's been a big issue, and a lot of students have complained about that. But yeah, I do think it's good to like look back at these things and make changes, because a lot of things can be upgraded and enforced more equitably, I suppose. Like, I think that's what I'm looking for, like enforce more upon everybody rather than like one student is disproportionately affected than another. So yeah. Thank you.
So what would your vote, what would your vote be if you had to pick eligibility, grading, or student dress code? Which one do you think you have a propensity to think would be best to evaluate for our, this will be our initial one, so.
I think eligibility.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ms.
Thank
Smith?
you.
You have your hand up, Mr. Hancock, then? Yes.
I have a clarifying question, but just wanted to start out to say thank you to Ms. Thomas for her hard work in serving on the subcommittee, and thank you to the committee as a whole for pulling this presentation together. Very thoughtful. I think it's very helpful to the public for them to understand some of the behind-the-scenes work we've been engaged in, and what was the impetus for that work. Back to, again, transparency, accountability, just ensuring that we are truly doing our jobs as board members. So really appreciate the work that you've done in this presentation. My one question is I'd like to better understand the staff time that would be required to kind of cull data for either eligibility or grading and reporting. Because I do have a kind of a 50-50 split between the two, and just curious if it's possible for us to review both at the same time, or would that be burdensome for staff? So that's questions more so to Dr. Navarro.
It wouldn't be burdensome. I think we're going to spend some time looking at some of these anyways. It's just where do we start looking at it? The eligibility policy has layers because there's been several boards who have made changes over time. So being able to compare pre-post data is a little bit more difficult, but we do have some metrics we can look at following the eligibility policy. Technically, you said as a board that you're going to follow a policy, if you recall when we were meeting, and you said, let's just do one policy and follow one policy. Will the superintendent probably be following other policies? Probably.
Yes.
But I'm just asking, which is the one that per your goal, you're going to want to follow and unpack. And I think, by the way, I think this is very powerful work on behalf of the board.
Absolutely.
This is an important one, especially because, you had some public speakers that said, how do you know if you impact the work? Well, stick around, you'll see
I know.
at the end, the board actually unpacking its work and seeing its impact. So I think, to Ms. Thomas's point, what the subcommittee really talked about is what could we actually monitor and follow for impact? And I think for all three of these, we actually can pull some data. The eligibility one is just layers upon layers, so we would just be mindful of that. We'll have to show times and frames when things were updated that have different layers, but it's just intricacy.
I just tried to kind of take the easier route by splitting the baby to see if we could do both. Understand that may be a little difficult. If I had to choose, I would say eligibility. I would be interested in seeing kind of that tiered approach and what impact we have had, given the change that we've made in our time together. I think also given the conversations we've heard during open forum, I think number two, perhaps we should hold off on that a little longer, but focus mostly on eligibility. That's not to say that you, Dr. Navarro, won't be tracking it, but I think we as a board should proceed with eligibility. So, and this is also just another plug for professional development outside of the county, because many of these ideas came from other colleagues through NSBA who were serving in different capacities, who've kind of, head and shoulders past kind of where we are starting, but kind of taking some of those ideas, so.
Okay, Mr. Hancock and then Ms. Obanali.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Thomas. Appreciate it. I think we should look at the number two option, 50% rule. We heard Mr. Gibson talk about that today. I think we implemented that policy, about a year ago, something like that. And there,
I know.
yeah.
It was sometime last year, yeah.
And I know at the
Yeah.
time there was some
I remember. Mr. Lucas was still on the board.
unclear actions on how that, when you get down to that 50% rule, with the teacher using their own judgment, if there a good faith effort was made. And I think Mr. Gibson alluded to that as well. I think since we have implemented that brand new policy, the eligibility policy since I've been on the board, it's been looked at, I don't know how many times. I couldn't count, at least 6, 7 times. It's been minor changes have been made. This is a brand new policy. It's been out there long enough to where we should at least see what kind of feedback there is. Have we done anything good? Have we done anything bad? But that's my recommendation, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. O'Bannon.
I just realized I answered your question incorrectly when you asked me which policy do you think we should look back on. I think we should look back on dress code policy. I thought you meant like which one should be like more enforced, I guess. I meant like dress code policy should be looked back on because
that's
of
your
just
selection.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
my selection. I didn't
Gotcha.
understand the question, but just because like as for what I know about eligibility and grading, I know that students have been like very happy about that, especially the 50% policy. I know it is up to teacher discretion, but I know in other counties they've done this and it is up to the teacher. But from what I've seen teachers do, it's if they have, like the student has tried on the assignment, then they get the 50% credit, which has been working well, at least for my school. I know that other schools might have like issues with it, but like students have been happy with it and like it's gone well at my school, but I know that there's like more nuances to that. And then eligibility, I think, has also been going well. Like students have been happy with that as well. The only thing like on your list that students have been happy with is dress code. So that's why I really think that that should be looked back on because it's just super subjective. Yeah, thank you again.
Thank you for that, and I will allow you to have your right of rescission. Perfect, because I had recorded you as the other one, so thank you.
Okay, would you like to weigh in, Ms. Brenda Thomas?
I'm gonna go with number 2, grading, because like I said, we talked about that 50% and with the teacher, kind of like, using their discretion. And we went over and over and over and, we debated about it. So 2, grading is the one I would consider.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair, you wanted to add something?
I just wanted to add a couple of things, if I may, Ms. Thomas, just regarding the presentation itself and just for clarity for the board to make sure. So slide 6, the little note that's at the bottom about the suggested task being to assign the coordinating manager to develop a crosswalk. So we discussed this in our last subcommittee meeting about asking Ms. Nicholas to kind of just, we felt that they were aligned, right, in the subcommittee, but to have sort of a neutral third party, like look at both the superintendent's goals and the board metrics just to ensure that they are aligned. So that's just what that note is about. So that should be forthcoming as well, just so we can kind of have something to compare and make sure that what we believe to be the case is truly the case. And so that's what that was about. And then I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification on slide 8 about the prioritizing student learning and data. So for this one in particular, we talked about, like Ms. Thomas said, about having someone observe the board meetings and sort of kind of evaluate us, in a way. And so this is where we kind of tied in the preparedness aspect of some of the questions for board accountability. So preparedness, I think we talked about looking at were questions already answered, in the presentations, and then are they asked again? Or, was an answer given that was then, repeated because, there was a repeat question, et cetera. So just some of the additional things that we kind of discussed, ways to, be evaluated on. And so I just wanted to provide a little extra detail for those board members that are not in the subcommittee, that these are some things, obviously when we get the feedback, it'll be a little more clear, but I just wanted to kind of tie that in because we talked a bit about, preparedness and everyone making sure that, we're concise in our comments and our questions and things like that. And so that is something that we're going to have a neutral person look at and evaluate. And I think personally will be helpful. So we can see, are we staying on track? Are we really being focused and spending our time, efficiently? Or are we spending a lot of time asking the same questions, or is information given to us in the presentation that we're not accounting for, So just
Did
wanted
you
to
want
add
to
that.
weigh in, Madam Vice Chair, as to which policy in particular?
I can
Well,
go.
she was saying she was kind of.
Yeah,
did
I
you- have
can
you made a
go. I can
decision?
support grading if
Okay.
several of my colleagues want to support grading. I can definitely support that. Yeah, absolutely. And to Mr. Hancock's point, which was a good point, we have not looked at that at all, and we have looked at eligibility. So we haven't evaluated at all or received any evaluative feedback, I guess, on grading. But the superintendent did provide us with some sort of preliminary feedback on eligibility previously. So I'm happy to support grading.
Yeah, that would be my vote as well, is for grading. Similar thoughts as the Vice Chair, Mr. Hancock. We have gotten at least some feedback. Eligibility has been in existence much longer. And I also thought about which policy overall may impact more students on some level. Because as we've seen, there are some students that can have a high GPA and still have an F. You know what I mean? Those two things can, not always, but they can definitely. Right, exactly. Yeah, they can definitely coexist in the same space. And I think too, because grading has exactly what Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Hancock said, not been studied as much or as long. I think that would be a great place to start. And to the superintendent's point, probably more manageable because there is less history. So that I would support. I was waffling between the two, but yeah, I'll go with grading. What about you?
So surprise, surprise, everybody's gonna think I'm gonna depict eligibility, but I'm not. I mean, I fought hard. Eligibility, again, we've talked about, and I think Dr. Navarro has a good handle on still monitoring it. And though it's my soapbox, I don't need to stand on it this time, because for me, I do think we've heard a lot of comments, and I've heard a lot of comments from the community about grading.
Yeah.
And I do want to make sure that grading is something that teachers have an opportunity to be doing their best at. And making sure that they're grading kids appropriately, but students also are being graded and evaluated appropriately as well. And students feel like they're being evaluated appropriately.
Yeah.
So that is one that I can support if the consensus of the board is that as well. I'm always gonna be watching eligibility, but
Yeah.
that new change, even the discussions that we had when we were making that policy change, they were a little grueling. They were. And so I want to make sure that we did the right thing by students. And we also are supporting teachers in the way they feel that they can. Someone said to me, and I won't say who it is, that, grading is subjective no matter what you do. And so because we know that these are humans that are making decisions, we want to make sure that we can refine it where we can.
And I just wanted to add, I also heard what Mr. Gibson said to Mr. Hancock's point, feeling like there isn't enough guidance. You know what I mean? That it's probably maybe too subjective, in some cases. So, all right, I believe that is the majority. Did you want a final point, Ms. Smith?
Yes, final point. It is the majority. You're correct. I was trying to keep score over here. But just wanting to be mindful of some of the comments we heard during public forum in terms of teacher workload. I'm not certain how I know Dr. Navarro, this is squarely in your wheelhouse and not necessarily ours. But in terms of how we would then collect the data to discern whether or not this particular policy is working or not, just being mindful of what teachers have on their plate and whether or not we intended to survey teachers, or however we decide to collect that data, that we just be mindful, perhaps engaging with teachers may not be the best way to do so.
Yeah, so there was, so one of the things, we have to talk a little bit about unpacking that, but I think one of the things we need to come back to is the grading committee that had teachers, administrators, students, and I think it was led by Mr. Lowndes when we were going through the policy of changing the policy, as we pull the data to assess what does that mean. So right now, if we were to pull the data today and we would ask how many grades are there in the system? So let's say it's 100,000 grades, right, everybody? How many of them should either be a 0 or a 50, and there should be no numbers between a 0 or a 50, right? Because if you attempted to do the work, as our student member of the board understands, the policy is you would get, and you just failed it or you didn't do anything, but you attempted the work, you get a 50. If you just sort of didn't do anything, there was no attempt, you get a 0. So we would first begin by pulling every other number in between and understanding why is there a number in between, and unpacking that and following that through. And I would say that we will need to go back to that committee so they can give their best thinking as we present back to you what you think the impact of that is. Why is that happening? Why is that not happening?
Okay.
And I just think that committee spent so much time working through the recommendation that created the 50% rule for the district, because there's so many opinions about the 50%. That I think it's important to give them voice to unpack the data first as we look at the impact of the implementation, since they helped craft that.
No, I'm definitely a fan of reactivating that committee.
Yeah.
Just wanted to be thoughtful about how we tap folks, just given what we've heard in
Yeah.
open session. I'm sorry, public forum.
Thank you for that, Ms. Minnie, because I want to reiterate again that this is a pilot, right? It is a way that we want to try to move forward with coming up with a structure that we would then send all other policies through if they can fit into some kind of structure that allows us to say, how do we look at a policy? What do we evaluate? What are the measures and metrics? Then who do we involve in the evaluation so we can come back, have transparency, but then have good data to determine where we go from there. So I really appreciate that comment.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going with grading then?
So it sounds like we're selecting grading.
Okay.
Okay, I have a consensus there for that. I took account.
Thank you. Any other final comments, questions? Great job, Ms. Thomas.
Thank you.
Very, very good presentation. Thank you. All right. Next is correspondence and board member updates. Dare I say, is there an appetite to postpone this? Yes. All right. Okay. We'll circle back at the October work session. I personally, and you all can certainly, majority rules. I don't like to go more than a month without having updates on some of us. So if we're okay with work session? This works? Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. All right. Mr. Schwartz, legislative positions. Oh. Okay. Mr. Schwartz, like y'all took too long. Look, I got to drive to Pennsylvania, right? I mean, if he needs a minute, okay. Poor Mr. Schwartz. Like, you can't possibly still be at work.
Handling some issues.
I know. Thank you, sir.
Hi.
Hi.
Before you on board docs is our legislative positions document for the 2026 session. This is a document we prepare each year as a board and adopt each year as a board to propose to our legislators as to our basic positions on various general issues in public education. As you note on the back page, this is a document that's at least 25 years old, and we've been doing this every year and readopting this and reaffirming these positions as our positions. It's not intended to substitute for individual testimony we may give on any particular bill that may come up. This is just a generic statement of our positions for the session leading into the session. We have a legislative breakfast scheduled for November 4th, and we're looking to adopt this prior to then so we can propose this,
Bless you.
bless you, to our legislators at that breakfast. There are no changes from last year with just one slight update on the middle of the first page concerning the aging school program. Just very slight wording change. But other than that, this is a document that matches what we did last year.
All right. Any comments and questions?
We'll be bringing this back at the work session for final adoption.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Vice Chair.
Just a quick question. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Is there any, I know this is just like our general positions, but do you ever review them to just determine, because things are ever changing in the education landscape, if there's something that you think we should review for reconsideration on our position, anything like that? Just
Yes, staff looks at this every year leading into this particular meeting to see if there's any changes we'd like to propose to the document. And we do often make changes. This year happens to be a very few changes, but we often do make suggestions to the board for changes. Not this particular year.
not here. Okay, thank you.
Huh? You have a question? Yes, Dr. Navarro.
I'm sorry, just for my information, Mr. Schwartz, this is legislative, but if there are potential COMAR requests, I'm thinking back to Mrs. Thomas's discussion earlier today where we were talking about potential changes, and I don't know where it lies, if it's in law or if it's in COMAR, for additional flexibilities to have people in certain fields come in and teach for us. We would have to research that, right? But if it is in COMAR, it doesn't go here. It would
Correct. It could be in law. There could be a law, the bill that passes dealing with that. If not, the State Board of Education could pass regulations concerning who is certifiable, so to speak, licensable to teach in a public school.
Okay, so we'll research it, Ms. Thomas.
Okay.
So that was gonna be my question, because we get to the student support teacher recruitment and retention incentives, and I really want to try to bring that full swing. I don't know if I would love to be the front runner with the leader for the state to come up with some policy and, work with, whether it's COMAR or whether it's MSDE, but I would love for us to, if we can consider drafting or influencing that policy, because I think it will help.
So I think we need to research it, and then I think the other piece is I would also lean into the organizations. So whatever the research says, potentially we may want to then bring it as something that maybe MABE and or PZAM can take a look at also, besides just this board, if it's an interest.
Okay, thank you.
And in related news, colleagues, if I may share one related bit of news, MABE's legislative priorities, when Mr. Schwartz and I were on the call, because, the 19th, I think, is when we're leaving. That Sunday, it's all running together, child. And we will be voting on these there. So I just wanted to share, because the work session, it will have passed. So the four, and similar to ours, they're somewhat consistent. They don't vary that much. The first being support for governance authority for local LEAs, i.e. local control, on how boards spend money, govern themselves, and set policy. Budget stabilization and relief, which improving the state funding formula, reducing burdens related to reporting. They're suggesting some minor tweaks. Support for the school safety framework for students and staff. Discipline policies have been raised as a major concern by several districts, including ours. So that's something that there's several LEAs, if not most, that are looking to address. And they wanted to emphasize they're not looking for statewide legislation on discipline in Maryland. They want that to be county by county. And finally, school facilities and construction funding, which I know will make Mr. Heim happy. They want sustained capital operating funding and taking into consideration inflation in construction. So we'll be voting on those at the MABE meeting. All right, yes.
So, there wasn't anything about the teacher recruiting or student recruiting or
not as the top four, not to say this is exhaustive, but similar to how we have kind of like our standard.
Right.
And their belief is most things will fit in there somewhere.
Okay.
I'm thinking maybe that one, I'm guessing local control, but they didn't get into that level of specificity. That's kind of like the overview of what they think the four key categories are. However, we will be voting and addressing, so we can certainly raise that if we want to add to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you very much.
And if you recall, MABE has resolutions that they adopt at the conference every year.
Right,
And those
that's a good
resolutions
point.
are much broader than those 4 points.
Right.
And they do cover things such as teacher recruitment.
Yeah, good point, Mr. Schwartz. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on. Is there any new business? No? Future agenda items? All right. Unfinished business. I have one if no one has anything. No? We have a board town hall scheduled virtually for November the 13th from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. One, are we still proceeding with said date? And two, what are we talking about? So I wonder if we table this for the work session, will that be enough? Will you think that would be enough notice to the public?
Yes, you can also ask me if I want to bring recommendations to the work session for you to discuss.
Okay.
And I can do that.
We can do, okay, and then by then we'll have our new board member, so you can provide some feedback, Ms. Patterson. Okay, so we're good we'll circle back? All right. Action items. So we have 3 sets of minutes. Look, I'm coming home, baby.
Thank you so much.
We're getting there. The first is the board executive meeting minutes from September the 9th. Is there a motion to approve? Motion approved. Oh. Second. Okay. Any discussion? All right. All in favor? All right. Thank you. Next is the board meeting minutes from September the 9th. Motion approved. Seconded by Vice Chair. Any discussion? All right. All in favor? Thank you. And finally, the board work session minutes from September 22nd. Thank you. Second. Any discussion? I know, just keep it moving. All right, all in favor? All right, that is unanimous. Thank you. That is minutes. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the personnel action items. Thank you. Seconded. Ms. Smith, we'll give Ms. Smith a chance. Ms. Thomas, you've been on a roll. You run the job. Yes, yeah. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? All right, that is unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have 2 intercategory budget transfers. What, do we have 3, Ms. Acton? 2 fiscal year 20? Oh, okay, yes, ma'am. Okay. Mr. Schwartz, is he gone again? He's like, I'm over y'all. I'm just curious if we should bifurcate it. Well, I guess we could take them together. There's no reason. Okay. Unless any objections to, no? Okay. All right. Motion to approve the intercategory budget transfer request fiscal year 26 and Pasota? Motion approved. Okay. Moved by Vice Chair, seconded by Ms. Smith. Any discussion? All right. All in favor? All right. That is unanimous. Thank you. And the last item is the proposed charter school amendment proposed by Pasota, and we heard about this evening. Yes, Dr. Navarro.
Yes, so I just wanted to add, the board asked the question about how many students overall are impacted by any of the preferences to the school. We talked about the staff preference, the current sibling preference. And so Ms. Jackson was watching and she was able to pull the data for us. So I wanted to let you know that for this school year, an overall of 9 students out of 248 are there because of the current preferences that are in play in our current charter.
Okay, but that's not indication necessarily of alumni. It's just what we have in.
No, it's just for what is in place.
Right, gotcha.
Staff and then current sibling. So that's a
Gotcha.
total of 9.
9 out of, you said about 200?
248, I
48,
believe.
okay. All right. Any questions related to that or comments? Okay. Is there a motion regarding the proposed charter amendment for Pasota? Yes, Vice Chair.
Madam Chair, so if, I guess the board could move to table this,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Because I think there was some discussion earlier about some additional potential amendments that I think Pasota wants to bring forward and Ms. Jackson wants to bring forward. And since this wouldn't impact this year, because the school year has already begun, I would suggest or move that as a board, we table this until the full recommendations come forward for the total amendments that she would like to make. And then we just kind of do it all at one time, if the board would be so inclined to do so.
Thank you. So motion to table, second by, okay. Is there any discussion? Yes.
I agree with Vice Chair that for me, I just would like to see the totality of impacts across the board as we look at it, the various amendments to make sure that we are making sure we're supporting Pasota and we're also making sure that we're supporting students as well. So I can support that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ms. Thomas. Definitely want to support Pasota and to see what, if any, impact this may have on any other proposed amendments. So I think it would be helpful to see them at one time. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, all in favor of tabling? All right, that is unanimous. All right, guess what? Motion adjourned. Okay, I was gonna say, I'm assuming it's seconded by everyone. All right, I don't think we need to discuss. All in favor? All right, good night, everybody. Thank you. Please take us off the air.